Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Dedicated Hearts made Fullmetal in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 61, A New and Familiar World. 3 years ago. Just off the coastline of Paradise, a Marley survey ship trailed along on the calm still water. On the horizon was the rough scenery of jagged rocks and a large mountain dominating their view and reaching into the sky, as the lights of their ship seemed to illuminate in the shroud of night's darkness. Marley troops armed with simple rifles and life jackets over their uniform as they spied on the island of Paradise, like a lion wandering just on the edge of their competition's territory, waiting for something to happen, anticipating their enemy's moves, if they even try anything. Any word from the advance unit? The captain asked. No word yet, Captain. One of the soldiers responded, it's been 2 hours since they've landed. Prepare survey units 2 and 3 for landing then. The captain replied. Behind him the sound of running footsteps echoed out as groups of soldiers ran to the edge of the ship and prepared the smaller boats hanging off the edge. The island devils defeated our warrior unit and now threaten the world. No matter what, we're gonna find out what these devils are up to and report it back to Marley, whatever it takes. Suddenly the ship began to sway a bit. The crew members and soldiers wobbled slightly as they tried to regain their balance. Everyone looked around at each other, confused and surprised, as some looked over the edge to the ripples of water around their boat. Earthquake! Then the boat began to shake as everyone fell over onto the deck. Some quickly grabbed hold of the railing as the underneath them was sloshed around them violently and the boat was elevated from the sea. Hold on! The captain ordered. The front of the boat tilted upwards. Those unlikely to grab onto something slid down the deck and towards the bow of the ship before the back was tilted up, balancing the ship. At both ends of the ship were 2 pairs of hands gripping its side, the fingers crushing into the side of the ship devils. The ship was carried towards the shore, a set of loud footsteps crashing onto the rocky ground as the titans carrying the ship stepped out of the water. They carried them inland. Some peered over the side to see the large arms of the titans carrying the ship. The heavy and loud breathing of the titans were overpowered by its thudding steps. The titans then stopped, shifted around to the side of the ship before then dropping it down just next to a rocky cliff facing the beach, the ship crashing into the ground with scraping bang as 2 titans towered over them, dark soaking wet hair covering their faces as they watched over them like predators looking over its helpless prey. That's Eren Yeager. Someone muttered. It's true, they've taken the female titan. There was a paralyzed panic on the ship as all anyone could do was look up at them. Carolina! Yeager! Pull back! Came an order, a booming voice not so far away from them. They all turned to see someone standing on a rock just a couple meters away from the front of the ship. The figure stood tall. As they got a closer look, they saw what looked to be a man dressed in a strange uniform standing with one hand behind his back and other out front. The titans then moved back a few steps. Visitors from Marley, my name is Commander Erwin Smith of the Scout Regiment. Let me be the first to welcome you to Paradise. He called out, I'm aware of the stories and ideas you may have of us. They are false. Surrender your weapons and I promise you I can guarantee your safety. Telling them, I've come into contact with your scouting parties and I assure you they are safe. The captain stood up, holding his rifle in his hand. Why should we trust the words of the island devils? He questioned. I assume you're the leader of this ship? Erwin asked. I'd advise you to lower your weapon, for the sake of the soldiers under your command. He tried to reason, those 2 titans are not the only things fixed on your ship. Erwin then pointed to the cliff edge the ship sat underneath. As they looked up they started to notice silhouettes in the cliff faces and on the edge looking down at them. You're outmatched and outgunned. If you choose to fight then you and your own men will not survive. The titans then took a step forward as a chorus of metal clicking bounced off from the cliff. Lower your weapons, I can guarantee your safety and that you'll be reunited with the others. Enough of this. The captain yelled out, I'm not here to parley with some disgusting devils. If you want to kill us then we'll go out fighting as bravely as Hellos. He tried to taunt the commander. Erwin then pulled the hand behind his back out, a flare gun in his hand, as he raised it up into the sky. Last chance. He threatened this time, drop your weapons, we don't want to kill you. The captain then pointed his rifle at the commander, yet Erwin did not flinch. Instead continuing to stare him down as his own finger pressed on the flare gun's trigger. Suddenly a shot was fired. And the captain drops to the ground on his face dead, blood leaking out from his head. As a single Marley soldier stands behind them with a pistol pointing where the captain had once stood. Everyone could only watch shocked at what happened, a couple seconds of silence, the wind, and the washing waves on the shore. Yelena! Called out a Marley soldier as they raised their gun at them. The traitor turned their head to the soldier unfazed by the barrel of the gun pointed at their face before then all around, Marley soldiers around them began to point their guns at the comrades as the other dropped theirs. Lower you guns! The traitor commanded calmly with an effeminate voice. The now captured Marley soldiers then dropped their weapons on the ground, everyone in the center. The captured were then huddled in the middle as a few of the other traitors picked up their weapons, tossed them over the side of the ship. The guns were then thrown over the ship, crashing onto the rocks. Who are you? Irwin asked as he lowered his arm. The traitor took off their helmet to reveal a bowl but haircut, pale skin, and large eyes looking back at him. Commander Irwin, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. They said, we graciously accept your offer. Both Edward and Alphonse stood outside the tent. Outside around them scout soldiers patrolled the camp as the Marley prisoners were kept at the center surrounded by guards. The wind blew against the tent as the shining stones illuminated the entrance. What do you think they want? Alphonse asked Ed as the two continued to wait. I don't know, but whatever it is and whoever they are, they're willing to kill their own to get it. Ed replied, we should keep our wits about us, don't tell them too much until we know what they're about. Alphonse nodded his head. The flap of the tent was raised slightly as Levi peered through to look at them. Oh, you two. He said, nodding his head at them to go inside. The two walked inside the tent. On the one side were squad leaders Hang sitting next to Irwin while Petra sat at the far end of the table while 3 empty seats waited, one at the other end near the flaps of the tent and 2 on the scouts' side of the table. While 2 others dressed in Marley uniform sat on the other side examining an Amerstrian rifle and handgun with an expression of wonder and intrigue. They both turned their heads to look at the Elrics as the 2 brothers looked at them. One of them was a woman with short blonde hair in a bowl cut and large raccoon-like dark honey-colored eyes all on a dauntingly tall figure. The other was a man with black skin and short hair cut from the side, a chiseled face and average build. The Elric brothers, Yelena said with an eager smile on mouth, it's great to finally see you in the flesh, I've heard miraculous things about you too. Boys, meet Yelena and Onyankopon. Levi said politely pointing at them. The 2 sat down on the empty seats facing the 2 Marley traders as Levi stood up his seat again. Yelena picked up the rifle again from the table while looking at them. I heard one of you helped design this. She said, her eyes shifting back and forth from the 2. That was me. Ed replied in a guarded tone. Was it now? Yelena asked, interesting, so I'm assuming you must have been a part of your world or country's military before you came here then. Ed didn't reply. I'll take your silence as yes then. She said with a smile. I saw some soldiers with metal limbs, was that also your doing? Yes. Ed replied, based off my left leg. Interesting, some countries would pay millions for technology like that. Yelena commented, they'd pay even more for these weapons. Some nations already have, fighting the Titans. Onyankopon added as he took a slip of his drink. Of course guns and metal limbs aren't really what you're known for. Yelena said, it's your alchemy that makes you so revered. Yelena put the gun down and placed her hands on the table, tapping them a bit. I read the reports about that battle you had, how many alchemy users or alchemists are there besides you two? You don't need to know that. This time Alphonse replied with an equally guarded tone. So there aren't 2 other alchemists then? Onyankopon asked. Both Ed and Alphonse collectively tensed up as Alphonse quickly sucked up air through his nose. Yelena's finger tapping stopped. I can tell that you don't exactly trust us, but I can assure you that we are on your side. She replied, we hate Marley just like everyone other person who fights them. While I understand the sentiment, I do agree with their suspicions. Irwin interjected, you may very well hate Marley, but that doesn't necessarily make you an ally to us. I understand then, how about a little information exchange then? Yelena suggested. To start, the Marley army is divided into 50 divisions with each holding 20,000 soldiers each. That 1 million soldiers. Alphonse said, more people than there are on this island. Ed nudged Alphonse in the ribs. Don't worry, that is common knowledge among the Marley military hierarchy. Yelena replied. But still, it's your turn. The others were quiet for a while. I'm one of the alchemist. Hang stated. Both Ed and Alphonse snapped their heads to her in shock. Levi almost glared at Hang for that while Erwin remained calm. I'm also the one who beat that shifter who had Emir's Titan. Yelena looked at Hang, impressed by her admission. Marley has 3 fleets consisting of 21 battleships. Onyankopon stated, they also have aerial weapons and vehicles to their disposal. Aerial weapons? Erwin asked. If you are wondering, they are mobile weapons that can go beyond land and sea. Onyankopon explained. So a blimp. Edward stated, that's what you're talking about. Ah, they have those in your world then? Yelena asked. I imagine that those weapons don't scare you. Both Edward and Alphonse looked towards the others who looked back at them, waiting for their answer. No. Ed replied. If you want something shared from us, Marley may be decades ahead of the island but is decades behind our world. And in a few years, this island will be the one ahead of Marley and the world, Yelena said rhetorically. That's the implication, yes? You're already created artillery that can damage any of the 9 titans all in the space of a few months. Yelena looked at them. I can tell you that the Marley military is very much aware of this. You say this yet Marley hasn't attempted to launch another attack on us. Erwin pointed out, if they know that their window of opportunity to defeat us is shortening every day then why delay? Yelena then smiled at Erwin, well that's because of all of you. She said as if almost stating something that was extremely obvious. The warrior unit, the pride of Marley and the reason its empire has been allowed to expand across the continent and beyond was defeated by the devils of Paradise. You had taken the female and colossal titan from Marley. You had humiliated them and weakened them, allowing other nations to rise up and challenge Marley. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Levi remarked. Then there is the Marley policy of turning Eldian captives into titans and condemning them onto the island for all eternity. Yelena added, while it has kept you all from expanding beyond the walls, it ironically prevented Marley from a land invasion of the last vestige of Eldia's empire. There was a silence in the tent as the others looked at each other, their eyes shifting from side to side. Yeah, about that. Levi said almost sarcastically. Day is about to break soon, yet you are content to stay here drinking tea beyond the walls. Yelena pointed out. Have you killed all the titans on this island? No. Erwin replied, while we have reduced their population considerably, we have captured a large number of them and are holding them in a secure location. If what you say is true then we know how to counter a Marley ground assault. So the titans no longer pose a threat to you? Yelena asked. That's amazing, I'm in awe. Yelena, I believe it's you two's turn to tell us something about yourselves. Erwin reminded them. Of course, Commander Erwin, we are an open book. Onyankopon replied. You mutinied against your commanding officer, even going so far as to kill him and hold your own comrades hostage. Erwin pointed out. If you don't work for Marley, then who do you work for and why? The two were silent for a second. Yelena looked off to the side. Why? Because we hate Marley. It is as we say, we are conscripts from other countries who have been taken over by Marley, all of us were powerless against them. A smile then began to form on her face. As who we work for the one who gave us the power to oppose them. She talked almost dreamily about this person. We work for Zeke Yeager. If Edward had a left eye then it would twitch, his hands gripped tightly together as he tried to hold in his contempt. Zeke Yeager. You work for that hairy bastard. Even Alphonse began to turn icy to them as the tent had turned cold suddenly. I know of your battle against him. Yelena said looking at the two brothers. Sure, if you want to tossing rocks at us like a massive wimp fight. Ed remarked with disdain. Zeke Yeager is the reason some of the people we were close to are either dead or are missing limbs. Alphonse stated, the last thing he ever did was try to finish us off when he had to chance do anything else, so it might be easy to understand why it might be hard to trust someone like him. It's understandable that you may hold hard feeling for him, but I can only say, that man, the Titan feared by the world, showed us hope. Yelena stared off at the tent ceiling as if reminiscing about something. To me, that man was a god. Lady. I've met God, and trust me when I say this, God would have taken more than just my left eye, and I wouldn't have been able to touch God, let alone beat his hairy dash. Edward, please. Petra quickly interjected, raising her hand up slightly. Whatever your feelings on him are, we are here on a mission by Zeke Yeager. Yelena told them, we are the anti-Marley volunteers and our goal is to free the Eldian people. In an office at the Scouts' headquarters in Shiganshina, Erwin sat down looking out of the window with his hands resting on his lap as Hang, Levi, Aaron and the Elrics stood around the desk waiting. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. Erwin called out, not raising his voice as he turned to face the door. The door opened as Onyankopon, escorted by 2 Scout soldiers armed with rifles, entered the room. Thank you, wait by the door, this hopefully won't take long. The 2 Scouts nodded and saluted him as they left the office, closing the door behind them. Come, take a seat, Onyankopon. Thank you, Commander. Onyankopon replied as he sat down on the chair just opposite Erwin. How was the meeting with the Queen and the officials? The situation is tense. Erwin admitted calmly, but I'm confident we can navigate through it and hopefully create something amenable. Of course that now depends on the success of intercepting the new wave of Marley ships heading to the coast. Yes, Yelena and I intend on helping the regiment counter them. Onyankopon replied. Indeed, thank you for your support. Erwin stated, tell me, Onyankopon, I know Yelena told us about how the volunteers hate Marley who conscripted them into their army and occupy their country, but I want to know your experience. Why do you hate Marley? Onyankopon looked surprised for a second. He looked around the room before then looking down towards the desk, his fists clenching. My country, my people, we exist on a separate continent from the Marley Empire, but that didn't stop them from invading us and the other nations around us. His voice began to sound more and more disgusted. When Marley came, they took over everything. They started to take from our land, minerals, food, resources, even people like me into their armies. Onyankopon looked up. 2 of my brothers were also drafted into the Marley army, sent to the front lines with Eldian conscripts as Marley officers sat back and watched. They died fighting their wars. I'm sorry to hear that. Hang said. It's okay. He replied as finger brushed the edges of his eyes. But, that is why I hate them. It's why I joined the anti-Marley volunteers, so that one day we'll be free. Free. Aaron muttered, catching Onyankopon's attention. If you don't mind, are there Eldians in your country too? Yes, but the treatment they face. Onyankopon looked back to the ground sadly. It's horrible, it's less than second-class citizenry, absolutely shameful, even the attitudes of my own people. Aaron listened to him quietly. And still the conditions. I dare not speak of it. It is truly heartbreaking. If we ever defeat the Marleyan Empire, then we must help Eldians across the world too. I couldn't agree more. Aaron replied. Thank you for telling us. Erwin said, I understand your dream and your anger. So you will join Zeke Yeager, help us take down Marley? Onyankopon asked. No, that's not going to happen. This time Ed was the one to speak. Before you say anything, this isn't just because I'm pissed with the guy. I am, and I don't think I'll never not be, but we don't know enough about the guy to trust him to do certain things. Ed then looked over to Alphonse. Alphonse walked over to the side of the desk, closer to Onyankopon. If Zeke Yeager wants to come here, neither I nor Ed will come after him, that we can promise. Alphonse told him, but acting as a mediator to friendly nations and helping enact a secret plan that claims to help save Eldians around the world, we just can't trust him. But we all want the same thing. Onyankopon stated, almost pleading. I knew someone, well, something, that claimed to only want to learn, to obtain knowledge. Ed stated, but what he did, what he hoped to achieve and how he went about it, needless to say I'm glad he's gone. But what I'm saying is this, just because we share an idea or a goal doesn't mean we want this me thing, if you know what I mean. I can understand that. Onyankopon conceded. Tell me, Onyankopon, how do you feel about Zeke Yeager? Hang asked. We know that Yelena seems to be a devout follower of his, but we have to ask, what about you? Onyankopon was silent, just putting it out there, none of this leaves this room, you can trust us to keep anything, we staged a coup right under our previous regime's noses after all. Zeke. He muttered, Zeke Yeager is a mystery, we know he hates Marley, The orders he gives us aid in undermining them, and he was the one who formed us in the first place, but no one knows of his secret plan to save the Eldians, well, everyone except Yelena, I believe. Is that so? We're willing to collaborate with Zeke Yeager. Erwin stated, however, Zeke being the point of access to the world for us and vice versa is something we can't accept, that's why I would like to ask you to help us. Onyankopon looked at Erwin a bit confused. What do you mean? The anti-Marley volunteers, are they the only resistance group against Marley? Erwin asked. No, across the world there are rebel groups. He replied, some are armed fighters but others are just advocate groups. Do you possibly have any contact with those groups? Erwin asked. Any at all, even in your own country? We do collaborate with some groups from my country and within the region from time to time, help to get insiders in different areas of the Marley Empire. Onyankopon stated. You want to communicate with them? Yes, as Alphonse said before, we don't want to leave communications entirely up to Zeke Yeager. Erwin reiterated that would leave too much of our fate in his hands, instead we'll be open to other groups and associations that will to speak with us. I'd like to start with any groups you may know and go from there. I fear if I do this I will be going against Yelena and possibly even Zeke Yeager. Onyankopon stated nervously. If you fear that you will somehow be undermining your leadership and comrades' plans or trust, then I can assure this is not the case. Erwin tried to assure him, if our goals are to help protect Paradise and help Eldians across the world, then naturally our plans will line up in future and provide each other with insurance should anything go wrong on either end. Erwin then extended his hand. Do we have an agreement? Onyankopon looked at Erwin before then extending his own hand out and shaking his. Yes, I will help you. Good. Erwin said as they placed their hands away. Now, we should all get ready, the next fleet of Marley ships will arrive soon. Alphonse placed his hands on the side of the slopes of the rocky cliffs. A spark of lightning ran up the small cliffs as the face of it began to morph in a staircase from the top of the cliffs to the sandy beaches below, running down its face as across it trenches were formed as scout troops began to walk into them and hide away. Petra walked down the rock staircase, pointing around as her squad members took up their positions. Keep your heads down and do not fire on them unless I say so, she commanded. Ed jogged down the stairs and up to Petra. Trenches are done, he said. Al should be finishing up at the bottom. That's good to hear, Petra replied. If those anti-Marley volunteers are right, then Marley will try to establish a bridgehead here. Petra then turned to Edward. Ed, you're with Jean on the top of the cliff and Alphonse will stick with Team 1 at the base. Huh? Ed said, perplexed. If that's the case, then send me with Team 1, have Al at the top. Alphonse was the one who volunteered to join with Team 1 at the base of the cliff. Petra said, he and the others can handle themselves, besides we're just here to hold them off. If those Marley troops see themselves being outnumbered and outmatched, then they'll surrender without a shot being fired. Petra then picked up a rifle leaning against the rocky wall of the embedded trench. I know you hate using these, but just in case. Ed didn't reply, biting his tongue as he turned back and walked back up the stairs towards the cliff tops carrying the rifle in his hands. Petra turned her head back to the ocean and sighed. 5 minutes everyone, get ready, she commanded. She ran into one of the sides, hiding behind the small wall with just her head peering over the side. 20 minutes had passed. That was what his pocket watch had said as Ed hid on the cliff's edge with Jean and others looking out as several large boats were being rowed to the beach carrying dozens of Marley soldiers dressed with life vests and armed with their rifles. They all watched silently as the Marley troops dragged their boats onto the beach as others began to walk inland pointing their rifles at the cliff face. As scouts watched them silently with rifles and machine guns pointed, all hidden in the darkness of a cloudy night. Alphonse pressed his hands together slowly as he watched them before then pressing his hands down onto the ground. The area around the Marley soldiers trembled, sending them into a frenzy as the ground began to fall underneath them as some of them fell into a pit. An improv trap. They're here, one of the Marley soldiers yelled as the others not trapped ran forward pointing their guns around in the darkness. The scouts continued to watch them as Alphonse continued to pick them off, small holes forming beneath them as they fell into pits. Advance on the cliffs, came an order quickly. The Marley troops quickly began to jog towards the cliff face when suddenly the cliff lit up in a flurry of flashing lights as bullets struck the beach. Freeze! Petra ordered, "Drop your weapons." The Marley troops quickly dropped the ground. "You're surrounded, drop your weapons and surrender." Some of the Marley troops fired into the cliff wildly. The scout soldiers returned fire, striking their targets. Marley soldiers hitting the ground in pain or dead. "Stop!" Alphonse yelled. He stood up from the trench with his hands out to both the scouts and the Marley soldiers. He turned to the Marley soldiers. "No one has to die. We're not here to kill you. Just drop your weapons." "Stay back, Eldian scum!" a Marley soldier called out as Alphonse walked out of the trench. "What are you doing?" Ed yelled out. Alphonse ignored the call. "I'm no Eldian. I'm an Amerstrian," Alphonse called out hesitantly. "An Amerstrian?" someone questioned among the Marley soldiers, pointing their guns at him. "What the hell is that?" Alphonse then walked up to a wounded Marley soldier, the others still pointing their guns at him. "I won't hurt him, I want to help him." He crouched down and looked down at the bloody hole in the soldier's leg. "Keep calm," he told the soldier. "I can stop the bleeding." He then looked up to the others. "But you'll have to treat the wound." He placed his hands together as blue lights flickered around him like the embers of a flame or lightning in the sky. Some of the soldiers staggered back, some shakily held their guns at him. "It's him," one muttered. "It's one of Elric's. It's the demon of Paradise. He's performing his magic on Peter," one cried out. The soldier then began to panic as Alphonse placed his hands over his wounds. "Stop, I'm trying to help you," he told the man. Suddenly the Marley soldiers nearby began to form around Alphonse with their guns pointed. Then a chorus of metal clicking followed just on the cliff face, snatching their attention for a second. "If you even think about taking one more step or making a move, we'll dump your bodies in the ocean," Petra threatened. "Alphonse, move back now," she commanded. "Marley soldiers, you have one last chance. Drop your weapons now and we promise no harm shall come to any of you." For a couple seconds there was nothing, just the sound of the weak waves washing over the beach and into the small pits as everyone stood still waiting to see who'd move first. "Drop the guns," Jean ordered. "Let Alphonse either help your friend or move back." Even Ed pointed his rifle at them, his finger on the trigger as he aimed it at one of the Marley soldiers near Alphonse. Alphonse removed his hands from the Marley soldier. His hands were stained in blood as he raised them up. The Marley soldiers pointed their weapons at him as Alphonse began to slowly back away, watching them as he stepped back. One of the Marley soldiers then knelt down and lowered their rifle onto the ground. He looked to the others and nodded his head. They then looked at him for a second before following his lead. The tension in the air began to grow thinner as Alphonse continued to step back as the Marley soldiers dropped their rifles while they watched Alphonse step away. It felt as if a collective sigh of air was released from the lungs of the people around. Everyone except Ed, who still watched anxiously as his brother was out in the open, surrounded by people who would want them both dead. Alphonse was possibly only a few meters away from the trench, a few meters away from safety. "Soldiers of Marley, stay where you are, we promise you'll be reunited with your other comrades," Petra tried to assure them. "Stand up, keep your hands up and dash." Suddenly, the Marley trooper who had led the surrender then reached around his back and pulled out a handgun as he pointed it at Alphonse. "No!" Jean yelled. Suddenly there was a single gunshot in a flash of light. The sound of a rifle going off on the top of the cliff, a smoking gun. And Edward looking down the sight at the now dead body of a Marley soldier that had a pistol in his hand. After a second of shock, the Marley soldiers then scrambled for their rifles as they tried to aim it at Alphonse. "Don't let the devil escape," one of them yelled. But before they could fire off their weapons, before they could grab their rifles or handguns off the ground and before they could even move, the scouts opened fire on them. A hail of gunfire rained down on the unlucky Marley soldiers who hadn't had the fortune of being trapped in a pit safe from bullets. Alphonse ran back into the trench, diving inside as Marley bodies hit the ground. They desperately tried to return fire at the cliffs only to be shot by a rapid hail of bullets. The beach was soon stained in dark red as commotion of gunfire drowned out the cries of pain. As the last Marleyan dropped to the ground, the gunfire from the scouts quickly ceased. The whimpering and crying of the survivors could be heard just over the waves as the sight of a beach littered in bodies was all that remained of an extremely one-sided slaughter. Petra stood up from the trench and walked towards the stairs, walking down each step as she continued to look out into the battlefield. A few other scouts followed her down the steps. As they reached the base they began to spread out as those already at the base then moved up and towards the Marley bodies and survivors. Alphonse peered up from his cover and slowly walked up towards the soldier he had healed. He looked down at a body littered in gunshot wounds surrounded in a small pool of blood which stained the once dull yellow sand. He then looked up at the others. Those trapped in the pits surrendered quickly as they were forced out while the others, the bodies, were thrown into a pile. Alphonse didn't utter a word, yet he wanted to scream. On cliff top, both Ed and Jean watched. You just had to surrender," Jean muttered. He then pulled out the empty magazine from his gun. Ed pulled out the magazine from his rifle. He looked down at an almost fully loaded magazine, missing only 2 bullets, one already left in the chamber of his gun, and the other bullet left in the body of a Marley soldier. Heng stood quietly inside the tent, reading over the different blueprints as both she, the Elrics, some of her own squad, Mina among them, and the scouts' own engineers waited for the Marley ones to arrive. She looked at the others, boredom written all over their faces as they chatted idly to each other waiting. Well, everyone except Edward, Alphonse, and Jean. Heng had read the reports of what had happened, a tense situation gone wrong and the first skirmish between Marley and Paradise soldiers. As if you could call it that, she thought 50 Marley troops either dead or injured and only 18 unharmed. Meanwhile none of our guys got even a scratch of them, let alone a casualty. She then began to wonder how much the Marley prisoners knew. She knew that after the incident, those survivors were being kept in their own camp separate from others, else stories of a massacre ignite further tensions among already terrified and hostile visitors. Heng looked over to both Edward and Alphonse. Alphonse looked over the blueprints quietly as his finger glided against the paper, while Ed had his back turned to the entrance and towards the whiteboard, leaning against the table. Then the flaps of the tent opened. They all looked to the entrance to see the Marley engineers walk through and into the tent, everyone except Ed, who continued to look over at the board. Heng smiled at them. "Welcome, esteemed guests," she greeted them. "We're delighted you're here and we'd love to hear your input on these new ideas we've got in the works." The Marley engineers just looked at them coldly as they left Heng there. "You know what, it's been a day, so I'll let everyone right to it. These guys are gonna be difficult to reach," Heng thought, looking at them. Alphonse clapped his hands together before then reaching into his pocket and pulling a rock. He held it up in front of him and the Marley engineers on the opposite end of the table. Then a familiar blue glow and sparks of light swirled around the rock. To Heng, Armin and the others of Levi's squad in the tent, this was nothing new, but to those Merlians, the look they had was a mixture of awe and fear as Alphonse turned a simple rock into a small figure of what looked to be a cross with a snake wrapped around it with a crown and wings atop of it. There was a muttering around the tent as Alphonse placed the figure down and slid it towards their end of the table. "Would you like to know what that is?" he asked them, a smile creeping on his face as some of them nodded at him. Heng couldn't help but smile too at how her teacher was using alchemy to capture their interest and relieve the tension in the room. Even Mina smiled at Alphonse, though probably not for the same reason. Yet she still noticed that Ed had his back turned to them as he instead picked up a piece of chalk and began to write on the board. "If you want to know a bit about alchemy and other science," Ed said, "then help us with these blueprints." The Marley soldiers looked at each other apprehensively before then walking around the table and reading the prints themselves. Over the course of the day, the once uneasy engineers began to open up more. Everyone started to feel comfortable with each other as even some of the scouts guarding the tent began to exchange small talk with the Merlians. Some huddled around Armin as he explained the chemistry around alchemy, much to the fascination of the Marley engineers. All except Ed, who, almost all day, tried to avoid looking at them, only catching glances here or there before going back to the board, even going so far as to eat food inside the. Heng walked up to the Edward who was reading the plans on the board. She stood next to him looking back at it. The plans involved miles of tracks for a train that would connect the port to the walls and cut the travel time from days to possible less than a day. Then there were the plans of the port itself, buildings, designs, and infrastructure. "What are you thinking about, Ed?" Heng asked. "Just how long it will take to make this," Ed replied. He then wrote on the board again, "We, the alchemists, could probably get the foundations for the port done in a day, maybe less. That's if we get the material first." He placed the chalk down on the small shelf, the rest we can leave to the engineers. Sounds like great progress. Hang replied, silent for a bit. Ed, is everything okay? Suddenly a Marlian accidentally bumped into them. They turned around to them as both Hang and Ed turned to him. Oh sorry, didn't mean to bump into you. He apologized. No, it's fine. Ed replied I'm sorry. Ed then looked at them. I'm so sorry. The engineer looked at Ed a bit confused. I'm fine, there's no need to apologize. No, it's just you know it must be hard for you guys. He said. Far from home and all, I just hope things can get better. Ed then offered his hand to the engineer. I hope we can change that. The engineer shook Ed's hand. Yeah, of course. He replied, and I hope we get to learn how to do alchemy too. Don't push it. Ed joked. As the engineer walked back to the others, Ed turned back to Hang. It wasn't your fault. Hang said, whispered almost. Ed let out a sigh and shook his head. It was. Anyone would have done what you did. I would, Petra, Jean, Armin, Mikasa, Aaron, the others, they would have done the same if placed in their position. I know, it's just that I never shot a gun, let alone a person before. Ed said when I did, everyone else just followed, they all followed my lead, using guns I helped make. Hang, everything about that was my fault. Hang placed a hand over Ed's shoulder and gripped it tight. You're a good person, never doubt that. I don't, I just Hang, what do we do? Ed said but didn't ask. There's so much we can't get wrong. I don't know either but. Hang tapped her finger on Ed's head. You and Alphonse will figure it out, you always do. Ed smiled lazily before then looking out to the tent. Where's Alphonse? He realized. Shouldn't he be back from lunch? Ed then looked to Hang. Where's Mina? Hang shrugged. Ed looked back to the chalkboard and shook his head as he looked back to the board, the two then focusing on the work. The sound of the tent flaps opened and the sound of multiple people entering caught their attention. They both turned to see three troops dressed in the uniform of the royal family, soldiers from the central government. Is Alphonse here? The man standing in the middle of three asked. No. Ed replied. The man in the middle turned to one of his subordinates. Find the younger Elric. The person nodded before heading out of the tent. Squad leader Hang, I need you and the rest of your squad and the Marlian engineers to vacate the tent. I have a private message from Darius. Ed then raised his hand up. If it has something to do with alchemy then both Hang and Armin stays. He stated, they're alchemists like us, if it's meant for Al and I then it's meant for them too. Fine, Darius didn't specify when he said alchemists. The man said, but the rest of you will leave. The others began to leave the tent, walking past the soldiers. The other soldier then stepped out. There was a sound of shuffling outside and footsteps moving back. They waited inside the tent for a few minutes for Alphonse to arrive, quietly looking at the messenger sent. Then there was a shuffling of feet outside as the tent flaps opened and Alphonse scurried inside, his shirt not quite tucked in and his buttons slightly loose. Hang snickered at the sight. I wonder how they found them. Armin moved over to the side a bit as he made room for Alphonse on their side of the table. Alphonse Elric, good to see you. The soldier said before then putting down a file onto the table and then sliding it over to them. What's this? Alphonse said as he picked up the file and opened it. Darius accepts your terms. The messenger said. What? Ed said confused. The terms that you set before the mission of Shiganshina a year ago. The messenger replied, you wanted total control of the alchemist division and a future for alchemy outside of the army, did you not? Yes, those were the terms. Alphonse said as he handed the file to Ed who read it. Hang looked over to her side and read it with Ed. Darius and the government are handing them totally control over an alchemy military branch. That's a hell of a concession. Get to handpick the recruits. Pick the personnel, build the whole thing from the ground up. Hang raised her eyebrows. It's not so much the government's or Darius' military branch, this will be the Elrics. What are Darius and the others playing at? What are they gambling on? That one day they'll have to leave? Do they just want them to build it then inherit the rewards? Anything else? Alphonse asked. While it would be too early to promote you two to the ranks of commander or squad leader, should you accept you'll go from corporals to captains, considering that you'll have people to teach and command, and while you'll still be working closely with the scouts you'll officially become our own entity outside of Commander Irwin's authority. The messenger replied. So do you accept? Sasha didn't know it was possible to cry this much, yet here she was, weeping into the shoulder of Nico as the members of Levi's squad, past and present, Petra's own squad around and Petra's family stood by her grave either quietly watching or weeping into their hands or tissues. All around the looks were all the same, resignation, sadness, tears, and anguish. As some of them left, they patted Jean on the shoulder, now the new squad leader of what Petra had previously led. Many left flowers on her tombstone as they went, the rain beginning to dribble down. Yet as the processions died down, those of Levi's squad never left. Especially the captain. Levi stood by the left-hand side of Petra's tombstone, those around them also then tapped onto Levi's shoulder as they left as they gave their condolences before then trying to comfort Petra's family. Sasha looked over to Petra's family, her father cradled her mother as they both stood facing her grave. Sasha quickly turned her gaze away and placed her head back into Nico's shoulder, she couldn't bring herself to look at them. An aching pain in her chest would strike through with every glance towards them. It's my fault. She gripped Nico tighter. It's my fault. The moment began to play in her head once again, a girl looking at her behind the broken glass of a building and then that same girl looking at Sasha through the sight of a rifle. Fault. Petra's body on the medical table of the ship as they all cried around her. Your fault. Staring down the hallway of the ship, heading towards the holding area of the ship, where she was. Sasha held Nico tighter. It's your fault. Sasha. Nico whispered. Sasha let go slightly and tilted her head to him, a look of concern on his face. Are you okay? Sasha shook her head no. I'm not. She replied through a cracked voice. Nico placed her head back on his shoulder. Levi walked towards Petra's parents, a hand in his pocket which he pulls out, the small metal plate with the symbol of the scout regiment in his hand. Her parents looked at her as the two stared at each other for a second. Levi then looked down at the badge before handing it to them. I'm sorry. He said to them. Petra Rel was an outstanding soldier and an even better squad leader, everyone who knew her adored her. He told them to the people in her squad and my own squad members who had the privilege to serve with her. She was so proud of her comrades and we are worse off without her. Her parents listened to Levi before then accepting the badge from him, her mother placing the metal badge towards her own heart and holding it close. Thank you, Captain. Petra's father replied, we know she was very proud to be a part of your team, she wanted to dedicate herself to you, but we wish she was still here, doing something more. I wish nothing more than the same. Levi replied. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask the regiment, we all owe Petra so much and if we can pay it back to her family then we would be more than happy to. Thank you. Her father replied. He then turned towards Jean. Mr. Kirstein, right? He asked. You were Petra's right-hand man. Yes sir. Jean replied, I was her second in command. She talked and wrote about you a lot. Petra's father said, she was very proud of you. He then looked back to the others, she was so proud of all of you, she had such high hopes for each of you. Jean stood there, closing his eyes for a second. Thank you sir, we were proud to work alongside her too. He placed his hand towards his eyes as he began to rub at them. Petra's father nodded his head sadly to them as he and Petra's mother then walked away from her grave. As Petra's parents walked out of sight, a loud sigh came out of Levi as his body slumped before then turning back to the others still standing by Petra's grave. Sasha looked to the others still looking down. Armin and Mikasa stood near each other as they somberly stood. Alphonse and Mina held each other much like Sasha and Nico as they too stood quietly. Sasha let go of Nico and looked to Levi who turned his head back to her. Captain, I'm so sorry, this is all my dash. Stop. Levi said, I swear the next person to say that word is getting their tongue ripped out. His voice was the same calm and authoritative tone it always was. No one couldn't have known that was going to happen and Petra would have jumped in front of that bullet for any of us. That was just who she was. Ed knelt down by her grave as he stared at the dirt. She's the one who taught us how to take apart and put back together our ODM gear, helped train us with Eld, Gunther, and Oluo, and protected us during the uprising. She was the one who kept us all together and focused during the battle in Shiganshina. Jean added. She should be here. Levi said. He then turned towards Ed and Alphonse. That thing that spoke on the ship, when you two were putting meat, water, and that other shit together, what was that? That was the thing that brought us here. Ed replied. God, Ed said almost sarcastically, or the truth, it didn't like that we tried to make blood, so it rebounded the process. It was a mistake on our part, we should have known something like that wouldn't work. Alphonse added, it didn't work the first time we did it, but I guess, we couldn't think of another way. Are you still thinking of doing it now? Levi asked. The two were silent as they continued to look at Petra's grave. Don't. Levi told them, Petra wouldn't have regretted her decision or sacrifice. I'm not an alchemist and I'm not even gonna pretend to be one, but I know about your whole equal exchange shit. I can't imagine what getting a life back will take. Levi sighed, so where's everyone going then? I have to prepare. Jean said, I need to meet with Marlowe and reorganize the squad. So he's gonna be your second? Levi asked. Yeah, it hasn't been made official yet, something I'll have to talk to Erwin about. Jean replied. Alright then, the rest of you? Levi asked. Just head back to Central and relax for a bit, try to see where we can go from here. Armin said. He then looked to the rest of the group. Mikasa, Sasha, and Connie nodded their head agreeing with him. Mina and I were planning on heading back to Carnes for a few days. Alphonse said, we'll meet you guys back in Central afterwards. Of course, you going with them too, Ed? Levi asked as Ed still stayed crouched looking at Petra's grave. There's still some work I need to do for Erwin first. Ed replied as he stood up, still need to write the report, interrogate some prisoners. There was an uneasiness after he spoke the word prisoners. After that, I'll meet back with you, he said looking back at Alphonse and Mina. And Nico, Levi said looking at Nico. Yeah, yes sir. Keep your head down for now, Levi said, and keeps an eye on your Marley buddies. If you need to lie about being an Eldian, have a feeling after this, things are going to be tense. Also if you can get moving, I need to talk to them for a second. Nico nodded his head, gently kissed Sasha's forehead before then walking away too. Levi watched him move away until he came out of earshot. Don't use the radios, he told them. If you want to say something then try to say it in person. You think someone's listening in on us? Connie asked. I think those who helped Eren and have been fucking up Erwin and the government's plans might have the radios too. Levi said. We can't be sure, so for now keep all information within a tight circle. That means everyone here, Erwin, Hang and Nanaba. No one else. I don't care if it's your family, your friends, or the person you're seeing. If it's important then it stays within that group. The others nodded. Be on your guard, Erwin will state our next moves. Levi finished before they all departed. Pike could just barely move the nubs of her still growing arms, but she knew it would do little in trying to stop the soldiers carrying her off to God knows where. She felt two hands hold her up from the ground from her shoulders while another person held her knees as they carried her through what she assumed was a hallway, the tapping echoes of footsteps. The blindfold wrapped tightly around her eyes. Her captors were thorough in her handling, blindfolded as soon as the ship had made it to the island. Then there was the sound of squeaking metal, the clear sign of a metal door opening and being swung to the side as those carrying her made a sharp turn before then tossing her onto a bed, then removing the blindfolded from her face. Her eyes quickly looked up to see a woman soldier dressed in a short light brown jacket and a plain shirt carrying what looked to be one of their unique weapons. On the jacket was the symbol of two wings, one white and one blue, the same one of those soldiers who attacked Liberio. As the soldier moved away she looked around the room. It was a simple room with stone walls, a pipe sticking out of the wall with a bucket underneath it. She lifted her head up to see bars separating the room from the hallway. But what quickly caught her eye was the small window just on the wall opposite to the bars. She stared at the window for a few seconds. Either they're confident or just stupid. Don't even think about it, called a voice from the other side. Pike turned her head to see the same soldier watching her. It won't work. This prison was made for shifters. Transform and your body gets squashed. Pike turned her head back to the ceiling and sighed. The next few days were dull. Her limbs had grown back and the guards were kind enough to give her new clothes to wear and even some privacy when she needed to bathe. They're very confident, she thought when she first asked them to turn their heads away from her. She was surprised, grateful but also disappointed. Those guards believed in the strength of her prison to both hold her and keep them safe. She looked down at the tray of food. The guard passed through an entrance through the bars, bread, some meat, and bean soup. Again surprisingly more and better than what she had expected. It almost bothered. There was one thing that did bothered her though. Why haven't they tried questioning me yet? She looked back to the guards as she ate her food. Each day they'd stand there watching her and maybe chatting to each other. But never to her. If the plan was to bore her to death or submission, then it might be working. Suddenly the guards tensed up as they placed their fist over the badge on their jacket. Squad leader. They called out. Pike raised her eyebrows, a bit surprised. It's taken a while. A woman with short blonde hair dressed almost exactly like them appeared into view at ease. She told them before then turning to Pike. As she turned, Pike then caught sight of something that piqued her interest, a metal hand. Here to interrogate me? Pike asked calmly. It seems everyone here takes their time. The squad leader kept her calm demeanor. I'm just here to check up on you. She replied. That's someone else. Who's then? Pike questioned. The arsonist was assigned that duty. Aaron stared at himself in the mirror in the crystal light of his cell, his hands brushing up against his face, now smooth after removing the facial hair which he had grown out since his time away from home. His half-naked body still a bit wet after washing himself. His long hair draped over his shoulders. He picked up a band from the sink counter as he began to tie his hair up into a bun. If you lose, you die. He spoke to himself as he recited the mantra he had told Mikasa all those years ago when he found her almost kidnapped by those human traffickers. If you win, you'll survive. But if you can't fight, you can't win. Finished a very familiar voice. Aaron turned his head to see Ed standing on the other side of the bars looking at him. Aaron placed his hands on the sink counter as he finished tying his hair, the two staring at each other for a few seconds. Hello Aaron, sorry you couldn't be there for the funeral. Ed said, pausing for a second. You've had some time to yourself, ready to give me a straight answer now. Chapter 62, Face to Face. 2 years ago. Edward stood as still and calm as he possibly could, through the throbbing pain in his head and the growing frustration in his body which he wanted to just let out. He surprised himself with just how composed he was, considering. God damn it, he was either muttering those words or just repeatedly screaming them in his mind. God damn it, Al, why? How could you be so? He then began to pinch the bridge of his nose and shook his head. Then he felt a hand grip his arm. He looked to his side to see Historia standing next to him with the entourage of government officials. If his mind wasn't so chaotic, he'd have found it funny how they'd want him meet with the Hizura delegation because he had met seen people on his world. You okay? She asked, looking concerned. No. I'm not. I'm fine, just got a lot on my mind at the moment. Edward said. Wasn't really a lie, he really did have a lot on his mind, though he was definitely not okay with what he had just found out. It just was gnawing at him since he had to get here for the ambassador visit, like his mind was at war with itself and a storm emotions was crashing him. Yet here he still was, along with the delegation from Paradise. Historia looked like she was about to say something when the staircase was wheeled as the ship began to anchor. The ship came to dock, a staircase then wheeled towards the entrance of the ship. A delegation of people dressed in black formal clothes as a lone figure dressed in a white coat walked down the stairs towards them. Before them a woman, with features that Edward could only describe as similar to those he had met from seeing, walked towards them. She was shorter than him but just slightly taller than Historia, looked to be middle-aged or perhaps a bit older. She had a warm smile as she approached them. Historia walked up towards her and the two shook hands as they greeted each other. Mrs. Azumabito, Historia greeted. Please, call me Kiyomi, Your Grace. Kiyomi said. I will. Historia would also be perfectly fine. Historia replied. Of course, Kiyomi responded with a soft giggle. She then turned to Edward and walked toward him. Edward Elric. She said. Ambassador Azumabito, Edward, he said, offering his hand. The two formally greeted each other. It's nice to meet you. He paused for a second. I'm sorry that my brother Alphonse couldn't be here. Don't apologize, she replied. I heard what had happened. Ed tilted his head back slightly, confused. Did you? He turned his head towards the government officials. He didn't know how he looked at them, but by how they stepped back, it was sure he had scared them. Nothing revealing, of course, she assured him. He turned back to look at her, remembering to try keep a calm composure. It's perfectly understandable why he is absent, what with the news and all, you must be very pro-dash. Please, Ed said, raising his hand slightly to stop her. My family life isn't important at the moment. Kiyomi's smile turned less warm and more sharper. Ed then felt uneasy about that, like she had just spotted something about him. Of course, there will always be matters of great importance, she replied before then turning her head in attention towards the other group in the distance that stood alongside anti-Marley volunteers, but family is always something that takes priority. Close to an hour must have passed, or at least that's what Ed's pocket watch had said. Within that hour the Hizuru delegation had spent some time with Mikasa, revealing a secret of hers, then adding context to it. Then talking about the history of the Hizuru nation and the former Eldian Empire, 100 years ago, how they had left Mikasa's descendants on the island. Now all that remained was her. Never thought I would have met another Xiana Hizuru princess who is a long adept at fighting. Ed thought as he looked at Mikasa, who was now being swarmed by the different officials as he tried to drown out the other officials who barraged him with questions. Edward, what is a nation? One of them asked him. It's what we are, a group of people who govern an area or like a larger community. He tried to answer them. He wasn't quite sure himself, and no doubt this would have been a topic of intense debate for those in Ames tries between the Ishvalence and his own countrymen. What should our next moves be? Another asked. How should we approach this? Ed was completely stumped. He was a scientist, an alchemist, not a diplomat or some foreign policy advisor, but the fact that he was the only one in the room who had actually traveled around and met people from different cultures meant he was the one-eyed man leading the kingdom of the blind. That's enough. Erwin called out. He didn't raise his voice, but he could still catch everyone's attention. It's clear we know very little about the world around us. Funny you should say that, Erwin. Hasn't that volunteer you work with dug anything else up for you than just disgruntled complaining from those under Marley's foot? Someone commented. Ed stepped forward, about to confront the official, before Erwin stepped forward. What we can only do at the moment is observe and study the world around us, something the Scout Regiment has been doing for decades before we knew of the world, and now. The doors then opened again and the officials began to walk back onto the room. Ed walked forward before turning back to see Historia laughing as she stood close to Mikasa while Eren watched. Ed smiled to himself before then walking back into the room. Kiyomi seated on one side of the table with a cup of tea in front of her. Ed took his seat next to Mikasa as the others sat down with him on their side of the table, Mikasa facing Kiyomi directly. Ed looked at the two of them. Yelena said that the two were related. Ed instantly thought that was preposterous before then being showed the symbol on her wrist. Everyone else, Pixis and the other garrison and government officials, took their seats at the tables around the room to watch. Calm in her demeanor, Kiyomi once more reiterated how glad she was to see Mikasa alive and well. This is a historic day for both our nations. She said, this day would never have come without the help of one man. Ed held in his breath for a second. Don't say it. We had only heard of our descendant of the Shogun clan from Zeke Yeager. Ed sighed from his nose quietly as he continued to listen. You should know, he asked us to agree to certain terms before he would introduce us. Kiyomi then talked a bit about her meeting with Zeke in some undisclosed location, his intentions, his selling of his own parents out, his own goal and his secret of having royal blood. But what grabbed possibly every scout's attention was when Kiyomi said Zeke had handed her a piece of ODM gear that he had procured himself. There was no doubt in their minds just who he had gotten that gear from. If Nanaba was here to listen to this. Kiyomi's demeanor had then changed to a greedy smile on her face as she then spoke about the ice burst stones located underneath the island itself, like a child looking at the sweets behind the glass of a shop, or like when Ed had shown Yoki all those gold bars. Of course, Zeke wasn't exactly selling fake gold. Only gold he doesn't own. Ed looked around the table, the implication now clear to everyone listening, and Mikasa did not look impressed. Now something like this is valuable, and to be the only nation in the world who could speak to you here and now would be to my family and Hizuru benefit. She said, although, we are aware we're not the only ones you've tried speaking to now. Among a few there was a sharp intake of air. Oh come now. Do you think asking around wouldn't cause any questions? And who else knows exactly? Erwin asked. Zeke Yeager is aware of it, however that's as far as we know. We managed to find out through our own connections across the world. Kiyomi said, but I will say it was ambitious of Paradis, especially since you had only discovered the world just a few years ago, but I can assure you we're the only ones who know about this and don't plan on stopping you. She then turned to Edward, but the whole world knows about you and your brother. What do you mean? Ed asked. Your alchemy. Some simple people call it sorcery or magic, but we've come to understand it as a science, one that can drag a pre-industrial nation into modernization in a matter of a few years. That greedy smile then returned. Two other members of the delegation then walked behind her and placed a few stacks of paper on the table and onto the others. The implications of this aren't lost on a single soul who holds a high office for their country. Kiyomi then gently pushed the papers towards them. They all take a stapled together bunch of paper. Immediately Ed was hit with a mass of numbers from the paper, ranging from millions to tens of millions. Before you are reports the Foreign Office for Hizuru had researched and created. Kiyomi explained, we calculated the possible scenarios in which a nation of Paradis can exist within this world and on what terms. This includes 3 possible war scenarios and the number of casualties such a conflict would entail. As quickly as someone snapped their fingers, Ed's eyes widened and an icy chill ran down his spine before spreading across his body. The numbers. He looked back at them again, this time with much more trepidation. I will go over them with you. Kiyomi said, reading from the same sheets. Scenario 1 is simply a stalemate. From what we understand about your technological rapid progress in terms of weapons, your possession of the Colossal, the Female, the Founding and the Attack Titan, though the last 2 are just one entity, coupled with the Elric's own alchemy and the possibilities of teaching more people these abilities, you simply cannot lose. Everyone around the room looked at each other as some whispered to each other. Ed looked back at Aaron as the two looked at each other surprised, a smile creeping on each other's faces. But you cannot win either. Kiyomi continued, I'm sure you're aware that Marley has possibly 1 million soldiers at its current disposal, not including the vehicles or ships they'd have available too, but that is only its standing army. If Marley and its allies wanted to, they could raise, theoretically, over 4 million soldiers across their empire at once. 4 million. One of the officials muttered. Yes, each soldier would have to kill over 100 Marley soldiers to have a chance, but with your capabilities they would be marching towards their death. Kiyomi reiterated, however the losses would not concern Marley, who will continue to do what it can, including bombing civilian targets on the island, and we've factored in your own raids on their coastal industries and cities. Estimated causalities are over 10 million. Ed placed a clenched fist over his mouth while Historia, Mikasa, and others listened aghast while Aaron stayed very still. Scenario 2, while this is a slim possibility, this concerns the defeat of Paradis by Marley. She stated, this is similar to the first one, the same advantages for each side, however in this we focus on the possibility that Marley somehow kill or capture the Elric brothers and other alchemists and subdue the Titan shifters. How this happens is unknown. Possibly a miracle strategy or attack by Marley or being defeated by the warriors, all seem unlikely. They continue to listen intently and uneasily. Here Paradis forces are simply overwhelmed by the sheer number of Marley and its allies, however this isn't without heavy losses due to the superiority of your weapons. Kiyomi stated, the number of casualties in this scenario, possibly somewhere between 17 to over 20 million. A pit in Ed's stomach grew larger and deeper as the numbers just crept upwards. Finally there is the final scenario. Kiyomi stated, Scenario 3 concerns a Paradis victory. The one essential difference between this one and the others is the use of the Colossal Titans. The room then burst into discussion as others then looked towards Aaron. Please, Erwin called out, raising his hand up. The room fell silent again. Continue. He said to Kiyomi, who only looked past the papers to Erwin and nodded her head. Paradis armed with its already numerous advantages, and the Colossal Titans wouldn't need to fear anything Marley or any other nation could throw at them. This scenario is interesting as the aftermath of this would give Paradis, and your allies, far more leverage over anyone, and any nation would see the writing on the wall should that happen. Kiyomi then lowered the paper from her view and looked back towards them. However, should Marley, its allies, and others still seek to fight, if your aim is just focusing on attacking key military positions and industries, the death toll could be 50 million or over in both the fighting and occupation of Marley territory. Ed felt like he was about to be sick all over the table. 50 million, and that's if we won. For Mikasa, Eren, and Historia, they looked as though a ghost had passed by. Paradis' future looked to be an ocean of blood either way. The room was eerily silent. How do we stop this? Ed asked, breaking the silence. Millions, tens of millions dead because of a war between Paradis and Marley? This can't happen, we can't let this happen. Ed stood up from his seat, his chair being pushed back. All eyes were now on him. Ed looked around him, at the few dozen or so people looking at him. He pulled back the chair and sat down. Sorry about that. No, it's quite fine, it's almost comforting to see you care that much about avoiding them. Kiyomi said. The compliment would have been nice if Ed didn't feel there was some kind of underlying feeling to it. On a possible way to avoid such dreadful futures, Zeke Yeager had helped to develop a strategy to protect Eldia and the world with the help of Hizuru. More papers were placed on the tables and then handed out to everyone. There was a more hesitant mood when taking the papers and reading them. There are 3 main ingredients to this. Kiyomi said. The first is the use of the Colossal Titan. You will test the weapons as a demonstration to the world about your capabilities. She stated the second will require the use of the Elrics and their alchemists. With the help of Hizuru we will provide you with the necessary personnel and resources to better teach and implement any other technological advancement. We've seen your already introduced inventions and the impacts it's had, however the spread of this is uneven and while some areas have soared others remain stagnant. Doing this will put Paradis on level or possible surpassing others, setting yourself up to be a nation that can't be simply dismissed or make them think twice before invading. His demands are also very simple. Paradis is to be recognized as an legitimate state, the use of the Titans are to be banned and all Eldians will be treated as equals or be allowed to move to Paradis unhindered. She stated. Kiyomi then turned to Historia. Of course this will take some time, perhaps a decade or 2. Within that time you'll need both the founder and a Titan of royal blood to pass down that ability, a generation or so to protect the island before development has brought you on par with the others. Everyone then turned to Historia. Whoever it is needs to spend the next 13 years having children to be used to enact this plan. Ed clenched his fist as he looked at her. He was a storm, a tsunami, of emotions. On the one end he still hated Zeke Yeager and couldn't trust his plans or the future he set for Historia and her future children to eat each other just to save this island, but in his mind he thought of the mountains of dead and the sea of blood underneath his and Alphonse's feet, all to protect Paradis. His mind drifted to the Marley soldier he shot. He wondered how many he'd have to shoot until they stopped arriving at the shore. I'll do it. Historia stated with a steely resolve. I will inherit the Beast Titan if it is essential to using the Colossal Titans to protect us. There was a still silence in the room, almost as if everyone had accepted it. Until Eren, this time, stood up from his chair, catching everyone's attention. If the price for our freedom is the destruction of our homes and the use of my friends' children to be turned to livestock, I will not accept Zeke Yeager's plan. Erwin calmly raised his hand, taking Kiyomi's attention. While the plan does appear to provide a clear path, we cannot be sure it ensures our survival or a future peace. He stated, we may still have other options to consider and plan before we commit ourselves to Zeke Yeager's plan. Eren sat back down on his chair. Yes, we should consider all other options. Kiyomi agreed. Erwin poured some tea from the pot for Kiyomi as Edward, Eren, and Mikasa sat next to the two of them. She had requested that she speak to them privately for a while. In a small living room of the large port mansion they sat by the window as the sun began to set over the port and the ocean. Erwin placed the pot down on the small table that they all sat around and placed his hands together. Thank you, Commander. Kiyomi said as she picked up her cup. Please, Erwin is just fine. Erwin replied. Getting rid of formalities are we? Kiyomi said with a small smile before taking a sip of her tea. She turned her head to Mikasa. Mikasa, please tell me about your mother. My mother, she was an only child from her family and lived in the rural areas much like my father. Mikasa said, we all lived together in the hill areas of Wall Maria near Shiganshina. The life of a pauper, for the child of the shogun, it sounds like a horrible joke. Kiyomi replied, I have heard about what happened to your family. Kiyomi placed down the cup and then placed her hand on Mikasa's hand that rested on her knee. Child, I am so sorry, I wish she was here with us. I wish that too. Mikasa replied. Kiyomi sat back up and faced the others. This history of yours, trapped within these walls and being lied to for over 100 years, a tragic fate which is commendable that you all have broken free of. Perseverance and sacrifice was what got us this far. Erwin stated. Sacrifice, something that is almost universal across this world, Kiyomi commented. Her eyes then turned to Edward, and perhaps across other worlds. Ed just looked back at her. She then turned to Eren. Tell me, Eren Yeager, you stood up for the Queen. I understand that you and her were in the same cadet corps and even the same army division and squad. Tell me, do you love her? Eren choked on his tea and quickly wiped his mouth, surprised by the question. What? All eyes were now on him. No, nothing like that. I care about Historia because she is a close friend of all of us. He looked back at the others who nodded their heads. For her life to be shortened to just 13 years and to condemn her children like that, is something I can't support. Yes, understandable. Kiyomi replied, the things we do for the people we love, or care about. Kiyomi, is there a reason as to why you asked to speak with us? Erwin asked. Surely if there was something of great importance you would feel more comfortable speaking to Queen Historia and her advisors. Oh, I will speak to Her Majesty. Kiyomi, but I wanted to speak to you before I hold the other discussions, specifically what these other options you had in mind. And how would you know we had such options already thought of? Erwin asked. We could just be talking about possibilities. Oh come now, no one could have the Founding Titan and the Elric's alchemy in their possession and not have some kind of grand strategy of their own locked away somewhere. I'm sure your reaching out to other groups has something to do with it. Kiyomi stated, it's why I also wanted you three here too, so that everything is on the table and we're honest with each other. Erwin wasn't one to be made uncomfortable, but he couldn't help but feel like a bug suddenly caught in a web. Your observation is astute. He commented, yes, there is a plan we have of our own. Kiyomi leaned forward a bit. Go on. While we never had the detail of your own reports for a possible conflict, we were all too aware of a possible conflict against Marley could happen. Erwin stated, but we were also aware the diminishing power of the Empire across the ocean. The war between the faction of nations known as the Mid-East Alliance and Marley highlights one thing: Marley's power can be challenged, enough that some might want to take advantage of their weakness. And what conclusion could you draw from that? Kiyomi asked. That if something is considered weak enough for others to try to attack if they believe they are strong enough, we can guard against so long as we are strong enough. Erwin replied simply. You want your very own alliance? Kiyomi said. Correct. Erwin stated. We know of the groups, rebel factions, and disgruntled nations in and outside of Marley's influence. If we can ally ourselves with them, then should Marley come to attack they would find not just Paradise but enemies both inside and outside their borders. Kiyomi raised her eyebrows. I'm almost taken aback by this. It's such a bold strategy and perhaps would also prevent a possible conflict. Eren, Mikasa, and Edward's expression lit up as they listened. But surely you would know how impossible a task like this should be, especially with the reputation of Eldians across the world. Yes, hundreds of millions of people hate Marley, but the same number will hate Eldians too, and for this to work you will need allies, a long list of allies. You mentioned that Hisuru had its own network of connections across the world. Erwin said, I'll cut to it. If we had access to it or could possibly work within it, we could no doubt achieve this. You would ask me to abandon Zeke Yeager's plan? Kiyomi asked, after he had promised us the Ice Burst Stones trade. The Ice Burst Stones are not his to give. Erwin stated. True, but I find it hard for cooperation between us not to require some recompense. Kiyomi pointed out, ergo the Ice Burst Stones will remain on the table regardless. Erwin was silent for a second as he ponders over his next move. There is one thing we can offer, something everyone wants. Oh? Kiyomi asked. Alchemy. Erwin spoke. Everyone stared at Erwin intensely. Alchemy? Kiyomi asked, almost surprised as everyone else. I won't lie, to be offered the chance to be taught such as science is beyond tempting, and many plans have been drawn up in the halls of Hisuru's government and the Azumabito mansion over what we would do if we ever possessed such knowledge. Kiyomi leaned back into her chair and glanced over to Edward. But Erwin, is that yours to give? Erwin was silent. He knew this was a gamble and he had now played Edward and Alphonse on the board. Edward sat still for a second. No, it's not his to give. Ed replied, looking at Erwin, but it's ours to teach. Ed moved forward on his chair and extended his hand out to Kiyomi. If you can give the Scout Regiment and our allies access to your networks and the Azumabito's help in getting our messages out, then we will teach members of your family how to perform alchemy. There was again, that same hungry smile on her face as she took Edward's hand and shook it. You have a deal? Erwin would have liked to have breathed a sigh of relief. He might have if he didn't see the apprehension on Aaron's face. Both Aaron and Ed stood quietly, a set of metal bars separating them from each other but an unspoken distance keeping them apart. You know. Mikasa said something like that. Ed said, looking at the ground. It must have been back at Trost. I was trying to get everyone to make a dash for the HQ but no one wanted to, they all accepted their fate. Then she showed up and stuck her foot up everyone's ass, telling them just that if I lose I die, if I win I'll survive, but if I can't fight then I can't win. Ed looked to Aaron. I don't think I'll forget that. Aaron sighed. What do you want, Ed? One thing I wanted to do since Marley. Ed replied, I just want to understand. Ed grabbed a bar of the cell before that. I honestly thought we were all on the same page, trying to build that coalition, that alliance, that deter Marley from attacking us. I was the one option we had that didn't involve sacrificing Historia. That didn't change anything. Aaron replied, now we're at war. Only because you and your followers staged an attack on diplomats, Ed pointed out. Frustrated because of that, we're now heading down the path that I thought we all wanted to avoid. How many hundreds of thousands of people in Paradise will die? Hell, how many of our friends will die? Ed clenched his free hand tightly. I thought you cared about them. Aaron sharply turned his head towards Ed. If looks could kill, then Ed would be meeting with the truth. Tell me, when we first met you used to spit in the face of every authority figure who tried to order you around. Aaron pointed out, what was it that state alchemists used to be? Dogs of the military. You hated being the dog but you've seemed to change your tune now that you've become the master. Aaron walked towards Ed. You were adamant as hell to not teach Paradise alchemy for fear that they would abuse it, but how easy was it for you to promise Kiyomi, someone who we know has ulterior motives, her family would get it? And you question my loyalty? Is a key tenet of an alchemist being a hypocrite? That was different. Ed said as the two now stood face to face, Aaron just standing a bit taller than Ed, much to Ed's own slight discomfort. So is this. Aaron replied. Aaron then grabbed Ed by his collar and pulled him into the bars and onto his tiptoes. Whatever plans you had ended on your terms is over. There is no other way, there probably never was, but I'm gonna do exactly what you and Alphonse promised to do. I'm going to make sure we live on for generations. Ed gritted his teeth. He then grabbed Aaron's wrist with one hand and pulled him into the metal bars. Aaron's face slammed into them, stunned as Ed then grabbed Aaron's bun and held his cheek to the cold metal as he brought him down to Ed's level. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Ed growled through his teeth, but I think you need to remember, even with your Titan powers, I can still kick your ass. Ed then threw Aaron's head back as he let go. The two looked at each other angrily as Ed fixed his uniform and walked away. Ed walked back up the stairs, opening the door to the underground prison and closing it. He leaned against the door and slid down it, exhausted both mentally and physically. He rubbed his eyes a bit inside. He felt something poking his side. He reached into his pocket and pulled out that wooden toy knight he had gotten from a Marley vendor during the festival. Soon. He muttered to himself, I'll see them soon. Armin sat quietly in the cozy room with his friends. They never got to meet up like this. The reassignment after the Battle of Shiganshina, the alchemy work, squad responsibilities, and the traveling had they separated mostly. But when they did reunite it was always nice, like being back at that old castle when they were just Levi squad, smiling and joking even when the times were difficult. The times were still difficult, but this time no one was laughing or smiling. The air in the room was a choking silence as they all waited for each other to make the first move or sound. It had been maybe a day or two since Petra's funeral and their mourning was still going strong. But more than that, there was a tension in the room that had been seeping into from the outside. The door handle clicked and in stepped Jean, who shut it behind him. Is everyone okay? He asked, breaking the silence. They didn't respond. Some looked at the ground while Connie turned back to the window. Did you guys hear the news? Jean asked as he sat down. That Pixis and the garrison regiment have taken the anti-Marley volunteers prisoner. Mikasa said. After Aaron's desertion and the raid, looks like anyone connected to them is being held and watched for now. Armin added, even the defectors and their families are placed into camps for the time being. It's horrible, I saw them being herded into trucks after we got back. Sasha said, they might have worked for Eren but, aren't they still our allies? There's that but. Jean then paused for a few seconds, his hands then gripping his knees as he looked down at the table. Petra's parents, they passed away recently. There was a collective gasp at the news. Sasha placed her hand over her mouth. Connie pressed his head against the window while Mikasa and Armin could only just stare at him. Their neighbor found them lying on the bed. There was a bottle lying on the ground. Coroner hasn't gotten back to us yet but they're saying it's likely poison. God. Connie muttered exacerbated. Why did this have to happen? He then turned back to the others. Why did he have to leave? You can't blame Eren for this. Mikasa said, Captain Levi said none of us could have seen this coming. Damn it, I know it's just. Connie then sat down with them. If Eren never ran off then, we wouldn't have gone to follow him and that kid wouldn't have gotten on board the ship. All this to kickstart something we actively tried to avoid. Jean stated. To be fair to him, I don't think Eren not being there would have changed anything. Armin replied, but interfering with our communications and planting his own messages, that hurt us. What do we do then? Jean asked. Go with Zeke's plan. Suddenly the door opened and in stepped Alphonse. Alphonse, we thought you had left for Karen's. Mikasa said, where's Mina? Mina went back to Karen's. I had to finish some things up with the alchemy battalion beforehand. Alphonse explained. I'm going to have to leave soon so I thought I'd just say hey, what have you guys got afterwards? Levi's squad like everyone else is on standby until further orders. Connie said. I still have to organize the new squad, Marlowe's probably just finishing the paperwork. Jean said. God, this is a mess. Squad leader job weighting you down already? Connie asked. Kinda, just, some in the squad aren't happy that Marlowe got the second in command position. Jean said others wanted Floch but I wasn't about to do that, not after what Marlowe had told me he and the some others did. Jean, if you need any help then I can try and pull some strings for you. Alphonse told him. Jean nodded. I should get going now. Alphonse said before turning to the door. Alphonse, I'll come with you. Armin said standing up, I have to go too. He looked to the door. Next to the entrance was a suitcase. I've been assigned by Erwin to help interrogate or question a prisoner. Be careful, Armin. Mikasa said as Armin walked to the door. Armin picked up the suitcase and turned back, waving at the other before walking out of the door with Alphonse. As Alphonse closed the door, Armin grabbed Alphonse's sleeve and pulled him to the side, away from the door and towards somewhere more isolated. Armin, what is it? Alphonse asked. Armin turned his head around looking to see if anyone was listening. All right then, now or never. Alphonse. I don't have to tell you that we're kinda stuck in a terrible situation. Armin said, the world, not just Marley, is now likely going to come down on us at some point and it looks like the only plan we have to avoid a war is Zeke's. Armin then looked in Alphonse's eyes, judging and waiting. Do you have any other plan to stop this, any way at all? Alphonse didn't respond immediately, he looked almost stumped. No. He replied, I don't know, I'm hoping that Erwin can devise something from this mess and hopefully we'll be able to quickly implement it. So you and Ed are out of ideas on what to do? Armin asked, wanting confirmation. I don't think so. Alphonse replied, not ones that we can think of quickly. I don't know if we have any other options. We do. Armin replied quickly. There's still one more trick up our sleeve. He told him. Alphonse looked at him confused. Then he came to same realization. No. Alphonse replied, not this again, I told you before we are not doing that. But we can. Armin replied. No we can't. Alphonse almost exclaimed, you know it takes human sacrifices, I thought that horrified you, made it clear to you how evil it is. It does, make no mistake about that. Armin responded, but, what if we didn't need to use humans, what about the Titans in the prison? The Titans in the dash. Alphonse's eyes widened and he stepped back from Armin, you planned this. Alphonse muttered, all those years you planned this, were you planning on using the stone all this time? No, I don't plan on using it or even making it. Armin told him, even if I wanted to I wouldn't know how, I just didn't want to close the door on something that could help us when our backs are against the wall, that's now. We still can't do something like this, we shouldn't do something like this. Alphonse replied weakly, those titans, those people, will trapped in the stone. They're trapped inside of their titans. Armin reminded him what's to say we don't destroy the stone afterwards to free them? Nothing says we can't just use it once and then forget about it forever, this at least gives us a fighting chance. Armin sighed, the world may now be planning its invasion and Eren and his followers may now be working with Zeke and the volunteers, if now are not the time, then when? Armin picked up the suitcase from the ground, Alphonse, please think about it, I'll be ready when you are. Erwin opens the door, inside was an empty break room, used by the military police for drinking and card games no doubt, a room full of comfortable chairs and tables with bottles of wine sitting on the top of them as sunlight poured into the room from the windows. But at the far end of the room sat Niall, drinking a glass of wine as he read over some papers. Erwin walked over to him and caught his attention. Niall turned his head. Erwin, nice to see you again, he said. And you too, Niall. Erwin replied as he sat down on the chair opposite to Niall. It's been a while since we've talked like this. Yeah, I guess we all got busy after the last 4 years. Niall replied before then slipping from the glass. Finding out about the world, those volunteers, and the diplomatic stuff on your side and the internal problems on mine, Niall poured out a drink for Erwin who then had a look at the glass of wine before then passing it back to Niall. Not a drinker? Niall asked, didn't know you quit, we used to go to that bar when we were back in the cadet corps. No, lately I've wanted to keep my mind clear. Erwin replied, perhaps when all is said and done then I'll be happy to indulge, hopefully I'll still have some time left before then. I don't envy you, Erwin. Niall said taking the glass and drinking from it instead. When I heard what had happened to you, I was relieved. I know how important this was to you, proving your theory about the world right and all, but knowing now that you've got a timer on your life. Yes, and now I don't think I can take comfort in being right. Erwin replied, trying to hide a somber feeling. The truth isn't at all very comforting. Tell me, how are Marie and your daughters? They're doing well. The youngest one is just about to start B-schooled soon. Niall said, Marie is doing well too though, it's hard not to bring what's happened outside back home, she can tell I'm worried about something. The questioning from both the officials and the public is getting more intense. Erwin replied, seems like everyone is getting scared. Tell me about it, Marie always trying to ask questions about what's going on. Niall said, stories on the street that the walls might be attacked by Marley with flying machines. Niall took another sip, don't know how the hell that got out, now she's scared that bombs may one day be dropped on us and is looking to turn the basement into a shelter. Yes, I've heard of that, families are converting their basements into safe houses in case of a conflict. Erwin stated. Turning into a booming industry, people making money out of fear, Niall said, or even a religion out of it. A religion? Erwin asked, confused. You didn't hear, that's a surprise. Niall said, I thought you would have heard of it by now, since it's built around the Elrics. The Elrics? Erwin asked further, they have their own religious following. Yeah, this religious group or cult of theirs, I think the name was Heaven's Followers or something. Niall said, they started to pop up in the first few months after Historia's coronation, nothing really concerning or anything, then they started to get larger and more organized. I've had my MPs confiscate at least a few crates worth of firearms off them, but I'm starting to think that might be the surface of it. That is concerning. Erwin replied, added to this, the following that is growing behind Eren Yeager, it feels as though the same tensions that had appeared during the coup are once more surfacing again. A civil war right when we are in an actual war. Niall commented, his tone a mixture of sarcasm and frustration. He took another sip. By the way, what are you planning on doing with the Titans? You or the scouts won't tell the other divisions or heads where you're even keeping them. As a precaution, it's best that only I and a few other key people know that kind of information. Erwin said, as said, there are factions around the wall and who knows what they have planned. Niall looked at Erwin unimpressed, you're spreading your regiment way too thin. Niall pointed out, guarding key targets, managing the communications and preparing a possibly attack, and how can you be sure that you can trust your own men? You're right, among the newer recruits trust will have to be earned, but I trust my long-standing and experienced personnel. Erwin replied. At least tell me what you're planning on doing with the Warhammer, that's the Titan who almost demolished the expedition. Niall stated. Can't have you just deciding on what happens to them. From what we could gather from the memories and some notes from Edward on Marley, the Warhammer is the personal Titan of the Tiber family, a liked noble family across the world despite being Eldians themselves. Erwin stated, if I was a gambling person I'd bet they have significant influence. If you were a gambling person? Niall scoffed, I think you're an addict and have probably taken a bigger one than that. Erwin smiled, maybe you're right, but for now all you need to know is that the Warhammer is a bargaining tool. You know I haven't seen that side of you in a while. Niall said, looking at him. Erwin looked at him confused, that smile on that face, you always had a look of scheming on you, like you were one step ahead of everyone, or at least were trying to get ahead of them. Niall drank the last drops of the wine in the glass. You're still got the tactical mind that clear, just I don't know, you seem less driven. Erwin sighed a bit through his nose, maybe you're right on that too. He confessed, after Shiganshina, I guess I changed a bit as a person. I don't know what you or the others saw back then, but I'm guessing it wasn't pretty. Niall said. He stood up and then reached to a shelf near them before handing Erwin a bottle of wine. I know you said you'd like to drink when this is all over, but I'd ask you to try some on your own time. Erwin took the bottle. Thank you. He read the label. Instantly his brow was raised. This is written in Marleyan. Yeah, the wine came from those volunteers from 4 years ago. Niall said, MPs took the wine when they brought the ships over. 4 years ago. Erwin commented, how much wine was in those ships? Entire crates of them. Niall responded, one of the volunteers said that the ship was also being used as a supply transport to cut costs. Guess some things don't change no matter if you're Eldian or Marleyan. Erwin stood up from his seat looking at the bottle. Thank you, Niall, he said, I'm glad we had this chat. Pike lay on her bed looking at the ceiling as the light from the window washed into the room. It had been a day or so since the woman who was in charge of the prison had told her that she was to be questioned by someone known as the arsonist. Pike wondered at first how someone could get a name like that, though it didn't take long to realize just what kind of person would fit the criteria for such a name. You. In her mind, she went back to that day, when she first met that alchemist. It was easy just to assume that it must have been one of the Elrics, the blonde hair being the biggest descriptor, and then Reiner told them about how 2 other alchemists were inside the encircled city or district. This was someone else entirely. Someone who she then met again, and was beaten by when the scout regiment came crashing down on their homes. This is for last time, Pike Finger. I don't have time for your questions, another time maybe. It's you, isn't it? She whispered to herself, some kind of joke by your higher UPS, or by Zeke. She felt nothing but anger whenever she thought of him, anger of his betrayal, anger that he would go along with the attack on their home, anger that he was never a friend of theirs, anger at herself for not seeing the signs earlier. Boy wonder huh? Pike muttered to herself, you conniving, scheming, Harry Bas dash. Suddenly the sound of a door to the hallway opened and the guards who watched her once more tensed up and saluted as the footsteps of someone approached. Pike got up from her bed and stood watching. That's when a very familiar figure came into view of the cell. I knew it. Pike commented. The arsonist looked back at her, dressed in what looked to be formal army clothes and carrying a thin box in his arm. Lieutenant. The guards saluted. At ease, leave me with the prisoner, I'll take it from here. He ordered. The guards nodded their heads and left her sight. The two then looked at each other silently for a few seconds, examining each other like fighters before a match. Pike Finger. He said, is that your name? Sorry if it's not, that's just what Zeke Yeager had told us. He spoke softly. Pike was slightly taken aback by it. So I'm going to guess you're the arsonist that they told me about. Pike said. The guy then rolled his eyes when he heard the name and shook his head. You don't like the name, arsonist? I mean, it's not very surprising that you'd have a name like that now. I'm well aware why they call me the arsonist. He replied, looking at the ground slightly. I brought that name on myself, really. Then who the hell are you then? Pike questioned. Armin Arlert. He replied. Armin? Pike asked with a jokey smile. Armin the arsonist? That's your title to these soldiers. To you I'm probably that alchemist who keeps setting you on fire. Armin replied. To Marley I'm the devil who burns people alive. To the army I'm called the arsonist because I got the name first using flame alchemy during the coup and using it during the Battle of Shiganshina. Armin then looked back up to Pike. But to my friends I am Armin Arlert. Pike was quiet. All right. She replied in a low voice, still very suspicious. So you're the guy they sent to question me? It seems to be that way. Armin said. What made them think sending you to interrogate me would achieve? Pike asked. You plan on burning me over and over again till I give up Marley's secrets. Armin gave her an almost disgusted look. No, I'd never do that. He replied. I think they chose me because I have a track record of beating you. Pike laughed a bit hearing that, almost confused by the idea. Really? That's their play here? I'll give you that you managed to fight me off on 2 occasions, but that doesn't really say much. You're right, 2 separate encounters doesn't really prove anything, however. Armin said. He dropped the box on the ground and pulled out a piece of chalk from his pocket before then drawing a circle and other symbols on the ground. Pike watched curiously as Armin filled in the circle before then placing his hand on the circle. The circle then began to glow a bright blue light. Pike stepped back as a small table grew from the ground and 2 chairs, one on his side and the other on her, just, formed out from the ground. That was alchemy? Pike said looking at the chair made of stone in her cell. Yes. Armin replied as he put the chalk back in his pocket. As I was saying before, 2 separate encounters doesn't really prove anything and I can't let you out of the cell to try it a 3rd time, so I figure we try and do this another way. He then placed the box down and opened, getting out a chessboard and the pieces and sat down on the chair. Chess. Pike commented. Yes, since we've got some time we could just talk and test each other. Armin said as he set the pieces on the board. Pike sat down on the chair. What the hell, I've got time to kill. She looked at the board and then back to Armin. So Armin, what's your first move? Ed continued to scribble in his book, trying to put all the pieces together, diagrams, rough sketches, bad notes and good ones. He tried to place all those together. He tried to figure out what exactly Zeke's goal was. The day was now coming to an end. Ed sat there sitting on the quiet carriage of the train as he headed towards his last destination before he could do right by him. Ed turns over the pages and then rereads the notes he had written down from the interviews he had taken. First Xavier's stepsister. Even just reading it he could feel his blood boil as he remembered just how much venom she spoke with when she was talking about her own nephew. He then turns over to his interview with Zeke's grandparent mother. Suddenly that anger he felt fell apart as he thought back to the tears and heartbreak of an old woman mourning the loss of her son. But within that was something revealing, pressure. That old woman talked about how she and her husband tried to raise Grisha to fit into their situation, and then there was what happened to her daughter. Then Zeke himself, forced into the warrior program by his parents for their plans. Then once he ratted them out he remained, as if to spite his father. Or at least, that what he would look like from the outside, if he hadn't told them what he believed. Ed then flicked over the pages. There he had some general notes on the history of Marley, or at least what was being taught as history. Emir's oppression of the world, an empire that spans over 1,000 years then was taken down by one man, Helos. The king fled and left Marley in the hands of the Tibers, an Eldian family. Then why are Eldians just letting their own people get stepped on like that? He then thought back to Udo, the time they spent, but also, the boy's own views of his life and of his situation, almost getting beat up for being an Eldian, and how people would either look down on him for it or think of his as some kind of disgusting threat. Ed clutched his chest as another face flashed through his mind, his heart aching slightly. Then people around the world viewed him like that. No, stay focused. He went back to his notes, reading them. As his mind was on Eldian treatment, he began to pick up on how every Eldian outside of Paradise he had met had treated him like some kind of bomb, treated gently and with hesitance, like they didn't want to step out of line or make a mistake. People just don't hate them, they hate themselves too. He thought back to the Ishvalans. Even during their darkest period they were still a proud people, hunted and exiled across Ames tries but still burning with a sense of injustice. Scar definitely did anyways, but these people, anyone who even had that, are all probably dead. He wrote that down, a question mark at the end. Eldians hate themselves. Then he thought back to his confrontation with Aaron in the basement near the stage, trying to remember what Willie had said at the end of his play. I hated my own blood. I wished for the extinction of all Eldians. How does this link back to Zeke? How did all of this affect him? Ed then began to write down some of the possibilities, 3 possible conclusions. If Zeke is willing to sell his own parents out to Marley, then what's to say he doesn't sell us out too? We have to keep in mind that he is lying about his allegiance to us. It's possible he may have internalized all the stuff about Eldians when he was younger and sticks by it. He wrote that down, tapping his pen on the end of the sentence. Or he could be seeking revenge, much like how Scar wanted to punish every alchemist because of what they did during the Ishvalan Civil War. Now he has a Titan and royal blood, he's also now possibly working with Aaron. They now have the keys to destroying Marley and anyone who had wronged them. In that case, Zeke isn't our enemy but instead a hurdle to a peaceful end. Ed finished writing it down. He then tapped his pen on the next blank page wondering, before then writing the last possible conclusion. Or Zeke is working with no one, he may have internalized what he had learned from Marley but doesn't agree with them, his plans involve scaring the world off from attacking, why would he just want a tense stalemate where neither could touch each other? Unless he also had something else in mind. The train then began to slow down. Ed looked out of the window as a station came into view. He shut his notebook and then began to stand up from the seats as he made his way to the exit of the carriage. The train comes to a halt at the station. A whistle is blown out as Ed and others exit the station. He steps out of the carriage and looks around. The design of the station was almost identical to those he had saw in Ames Tries, deliberate as he and Alphonse did base it off them. Ed then walked down the station. A man dressed in simple smart clothes sat on a bench reading a newspaper. Hey. Ed said, catching the man's attention, I'm here to meet the head of construction. Ed said. The man nodded and stood up as he led Ed over to the other side of the station and towards a road where a parked black car sat. Ed opened the door and sat inside at the back as the driver got inside. He shut his eyes for a second and in that moment he let himself imagine that he was back in Ames Tries, probably being driven by maybe one of Mustang's men as they passed through the capital. Instead he opened his eyes and saw the open countryside as they drove down an almost empty road, the only vehicles either owned by the government or by the military and everything else was on horses. They then drove past a woodland area before then reaching to a lone checkpoint on the road, a small building and 2 lone guards dressed in scout uniform. The driver rolled the window down and looked to the guard. The cook is here to see the head of construction. He told them. The soldier nodded and pointed them down the path. The driver kept moving down. The path became more rocky and less paved until the car was almost driving on grass until a small fort came into view. The driver stops just a couple meters from the fortress and Ed steps out, walking for the remaining distance. I'll be here. The driver said, peering their head from the window. Ed nodded at him before then walking. As he reached the gate of the small fortress he examined the walls of the fort, and the people watching him. The gate opens and before him stands a middle-aged woman dressed in the formal uniform of the scout regiment. She brings out her hand to show a metal arm which Ed shakes. An old veteran. Ed thought Irwin has the old guys guarding his assets, those he can trust. I'm here to see Lara Tiber. Ed said. The Warhammer is in her cell. The officer said as she escorted him to the door of the building at the center of the fort. As they stepped inside, the place looked like its own controlled war zone, barricades and sandbags and soldiers armed with guns pointing towards an elevator shaft at the center of the room. The soldiers look at them and some nod as they walk into the elevator and the officer pulls the lever. The chains begin to churn and the platform lowering as the dirt walls pass them by. Ed looked at the walls of the elevator, the markings on it very familiar. The elevator then stops and before them is a wide room, more guards, and a metal door. The guards salute and Ed returns it as he walks to the door and grabs at the doorknob. He breathes in before turning and pushing it open. Before him was a wide room, half of it was cut off by a line of metal bars which contains a room, a bed, a toilet, a large bucket of water and an empty table. Sitting at the table, the holder of the Warhammer Titan. The two looked at each other. Ed then grabbed a chair on his side of the room before then dragging it to the front of the bars and sitting down on it, looking back at her again. As Ed sat in front of her he then began to notice the marks on her side of the room, large cracks and dents in the walls, floor, and ceiling. How many times did it take? Ed asked. How many times did what take? Lara replied, his voice sounded frustrated. Until you realized that there was no getting out of the cell. Ed replied, I'm sure even the bars are dented, aren't they? He had a cocky smile on his face which she didn't take too well. I gotta hand it to the guys, Al's students sure did a hell of a job making this place. I won't tell you anything. Lara told him definitely demon. Ed leaned back in his chair demon huh? He said, still think I'm some crazy demon sent by the devil or something. Ed then leaned forward I'm just here to ask some questions, some I'd like some answers or at least an opinion about the current events. If you want you can even ask me anything you're curious about. He offered her. I want nothing from you, demon. She spat, nothing but you and your brother's removal from this world. Would it surprise you to say that I kinda agree with you on that? Ed replied. Do you even know why Alphonse and I came here? Sent by a deity to aid the enemy in exchange for our own desire or wishes. Lara said, a literal deal with the devil. That's the gist of it, though the devil part is wrong. Ed stated, it's a bit of a simplification to call the truth God or the devil, but how can I describe a powerful being that can control alchemy? Don't get me wrong, the thing can be a jerk and its actions might not make sense at the time, but it values balance and harmony, in both the world and people. Ed hoped he had her interested. Balance and harmony, is that what you're calling the new Eldian Empire? Lara questioned. No, I've seen people get put under a boot in my world and it's not pretty. Ed said, I won't help something like that. Ed breathed in before sighing deeply, I've told you before, we just want peace. If you're working for the last vestige of the Eldian Empire then total domination is the definition of peace. Lara told him. Don't be an idiot, you know damn well what I mean. Ed replied with an exhausted tone. Are you sure you're not curious, nothing you want to ask me? We'll probably never get the chance sit down and talk and you'll never get the chance to ask me anything you might want to know. Lara was quiet for a couple seconds, clearly pondering on Ed's offer as he banked on her curiosity to break her stubbornness. The human mind is always curious. What do you want? Lara said, what did the truth offer you? What is this wish of yours that would make you come to our world and help the devils of Paradise? Ed smirked at Ed. He said, not to the truth but, to our friends, and our family, back on Ames tries, something big went down and, a lot of people we care about didn't make it in the end, we thought we had moved on from it but 2 years later we got sucked back into it. Ed then stared at Lara, if something happened to Willie, wouldn't you try to do whatever you could? Yes. I would. Lara replied. Yeah, I'm pretty sure anyone would. Ed said, it's just Alphonse and I got the chance to do it and we took it. Lara looked down at the table, what your brother said, about the Warhammer and the history of Hellos. Yeah, it's true, it's all true. Lara replied, Hellos was a story created by the king and the Tiber family, a cover for the king to establish his own paradise on the island and free the world from the grips of the Eldian Empire. Alright, Ed replied, so, if the Tiber family was left on Marley then it's safe to assume you guys are the main power in Marley then. Ed asked, hard to think about anyone who would challenge the Tiber family's authority on the continent after the fall of the Empire. Then you'd be right, we are the power in Marley. Lara replied, but what good will that information gain for you? This island is on borrowed time, it won't be long till the rest of the world comes down on you all. Being so excited about enough people dying to form another island doesn't exactly paint you in a good light. Ed pointed out. Lara glared at him. I don't care what you think, demon. Lara replied. I'm sure you don't, Ed responded, but I guess one last thing, why did the Tiber family let Marley oppress the Eldians? You could shape Marley policy yet you were content to sit on your ivory tower while Eldians got turned into titans for speaking out. To prevent the rise of another Eldian empire. Lara replied, almost rehearsed. Yeah, and the world is a much better place with Marley using Eldians as titans. Ed stated sarcastically. We kept to the promise. Lara snapped back, we followed our agreement with the 145th king, for the good of the world we kept out of its business as much as possible and gave the world back its power. And the world has been nothing but balance and harmony ever since. Ed questioned, poking holes in her statement. Lara rolled her eyes as she looked away from him. Tell me, have you ever stepped in the internment zone? Have you ever seen what Eldians face? I'm aware of what happens, I know what happens. Lara replies. There's a difference between knowing about something and then actually seeing it. Ed said you can know the risks of a rebound in alchemy, but when you see what actually comes when it does happen? That's a whole different thing. He stated someone I care about, her parents were doctors. I knew they did great work, but to see how grateful those they helped were and how sad they were at their death, to see it is a whole other thing. Does it really matter? Lara said, though it was clear she wasn't saying that to him. You remember what Aaron said, before you two transformed into Titan? Ed asked her. For Faye, that's what he said. Why does that matter? Lara questioned. That was the sister of Grisha, Aaron's father, who managed to escape to the walls. Ed said, Aaron told us what happened, though his father's memories, but the look in his eyes when saying it, I've only seen it one other time. Ed stood up from his chair. I gotta wonder, if you could see how they suffered, would you have a change of heart? Ed then turned his back on her and walked towards the door. Wait. Lara called out. Ed stopped and turned his head back. Just what are you? She asked. Some of the soldiers call you angels, they're either scared of you or almost worshipping you and your brother. You stand here and say you are not some demon or divine entity, even though you call the thing that sent you God. So what are you? Ed let out single chuckle. Human, we're only human. Chapter 63, Uncomfortable Confrontations. 3 years ago. Alphonse paced around back and forth behind the stage as he read over his script lines again, and again, and again and again. At the front of the stage he could hear the murmuring of what was no doubt dozens and dozens of people waiting for his arrival and his speech to them. He stopped, he looks up from his page and takes in a deep breath in before letting it out loudly. The light from the glowing stones around illuminated the room as he looked around him, Hang, Petra and Armin all watching him. Are you feeling all right? Hang asked. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I'm kind of nervous, I guess. Alphonse admitted. It's strange really, you think after everything I've seen, what I've fought both on my world and here, talking to a crowd of people would make me nervous. Have you ever done public speaking before? Armin asked. You're good at motivating people. No, honestly, Ed was the one who would talk to a crowd and get their attention. Alphonse said. I was a part of it, but he was always the loud one. I wish Ed were here. He felt a strange mix of anger, frustration, but yet, it wasn't directed at Edward, or at least he didn't think so. Maybe he was angry at himself, and that's not surprising. Petra joked. She walks up to him and grabs him by a shoulder. But you're here, you have to be the one to help build this and lead them. She then pats Alphonse on the head, reaching up to him. We're right behind you. She stood on her toes slightly, stretching up. Damn, you've gotten taller. She jokes, dropping her arm. Captain, they're ready for you now. A scout said from behind the stage background. Thank you. Alphonse replied. He turned back to the others. Wish me luck. You'll knock them dead. Hang said, giving him the thumbs up. Remember, we're right behind you. Petra assured him. Alphonse then walked towards the opening at the side of the stage as he moved towards the front, his friends behind him, as he came into view of what looked to be 100 faces looking at him, all standing rank and file, dressed in the uniform of the cadet's uniform. The sky was blanketed in darkness and decorated in stars, and the moon hanging over them as the torches behind him illuminated him, casting a shadow over the cadets. There were whispers among them as they caught sight of Alphonse as he stood up onto the stage in front of them. They all looked at him silently, waiting for him to speak. Alphonse cleared his throat, he looked down at the script and then placed it behind his back, where he stood at attention to them. Good evening. Alphonse greeted as clearly and loudly as he could. I'm Alphonse Elric. Many of you know me or my brother and the deeds we've done, and I know that some of you possibly refer to us as the angels sent from God or the alchemists sent from another realm. He looked at the faces of those in the crowd. From here on out, from the start of your training to its end, be it its completion or its failure, I will be your teacher, not your leader or your commanding officer, but your teacher. Each one of you was chosen by the higher-ups because of the potential you showed in the academic and theoretical part of your training. Alphonse stated. I look at all of you, I've read some of your profiles, and I see very different people. Some of you were among the top 10 graduates and others excelled only in their academic work. That does not matter to me. None of that matters to me," he said with his hand pointing at himself. "Because I know with every part of me that there's not a single person here who isn't capable of being one of the best alchemists. And that is why I will not be seen to you as just your commanding officer," he reiterated again. "Though we are brought here because of the military, alchemy is far more than just something to be used by one person, one group, or one people. It belongs to everyone. I will teach you more than just alchemy and being able to perform it," he told them, "and I will judge you on more than just your ability to perform alchemy. The values that my teacher had instilled in both my brother and I will be passed down to you. The values of what makes an alchemist and what an alchemist should be for will be taught alongside every scientific and academic aspect of your training. I see more than what will be named the Alchemist Battalion, another arm of the military. I see people who are going to make a difference in their communities. I see people who are going to pioneer new research and studies, and above that, I see people who are going to serve the people," Alphonse stated before pausing for a second as he let his words echo around. "Remember these words, alchemists be thou for the people. Not one person, not one group, not one organization and not one community but all people. All people," he emphasized. "This will be the teaching I will tell you and the standard of which I will judge you." He looked around at the faces of those cadets, gauging their reactions. "I will not cast you aside because you can't perform alchemy right away. I know that each and every one of you have the potential, whether it means you achieve that in a week's time or even a year, that doesn't matter to me. But what matters to me is what you intend to do with alchemy, and if I find out that you would use alchemy to harm others for your own benefit, then I will cast you aside." The last bit was spoken more sternly, capturing everyone's attention. "Do I make myself clear?" he asked. "Yes, sir," the cadets called out in unison towards Alphonse. "Good," he replied. "Tomorrow meet me at the lecture hall nearby. We go over the basics." 2 years ago, Aaron sat looking outside the window of the Port Mansion window. It was a nice cloudless day with a light blue sky and dark blue water meeting each other on the horizon. He rested his chin on his hand as his eyes then turned down to see the new Fullmetal delegation. In the distance he could make out the figure of Kiyomi introducing people dressed in smart clothes to Erwin and other officials as the two sides shook hands and greeted each other. He watched as Erwin politely pointed them towards the entrance of the mansion and the group merged together to enter inside. "Ed, they're coming in," Aaron called out to him. "Thanks," Edward replied as he took his seat at the table near the window. "You remember the briefing on them?" Ed asked. "The Association to Protect the People of Emir," Aaron replied. "They advocate for the freedom of Eldians across the world, and have a history of blaming Paradis for everything. We just have to win over hearts and minds. We'll give them a piece of our mind later." Ed replied with a slight smile. "Just got to hear these guys out. We have that meeting with the scientists after this." Aaron then commented. "Yeah, schedule is packed," Ed said with a yawn. "I'm already exhausted." The doors then opened. Commander Erwin, Kiyomi, and 3 men walked into the room. Both Edward and Aaron stood up and greeted them. The 3 men were middle-aged, dressed in smart clothes, and nervous faces took their seats opposite to Ed and Aaron. They both offered their hands to the men. The 3 looked at them, hesitantly for a second as they weakly reached their own hands out to them. "It's fine, we don't bite," Ed joked. "Well, speaking for myself, of course," he said before then looking to Aaron. Aaron shook his head before then elbowing Ed in the ribs slightly, lightening the mood in the room. A smile crept on the faces of the 3 men before they shook hands with Aaron and Ed. They all sat down, with Erwin sitting on their side and Kiyomi sitting on the head of the table, acting as a moderator between the two. "The letter you both had written to the association was interesting," one of the delegates said. "The promise of peace and freedom for the Eldian people is something that almost sounds too good to be true. Yet you're here," Erwin replied. "We had to listen to the plans you have," one of the delegates replied. "If you truly have a peaceful way of making sure the future of Eldians is secure, trust me, we wouldn't be here if the solution that is going to be proposed wasn't peaceful," Ed assured them. "Erwin wouldn't have our support if the plans involved war or bloodshed. We're looking to do this without a single shot being fired." Aaron listened quietly to Ed as he held his tongue. The memories of his predecessors briefly flashing through his mind like pictures, Aaron Kruger seeing his family burned in front of him, the thousands of Eldians kicked off a wall and turned into titans, the torture, the screaming, and the blood. The image of Faye being eaten and torn apart by dogs as Marley officers watched. That is good to hear. Marley is still home to many Eldians and its destruction would no doubt put us all in danger. One of the delegates spoke. Indeed, Marley's existence at the present time and maybe for the foreseeable future is beneficial to Eldians' existence. A second said, we cannot risk weaken or harming Marley. Aaron bit his tongue. The only reason they've keeping you alive is because they can use you. If we wanted to set the world right once more. Grisha's words echoed in his mind, we had to bring Eldia back to power. Restore Eldia's freedom and dignity. This time it was Kruger. Aaron shut his eyes and inhaled deeply for a second as he tried to clear his head. No, I can't, there's a better way. There. Then in his mind, like thunder streaking through him, a memory of the future, or a possible future. Thousands of colossal titans standing on the edge of sights across the world, Eldians walking out of the internment zones as Paradis and other soldiers greeted them with tears and open arms. On an open field, armies, numbering hundreds of thousands, began to drop their weapons at the feet of the colossal titans as they placed their hands upon their heads. While Paradis soldiers with the banner of what looked to be a snake around a cross next to the Paradis flag watched, standing above the surrendering soldiers on rock platforms that Aaron could only assume was formed by alchemy. These visions flashed before Aaron's mind every so often. He would usually wander through the memories looking for his friends, who were nowhere to be found. Instead, the only memory of them was Ed lying on the ground staring at him with blank eyes. He began to rub his eyes as he tried to refocus on what was going on in front of him. He looked back to the delegation, still talking to Erwin and Ed. Aaron Yeager, we have heard about your father, said one of the delegates. Do you share his ideas? Aaron was slightly taken aback by the question before he recomposed himself. My father Grisha. While I have only learnt about his restorationist ideas in his journals, my beliefs are my own and what I want is my own. That is a relief to hear. One of the delegates replied, after the purge of the restorationists in Liberio, Eldians' lives grew even more difficult in Marley and we cannot risk further destruction to our communities or the country that stands in the way of our genocide. Conflict with Marley is the last thing we would want. Erwin assured them, we are aware of the scale of damage that such a war could have on both Paradis and the world. We're heard about the technological advancements that have taken place on the island. The delegate continued, even as we arrived we saw your soldiers armed with weapons that neither of us has seen in our years of traveling across the world. Consider that a reason why I won't support a war. Ed stated, I help make the weapons, I know what they do and if I and my brother can help it we will prevent them from being used. Then why make the weapons in the first place? One of the delegates asked. Same reason, I know how to fight. Edward replied, I don't go picking fights, well not now at least, he admitted. But it came in handy when others did. I do find it reassuring that war is something not being discussed. One of the delegates stated. Sir, you've been awful quiet. Kiyomi said looking at one of the delegates. He sat looking at the table almost uneasy. The man looked up at the table. We could be killed if anyone else finds out about this talk. He said, his voice trembling, our family, they'll be. I can assure you that your tracks are well covered. Kiyomi tried to assure him, Marley does not know you had even left your homes let alone are in Paradis. But if they find out then it's going to be over for us, over for our families, the association, and anyone we know it will be a death sentence for all of us. Rest assured the contacts from the Kiyomi family and my scouts have hidden your presence here from the world. Marley authorities and other countries are ignorant to these talks. Erwin. Aaron couldn't help but feel a sense of confusion and frustration listening to them. You speak of the need to not harm Marley. Aaron spoke out, yet you all know that the treatment from Marley to Eldians is. Aaron paused for a second, nothing short of horrific. The delegates stared at Aaron almost wide-eyed. It's like a prisoner sticking up for their warden who beats them. I thought you didn't share your father's ideals. One of the delegates responded. I said that the beliefs I share are my own and no one else. Aaron reminded them, and if I question Marley's treatment of Eldians then that is my belief alone. Even with that being the case, opposing Marley it won't benefit Eldians. One of the delegates stated, it's through Marley's hegemony and their need for the Titans that keeps us alive, and if Marley falls then the voices of the world that call for our extinction will grow. But what if there was another way? Erwin this time interjected, catching everyone's attention. Have you been lying to us this whole time? One of the delegates questioned, suddenly becoming more defensive. I knew it was wrong to come here and talk to these island dev dash. Please, I understand the reputation that is placed on the island, but I can assure you that those fears are baseless. Erwin told them, sticking out his hand in front of them with an open palm, but we wish for a future without fear of invasion from Marley on our home and safety for Eldians across the world. Erwin lowers his hand. But we must become strong enough to challenge Marley, the Mideast Alliance, or any nations who seeks to harm us. To take over. The delegate presumed, to resurrect the Eldian Empire. To speak for ourselves. Aaron this time spoke, if no one is gonna stand up for us then we must stand up for ourselves. Aaron then clenched his fist, us and every person under the heel of all empires or nations. What we want to do is create an alliance of nations and groups, all equal in stature among ourselves but united in one purpose. Erwin told them, to advocate and, if need be, create a unified front against any aggressor. Two of the delegates were completely taken aback by the declaration, except for the one previously hesitant delegate who looked back at Aaron, giving him the slightest of nods. Hang began to scribble down notes in her book. Underneath was the heading paths as she, Aaron, Ed and a room full of other scientists, all formed along a round table, trying to compile ideas around what this paths that Aaron had described from his memories. There was chattering and commotion in the room as some shouted out their ideas. Hang looked around at the faces of those in the room. Some were from Hizuru, scientists who were sent by the Azumabito family, some defectors from Marley and some were assistants from the scout regiment. Hang took a sip from her mug of coffee. Traveling to the port and back to the walls wasn't easy travel, or not just yet until the railway was done, but she had to be there. Armin can look after the squad while I'm gone. Ed stood up at the table as he recalled his encounter with the mysterious force or connection known as paths. So there was a door? One of the scientists asked. But where was this door located? It's hard to explain. Ed replied, I was, back in the realm of the truth, the thing that sent Alphonse and I, and in that place is usually the source of gates, which are connected to people's ability to perform alchemy. He explained, but this time it was just this door, with a tree that had wide-reaching branches. It must have been 9 branches. One of the researchers said. There are only 9 titans. Said another. Are you sure there wasn't 8 branches? Asked another, the trunk of the tree could be the founding titan. That's a good thought. Hang scribbled down that note into her book, a tree, 8 branches for the other titans and its trunk being the founder. I'm not sure, wasn't exactly counting the number of branches, but it looked like a lot. Ed replied. Hang looked up and then raised her hand to Edward, catching his attention. Edward, the alchemy gates that are usually in the truth's realm, are they any different from the path's gate in its design or? Yeah, it was almost the same in its structure but pretty different in the details. Edward replied, every gate has a tree on it but those branches are filled with the knowledge of alchemy and maybe a couple branches connected, but this one had main branches and then smaller ones carved into the stone. It just seemed never-ending, and there was nothing written on the door. Written on the door? One of the Hizuru scientists asked, so there is something written on the doors that represent a person's ability to perform alchemy. How can one access that? This time a Marley defector questioned further. Can we keep the questions strictly to paths please? Hang called out with her hand raised up. She caught Ed's attention again. Edward, did you open the door? She asked, can you open the door? Ed then looked down at his hands. Yeah, I opened the door. Edward almost began to act out the memory. The door was heavy but I managed to open it. Past the door was sand, an endless open field of sand under a night sky. Sand. One said. A night sky. Another asked. It was just a starry night, there was a green light in the sky, Ed continued. Did you step inside? Asked another. No, I only looked from the outside for a second until the door then slammed shut on me. Edward stated, I tried to open it again but it felt like someone was pushing back against me on the other side. The lights in the sky, that must be paths. Aaron spoke up this time. Is there any way we can access that realm where the paths are? One of the scientists asked. No, not unless you're a shifter or a person of Emir. Aaron stated this time. But Edward managed to glimpse into paths, he is not an Eldian. One of the attendees spoke. Ed then stared down at his hands for a second. Hang watched with hawk eyes as he noticed his eyes within before quickly retreating them back to his sides. I don't know how I did that, but I'd probably say it had something to do with the truth being there with me. The truth, the god entity that sent you and your brother to this world. One of the scientists asked eagerly. Hey, remember? Hang raised her hand reminding them all. It's fine, Hang. Edward said, yeah, the truth was there with me, they were the one that brought me back there when I was out cold, it told me that paths was a perversion of the cycle of nature. He explained, something that was both lives separately to the universe yet still acts within it. Why would it say that? An attendee asked. Because the laws of nature, the laws of the universe, are equivalent exchange, if something is created then something of equal value must be taken, no action occurs outside on its own and everything is connected. And the Titans, they don't come from anything. A scientist assumed. Exactly. Edward said. So, then Eldians are unnatural then. One of the attendees said. What did you say? Shouted one of the parodies questioned. That's what's being implied, right? Suddenly the room turned tense, as accusations and insults were being thrown. Hang stood up from her seat. Hey! She yelled out above the noise, quiet down. She caught the attention of everyone's attention, years of expeditions trained her voice for loud noises. All of you need to cool off. She told them, guards, escort the ground to their quarters, we'll meet back later. The guards opened the door as the other attendees stood up from their chairs and shuffled out as they were escorted out of the room, leaving only Hang, Aaron and Ed behind. As the doors shut closed, Hang got out of her seat and to her side pulled up a bag. She walked up to the two and stood next to them. Academics, huh? She said with a smile on her face, crazy and irritable bunch. I should have watched what I said. Ed said as he rubbed his temple. They knew what you meant. Aaron said, they're just willfully misinterpreting you. You think? Ed asked. Enough about those guys, let's get back to the discussion. Hang said as she then scrambled around her bag before then pulling out a syringe and a vial of blood. Whose blood is that? Edward asked. This is Historia's. Hang said as she began to pull a bit from the vial. I was looking over some old notes about the Titan powers and I had a talk to some of the medics who were treating you, Ed. When you were looking at paths while unconscious you had your hands together, covered in blood. You think blood has something to do with it? Ed asked. No, I think blood might be a way to access paths itself. Hang said. She then turned to Aaron. Aaron, when Historia touched you, you both managed to see certain memories, because of her royal blood and you having the coordinate. It made me wonder what if you came into contact with just her blood, if alchemy could possibly access paths with just regular blood. You're going to inject me with Historia's blood? Aaron asked. No, that was the initial idea, but Armin asked, well, begged, to forego that idea. Hang said, so I'm just gonna put a drop on your hand to see if it will do anything. Okay. Aaron said as he held out his hand. Hang hovered the syringe over it and squeezed out a small drop onto the center of his palm. Both Hang and Aaron tensed as the blood dropped onto his hand. There was a moment of silence as nothing happened. Hang looked around the room. Nothing, dash. Then she looked back to Aaron, who sat almost statue-like as he stared off into space with his hand out and mouth slightly agape. Ed placed his hand on his shoulder. Aaron? Are you okay? He tried to shake him, no response. Aaron, what is it, dash? Suddenly Hang stepped back and almost tripped back, her eyes wide as she held her breath. As a familiar voice called out to in her head. Hang. It was Aaron's voice. Hang, can you hear me? Then Aaron, who had been sitting still for a couple seconds, let out a deep sigh as he clenched his fist and shut his eyes before then slowly opening them up. Step forward, Hang. Hang stepped forward, curiosity pushing her forward. Aaron then breathed in deeply and suddenly, it felt like something which she hadn't have known had taken over her had then let go. Hang stumbled forward and Aaron placed his hand on his head as they both breathed in raggedly as Ed just stared at them with a look of confusion and concern. What just happened? Ed asked. He didn't know who to check on his. Aaron, how did you dash? I saw it. Aaron said, interrupting Hang, paths, the place that you saw Ed. They both then looked immediately at Aaron. The founder, and the tree and. Aaron then stopped. What else did you see? Hang asked. The sky, the bright colors. Aaron replied calmly, that's it, that's all I saw. How did you do that? Hang asked, stepping towards Aaron. Do what? Aaron asked. Call out to me. Hang stated. How did you do that? I just thought of you while I was there and called out to you. Aaron replied, that's it, I saw it, the paths that connect everyone. What else? Ed asked. Was there anything else? Aaron looked at Aaron for a second before looking away. That was it. It was like you said when you saw through that door, but I just didn't see the door. Suddenly the door to the hallway burst open as one of the guards walked through, catching the three off guard. Squad leader. The guard called out, there's a fight breaking out between the guests, we need your help. Right. Hang replied. She turned to the others, come on you guys. Hang then picked up the bag as she rushed out of the door. Both Aaron and Ed rushed behind her. As she ran through the hallway she looked through her bag. Did I leave it back in the room? Where's the blood vial? Present. As he walked up to the door, he could hear the sound of his students arguing about something. He could recognize some of the voices and picture their faces. A testament to how well he had gotten to know all of them, and how few there were of them now. As he approached the door, then we could all end up like Joseph. A voice yelled out. Alphonse's hand froze as he held the door handle and continued to listen to the heated discussion going on. Marley will want to eradicate us off the face of the earth. I'm just saying that the government should consider the proposal from Yeager's supporters. He knew the voice arguing for Aaron. Isaac. We're in this because of Aaron Yeager and his brother. Another voice argued, we have to stick to the idea that we can resolve this peaceful. He could recognize Emma's voice, then we'll be forced to use alchemy towards killing people. That isn't what Alphonse and Edward wanted for us. We're still soldiers, even if they want us to use alchemy for anything other than killing. Another voice argued. We're still far away from the world that they want. That doesn't mean we should abandon the principles behind alchemy or the fact that everyone was meant to benefit from it. Another argued, remember, alchemy be thou for the people. Does that include Merlians? Another asked. The voice belonged to Jacob. Alphonse pushed open the door towards the lecture room. As he stepped into the room everyone fell quiet. He looked back to the familiar faces of the students and now alchemists who he had taught, all looking at him. 3 years ago he looked at the faces of 100 students as they were chosen for his first batch. Now there were just over 40 faces looking back at him. Such was the cruelty of the alchemist training. Not every clever person was cut out to be an alchemist, and some should never be alchemists. Good afternoon. He called out to the students. Good afternoon, sir. The room called back. How is everyone? He asked. You guys all relaxed a bit after the expedition. Calling it an expedition left a terrible taste in his mouth, from believing in reclaiming the lost land of humanity to launching raids on foreign soil. We're doing fine, sir. Olivia said. Sir, we heard about what happened to squad leader Petra. Jacob said, we're so sorry, we know that both you and Edward were close to her. Yeah, she was there at the trail, Alphonse said, reminiscing. She was there patching me up afterwards, he said with a chuckle. She helped us with our ODM training, was with us during the first expedition, during the uprising, during Shiganshina. He then scanned the room. She was there, standing behind me when I first introduced myself to you all 3 years ago. The room fell silent once more. I heard what you all were talking about Marley and what had happened and about the future of alchemy too. It's just. Jacob spoke up. We know that Marley and its allies are going to come for us now, there's no doubt about it. But now, we still have the advantage. We have alchemy, the coordinate, better technology, and now a majority of the Titans. If now is not the best time to press them, then when? You're talking like quite a few others I knew back where I'm from. Alphonse said, leaning up against his desk, people who were very ambitious and bullish about the chances when everything looked to be going their way. Alphonse made eye contact with him. They had state alchemists, the military behind them and others more powerful than people. They still lost. Alphonse then stood up from the desk, standing straight. Arrogance can be the downfall of anyone, including an alchemist who believes they can win on the basis of their own skill. But it won't just be alchemy, sir. Jacob argued, it's a whole range of different factors. That is true. Alphonse conceded, but if the foundation of your plans is overconfidence, then you'll never see the cracks. Sir, what do you propose we should do? Olivia asked. I think it's best for now that we stick to Commander Irwin's plan. Alphonse stated, if we can still form that united front, then surely we can discourage Marley and others from attacking. Sir, what if they still continue on with an attack? This time Isaac was the one who asked. Or, what if they take out their anger on Eldians across the continent or even around the world? What can we do? This time Alphonse couldn't answer. Because he simply didn't know how to answer. What could possibly be the solution to such a question? Even at his own disgust and hesitation, he couldn't help but think of Armin's proposal as his mind tried to find a solution of his own. One that seemed to elude him. Edward struck Alphonse in the gut before pushing him against the desk, slamming his back. You idiot! Ed yelled at him. Alphonse, slumped over slightly, stood up straight with a look of anger on his face as he readied himself, hands up in a stance Ed knew all too well. Ed shook his head slightly before then throwing another punch at Alphonse. Alphonse blocked the attack and this time struck Ed in the stomach before he could move back. Ed stumbled back. Alphonse then went for the finishing blow to Ed's head when Ed ducked down and hooks his arm around Alphonse's body before slamming him onto the ground. I thought you knew better. Ed yelled at him as he held Alphonse on the ground. Alphonse quickly throws a punch against Ed's face as he lay on the ground, but Ed threw his own back. Marks now dressing their face as they then held each other, Edward almost strangling him while Alphonse grabbing at Ed's throat. Suddenly the door slams open and Levi barges through, grabbing Edward off of him and almost throwing him back. As Alphonse stood up he marched over to them. Oi! Levi shouted at Alphonse with an arm out, separating the two. That's enough. The two, Edward and Alphonse, stood back as Levi stood between them. There was a sound of a rush as a group of people watched from the door, their friends among them with one of them in tears. Ed shook his head and gritted his teeth as he walked out of the door, moving past everyone. Ed! A voice almost called out, "We're so dash." Edward opened his eyes abruptly, sitting up from his seat, an empty train seat in front of him and the rolling scenery of Maria under an orange sky passing by. Ed rubbed his eyes and looked around. If he didn't know then Ed would believe he was back in Ames tries on a train to somewhere with rows of train seats ahead of him. He rubbed the back of his neck, slightly stiff from the awkward sleep. There was a sound of high-pitched cry to his side. He turned his head to see a baby crying as their parents tried to quiet them. One of the parents turned to Edward. "I'm so sorry for waking you up," they said. "No, don't worry, I was already awake," Ed reassured them. He looked towards the baby crying and sighed before then turning away back to the window. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his watch, opening it to grab the photograph of him, Alphonse and Winry all together. "I'm sorry, Winry," he muttered quietly to himself before placing it back into his pocket with the watch. He then reached back into it and pulled out the wooden knight. He placed his hands over his eyes, trying to stop himself from crying publicly. "Move my queen 3 spaces to the left," Pike asked as she looked at the board. Armin placed Pike's queen in her position. Armin then grimaced slightly as he did an overview of the board. "Looks like you're stuck." "I have to admit, looks like I am," Armin replied with his hands up slightly. "Might as well call the game for you," as he then began to reset the board in its pieces. "So that makes it 5 each. I've beaten you 5 times, you've only won 3. Pike pointed out with an eyebrow raised. "I'm counting those battles from last time in the tally too," Armin said with a small, innocent simile. Pike rolled her eyes, shaking her head with a smile of her own. Armin moved his piece first. "Armin, did you know Annie?" Pike asked, looking at the board. "Also move my pawn 2 steps forward." Armin moved her piece. "Yes, I knew her for 3 years back when we were both cadets." He replied, that was a long time ago. What was she like? Pike continued to ask. She was quiet. Armin replied, pretty reserved and tried to keep to herself. Well tried, but there were others who make it their mission to be her friend. Were you her friend? Pike asked, ignoring the chess game now. Yeah, well I'd like to think I was her friend for a time, before her secret was discovered. Armin replied. She tried to convince us not to join the scout regiment when it was time to sign up for a military division. I heard about your army divisions. Pike replied, the scouts go outside the walls and get eaten by titans. Well, that was in the past. Armin said. I think she didn't want us to join so that we wouldn't get killed by her, Reiner and Berthold. How do you feel about them? Pike continued to ask. I imagine you hate them. No. I know that I have every right to hate them, but before we knew about the world outside, all I felt was scared about what all of you would do and had planned. I still am now. Armin replied, I don't hate them. I don't even hate Annie, I cared about her and I think I still do. There was a silence between them as neither looked at each other. Were you the one who fed Annie to the other female Titan's holder? Pike asked, looking at him. Armin looked up from the board and towards Pike, their eyes locking, as she waited for an answer. No, I wasn't the one who fed Annie to the current holder. Armin admitted, but I was there. I don't think I could have stopped it from happening. There was a pause and thoughtful silence. It wasn't meant to happen, but, my friend who had Annie killed, he cared deeply the current holder. Armin stated she was dying and it was the only other option besides letting her die. I think if I was in his situation I would have done the same. You don't have a protocol with Titan serum? Pike asked. There was a mess afterwards. Armin explained. You didn't want to stop him? Pike asked. No. I cared about Annie and the current holder. Armin looked away, off to the side before then looking back at her, but Alphonse loved the current holder. Pike was taken aback by the omission. I thought the mission of the Elrics was to help you live for generations or something like that and then leave. Doesn't a relationship complicate things? That's an understatement. Armin replied. I'm guessing this has driven a wedge between them. Pike continued to prod. No, it hasn't. Armin replied, almost side-eyeing Pike if anything. I think they might fight harder if Marley marches on our shores. Armin then began to move his piece on the board. Pike, what was Zeke like? He asked. How long had you known him? Since I was in the cadet. Pike stated. In the warrior program? Armin asked. Pike's eyes widened slightly before then sighing slightly from her nose. I guessing either the volunteers told you or Dash. Zeke, he was the one who told us the most about it. Armin said, well, through letters and information he told the volunteers. Armin had a very small but sly smile. He told us a lot about all of you, Porco's tensions with Reiner, Marcel's intervention in the military to make sure his brother wouldn't become the armored titan, your father's condition. Pike almost glared at Armin. He didn't leave anything out. She said. Well, almost everything. He never talked about his time during the warrior program, only the people around him. Armin continued. The boy wonder has a lot of secrets. Pike said almost mockingly. She then looked towards the chessboard and pointed towards her chosen piece, then towards the square. The boy wonder? Armin asked with a confused smirk as he moved her piece. Isn't he almost 30? His nickname among the higher-ups. Pike clarified. Do you know anything about him? Armin asked. Beside what you knew when you two were comrades. Honestly, I probably know a lot less than you. Pike stated, if you think he's secretive, then he played his cards close to his chest with us, so close that we never saw his cards. Pike rested his head on his fist as she looked at the board. If you want to know, then all I can say is that Yelena and him are pretty close. That we know. Armin said as he raised his eyebrows up a bit. Pike chuckled slightly as she saw Armin's reaction to that. He's been pretty open to us about what he wants and his plans, though we know he hasn't been exactly honest with us. Armin then moved his piece forward. Do you know a guy called Xavier? He asked. Xavier? The previous Beast Titan holder? Pike asked. What about him? How was their relationship? Armin asked. They were close, played baseball whenever they had free time. Pike said. She noticed Armin shudder slightly at the mention of that. Other than that, we don't know anything about their relationship. She pointed to her queen and to a space on the board. Armin placed her queen accordingly. Armin leaned back slightly as he positioned his knight at the center of the board. Did you know Zeke was the one who recommended that if we ever face the warriors you should be taken out first? Pike raised an eyebrow at the statement as she watched the board, listening to Armin, said that you were the smartest among the other warriors. Humph, academically I was better than my comrades. Pike commented. And what do you think? She asked pointedly. That you're intelligent, having faced you on the battlefield and now you've shown that. Armin said, and I think you're smart enough to know that we're both being played by him. Suddenly the door opened and a scout walked in, saluting Armin. Lieutenant, a letter had arrived for you. The scout handed Armin the letter. A letter? Armin said as he began to open it. Thank you. Pike watched as Armin read the letter, making sure not to show her its contents. His face was blank and calm, yet he held his breath as he continued to read the letter. Who else knows? He asked the scout. He turned his head to them. Who else has read this? No one else, Lieutenant. The scout replied. Good. Armin replied. He placed the letter down on the ground before taking out a glove from his pocket, putting it on and then snapping his fingers, the letter then suddenly bursting up in flames and into a pile of ash. You're dismissed. The scout saluted before marching out as Armin removed his glove and sat back down. Would it be useless to ask what that was about? Pike asked. It's nothing really. Armin replied, his blank expression conveying it to be something important. Just got the go-ahead from my teacher. Hang sat in her office reading over some of the notes and sorting them. Some of them were a mix of alchemy notes and some were about paths. She shuffled through her papers, sorting them out into separate piles. If only Armin was here, he'd help me with these papers. Hang said with a tired smile. Or even Moblet, wonder how he's doing. She looked over to her side, a photograph, of her, Moblet and Nifa, at the port. Her old squad, even after the restructure of the regiment. She then leaned back on her chair and sighed loudly. Suddenly the door opened. She sat back up to see Erwin walking into the office. Erwin, what brings you here? She asked. She then noticed the bottle of wine in his hand. What are we celebrating? She said with a smile. Or you just want some company while you drink? Nothing like that, Hang, Erwin replied. I need you to examine this wine for me. Are you planning on getting into winemaking? Hang joked. Never thought our funding was so bad we had to sell commodities. She was handed the bottle of wine from Erwin. Perhaps that would bring in more money, but funding for the regiment isn't a concern. Erwin replied, I was talking to Niall not so long ago and he told me that the military police had a stockpile of wine that they had captured from the Marley ships 4 years ago. Hang looked confused. They had a stockpile of wine on their ships. How did we not know of that? Handling the prisoners was the responsibility of the regiment and taking note of the items captured was the MP's. Erwin stated, I'm assuming that when they discovered the Marleyan wine they were reluctant to inform the rest of the military. Greedy bastards, holding out on us. Hang said as she looked at the bottle. Though, why would a scout ship have so much alcohol? That is why I'm here. Erwin said, if there's anything in this wine then we have to find out. This may very well be part of a plan from the volunteers and Zeke Yeager. You think it might be poisoned? Hang asked. There hasn't been any reports of deaths among the MPs, unless it's something else. That is what concerns me. Your proficiency with alchemy means you could separate the elements in this wine. Erwin said, and I'm asking this of you because I trust that you'll head back to me immediately when you find something. I'll be here in the capital. Hang then looked down and pulled out a drawer on her desk, a microscope sitting inside with a glass slide and syringe. She took them out and placed them on the desk. I'll get right on it. She opened the bottle, taking some of its contents with the syringe as she places drop on the glass slider before putting it under the scope. Thank you, Hang. Erwin said before he then walked back to the door and stepping out, leaving Hang alone again in the office. Hang looked through her scope at the wine, examining the cells of the wine. The bright colors and sights looked normal for its contents, until she noticed an anomaly. Something else within it. Now what do we have here? Zooming in on the strange substance among the other cells. On a farm somewhere in this forsaken lands, Gabby and Falco are sitting by the window and watching the coming moon over the sky as they talked to Kaya, the adopted child of the devil couple who owned this farm. Gabby turned her attention from the window to Falco and Kaya, who chatted away in the corner of the room silently to each other. Gabby gritted her teeth and scrunched her face, not attempting to her disdain, as she watched the two chatting away like good friends. Friends, with these devils. She moved from the window and then towards the other two, catching their attention for a second as she sat down next to them. "Hello, Mia," Kaya said to her. Gabby didn't respond, only sat down and looked at the ground. A mix of resent and shame within her as she was near Kaya, after their talk in that abandoned village nearby. Falco then elbowed Gabby in the ribs. "Ow!" Gabby exclaimed as she shot Falco a look. Falco gave her a stern look as if to say be polite. Gabby turned to Kaya. "Hey Kaya." Gabby replied. "I was just telling Kaya that we were grateful that she kept our secret to herself." Falco informed her quietly. He then turned back to Kaya. "We are truly grateful, Kaya." Gabby used every fiber in her body to not roll her eyes. "Mia, I was just telling Ben that there is a Marlian who is running a restaurant in Trost." Kaya told them. "They came here a few years ago on ships." "Ships? That must have been the survey teams from a few years ago," Gabby said. "God knows the horrors they had to endure, but now they're working in their own restaurant inside the walls." "How do you know this?" Falco asked. "My big sis, she's well." Kaya paused for a second and looked away with a red tinge on her cheeks. "They're pretty close." "Oh," Falco said as his own cheeks went red. "What?" Gabby said. "It shouldn't be right for a Marlian to be friends with people here." "No, they were close," Kaya repeated. Gabby continued to look at her confused. Falco then leaned into Gabby's ear and whispered, "What she means is..." Gabby's eyes widened as she recoiled back in disgust. "An Eldian, and a Marlian, that's... Falco quickly put his hand over Gabby's mouth before she could say anything else. "They were pretty close." Kaya continued. "Big sis would gush about him when she was here, that and his cooking." "Thank you for telling us this," Falco replied as his hand slipped from Gabby's mouth. "Though now the only issues is trying to get there." Kaya then looked around, as if checking for something. Both Gabby and Falco looked back with her. Everyone else in the room was either talking to each other or sleeping. She then slipped her hand into her pocket as she pulled out a piece of folded paper before then handing it to Falco. "Here, Ben." Falco opened the paper, Gabby peering by his side. They both gasped slightly. "A map." Gabby muttered. "Why are you giving us this?" she asked. A smile proudly began to form on her face, "Because it what big sis would have done too." Kaya told them. "She never turned down people when they needed help, it's why she joined the Scouts." Gabby gritted her teeth, almost breaking them when she heard the name of that group, the Scouts, the group who raided and burned down her hometown. Kaya's big sis was a proud member of that group. She probably was there for the attack. "Thank you, Kaya," Falco said. "We won't forget this, won't we, Mia?" he said, looking at Gabby. "Yes, we won't forget," Gabby replied. When the night had finally arrived, Gabby lay awake as everyone around her was asleep. She crept silently out of her bed, weightlessly walking over the wooden boards as she reached towards the stairs, lightly tapping the edge of her feet quickly down the steps. She made her way to the kitchen and towards a cabinet. Inside was full of tin food. Quickly she began to take a few tins and stuff them into her coat before then folding it into a basket. Suddenly the sound of a footstep caught her attention. She froze in place and quickly turned her head to see Falco. She whispered as he looked back at her. "Help me." Falco scampered towards her. "Come on, take more tins." "Now, we're doing this now," Falco exclaimed silently. "Yes, right here, right now." "Gabby, we're leaving." Falco shook his head as he grabbed a few more tins from the cabinet. "Sorry," he muttered. "Don't apologize." Gabby, and as she stood up and then crept towards the back door, taking the key off the hook to the side and then slowly unlocking the door. Each turn of the lock felt like a loud scream going through the house. The last click and the door slowly opening kept them at the edge. And the silence that preceded was a relief to hear. Let's go. Gabby urged Falco as they ran out of the back door. Leave the door, she told him as they made their way to the barn, rushing through the open space as the wind covered their footsteps. They ran inside the barn and towards the horses who had awakened with the arrival. Take the one, Gabby told Falco as she went over to grab a saddle, a pack, and some feed for the horse. Falco carefully took out one of the horses from their section and led them out of the barn. Gabby threw the saddle onto the horse and lifted herself up before then helping Falco on, who held onto her from the back. The map said to head southeast, Falco said. Then let's go, Gabby said as she whipped the reins of the horse, galloping into the night. Ed didn't know what to think or how to feel. He thought he'd be apprehensive or anxious, maybe even sad or still frustrated, but instead he felt numb and shameful. As he walked down the familiar streets of Carnes, he thought back to the first time he had walked down this road, the eager face of the child who greeted them for being scout soldiers and the feeling of nervousness and anticipation about the coming expedition. There was certainly anticipation, but one he couldn't get a sense of overcoming a challenge to be faced head-on. I've been trying to run away from this, what a coward. I can't believe this is what. He then came upon a familiar house, standing just outside its door. He walked up to the door and lifted up his hand and freezes for a second as the night air brushes against him before he then knocks on the door. There was a silence at first before the sound of footsteps inside approached with the turning of a key and the click of a handle. The door opens. Hello, Mrs. Carolina, Ed greeted as a familiar middle-aged woman opened the door. She looked older now than when they first met more than a few years ago. Edward, we didn't know you were going to come, she replied, but we're happy to see you, she said with a wary smile. It stung Ed a bit, but he ultimately understood why. I'm not too late, am I? Ed asked. I just wanted to visit, can I come in? Of course, come in, Mrs. Carolina said as she waved him in. No, you're not too late, you got here just in time actually. Suddenly footsteps caught their attention. They turned their heads to see Mr. Carolina again. Hello, sir, Ed greeted him. He walked up to Ed and offered his hand. Ed shook his hand. Hello, Edward, if you're looking for Alphonse, then I think he might be at the capital for a day or two, Mr. Carolina said. No, I'm not here to see Alphonse, Ed said. I'm here to see Emmanuel. Mina has him, she just playing with him before she puts him to bed, he replied. You can go meet him before then. Thank you, sir, Ed replied as he then walked up to the stairs and onto the second floor. On the door to his side he could hear what sounded like laughter, Mina's laughter. He stopped by the door and once more raised his hand up to it, freezing for a second as he took in a deep breath and sighed before knocking on the door. Come in, Mina called out from the other side. Ed opened the door. Inside, Mina was sitting on the ground as a baby no older than a year had sat facing her. Mina was shocked for a second seeing Ed at first. Ed, I didn't know you were coming this soon. Yeah, sorry for the unexpected visit, Ed replied, scratching the back of his head. Mina smiled before then picking up the baby and standing up. Ed then got a good look at the child, who looked a picture image of a baby Alphonse, yet with dark hair and gray eyes. Chapter 64, Facing the Past. 2 years ago. The room was cold and eerily quiet despite there being a few people in the room with just a few chairs and a wooden table. Yelena, Floche, and Aaron all in an abandoned house just on the edge of Walrose, a few miles away from the Trost district. It had been a month since the meeting with the delegates and scientists at the port. The commander had given all those involved some time for themselves before they began their duties once more. Were you followed here? Yelena asked as she turned to Aaron. No, we were well covered, Aaron replied as he looked back to Floche who stood just outside the door. Floche nodded his head in response. We have some of our supporters sweeping the area just in case. Excellent, Yelena said as she sat down on a chair, a small bag in her hand. Did you get my letter? Aaron said, and the sample? Yelena smiled before then opening the bag and pulling out a vial of blood. Right here, she said, holding it up. And the spinal fluid? Aaron continued. Yelena then reached back into the bag and pulled out another vial before then winking at Aaron, playful. Aaron then reached out hand before Yelena, who carefully dropped it in his palm. Are you sure this will work? Yelena asked as she placed the bag down on the table and laying out a small disc and syringe in front of him. Aaron picked up the syringe and looked at it for a second before then picking up the vial of blood and sticking the needle through the cap of the vial. After the research discussion, Heng wanted to do an experiment with Historia's blood. Just coming into contact with it allowed me to access paths. Aaron then pressed the blood out of the syringe and into the small dish. He then put down that syringe and vial before then repeating the process with the vial of spinal fluid. If royal blood can just do that, then I have to know what mixing a Titan's shifter's spinal fluid with it, Zeke's spinal fluid. But I do know. He carefully injected the fluid into the blood on the dish before then gently stirring it before then sucking it back into the syringe. He centered the needle above his open palm before then pressing down on the end slowly as a drop of blood leaked through the needle and then onto his hand. As the drop of blood fell onto his hand, the world suddenly stopped and an all too familiar surge of energy had flashed within him as he suddenly found himself standing outside, in Shiganshina. It was a sunny day and the street center was busy with people walking by him, past him, and through him. They talked to each other, they walked by each other, sold and bought items from each other, all ignorant of a future not so long from now. Aaron walked forward, following a familiar path up the street till he hit an upslope with stone stairs. He walked upwards and saw a house that made his heart ache as he walked towards the door. Then through it. He walked into his kitchen and spotted his mother washing dishes as a small, younger, Aaron sat at the table playing with his toys. He sighed slightly as he spotted himself, before then heading to the basement where he walked down the stairs into the darkness of the staircase going down and then to the ground floor where a single oil lamp light on a desk illuminated the dark room as Grisha sat down with his head in his hands. Aaron then looked around to see a room of bookcases, boxes, and cupboards. But he knew all too well that he was not alone. I can't see you, but neither can you see me, he told himself. He walked up to Grisha. But you know I'm here. A memory of his voice spoke in his head. He looked behind Grisha to a space on the wall for a few seconds. In his memories he saw himself looking at that very space he was now in, just near Grisha. He remembers nodding his head slightly. What are you nodding at? Asked a familiar voice, from a memory in his future. Sorry, I was almost dozing off with how boring this attempt of yours is, he replied. Keep him distracted, he commanded in his head. I already know what to do. I did your part, remember? He remembered. Aaron then went back to looking at Grisha, who still sat silently. Aaron knelt down and placed his lips near Grisha's ear. Father, it's me, he whispered. He didn't know why, no one else can hear him. You're still being watched by them. Aaron continued, I need to tell you something, it's about what I'm planning on doing and what happens next. What happens next? He whispered so low he couldn't have been audible to anyone else. I'm going to finish the mission, Aaron said, leaning back. The missions set by Kruger, the mission believed in by your fallen comrades and now carried out by mine in the future, but I'm not going to just end Marley's cruelty, I'm going to free everyone, Eldian or not, from Marley and other empires. How? Grisha whispered. Aaron then leaned back in and whispered in his ear, his plan, and his intentions. What he wanted for Paradise, the world, and most importantly for his friends. The world he wanted for them, and for himself. Grisha took in a sharp intake of breath as he tried not to sob on the spot. Aaron could feel the sadness, anguish, and frustration that began to rise up like a memory that couldn't be forgotten. That will never be forgotten. Every nation that put its foot on Eldians or others will fall, and if the Eldian Empire rises from it, so be it, that doesn't matter to me. Aaron said, what I care about is getting justice for everyone who demands it. A tear ran down Grisha's cheek. I need your help. I'll do it. Grisha whispered, I'll do anything. Thank you. Aaron replied softly. For Armin and Mikasa. For Dina. Grisha whispered. For my comrades. For Faye. Edward tapped on the board with a piece of chalk as he wrote down several atomic formulas before then turning to the class. Writing notes on the board, he then turned to the class of students who diligently wrote it down. When it comes to metals, it is possible to restructure them into different shapes and even the types. Ed explained, it's even possible to transform stone or rock into a metal. He then took out a small rock from his pocket and placed it on the desk, before then clapping his hands together and tapping on it, the rock then forming in a small rod of shiny silver. He held up the object to the class, who watched in amazement. Any questions? A forest of hands quickly rose up. He then picked one at the back. You there, at the back. How long have you been working with metals? Asked a cadet. Is that your specialty? I'd like to think that both Al and I are pretty flexible with our alchemy, not restricted to just one type, but I would say I have a history of using metal. Ed replied, they did call me Fullmetal back where I'm from, though that was also for another reason. Alright, next question. Again a forest of hands. You at the front. How long did it take for you and teacher to master alchemy? Another asked. Teacher. Ed smirked to himself as he remembered Izumi. Well, Al and I started at a pretty young age. He said, our father he had a whole library of alchemy books and we got a hold of it, so that helps, but if you want to get to our level then you need to dedicate yourself to it. All of you are smart, no doubt about that, but alchemy needs dedication and practice alongside intelligence. He then looked around. One last question before I need to head out. Again an army of arms sticking out. You at the front. I was wondering if I can ask, because teacher usually just shoots us down when we ask, but how do we perform alchemy without a circle? They asked. Ed's breath hitched slightly. Ed was silent for a second as he looked to the ground. You don't. He replied in a monotone voice, you can't and you shouldn't want to. Ed said as he looked back at the cadet, you don't want to get it, trust me when I say this, trying to clean up messes or regrets involving alchemy is a massive pain in the ass. Ed leaned against the blackboard before then tapping on his left leg. I should know and I got off lucky, others lose a lot more. He stared at the cadet for a few seconds. So do you want to use a transmutation circle or play roulette with your limps on the off chance that what does get traded either doesn't kill you or render the ability completely useless anyways? The cadet didn't respond. Listen. Everyone. Ed said Alphonse wants you to explore and research alchemy and push the boundaries. Learning and discovering new limits and abilities with alchemy is something Alphonse and even I will always encourage. But don't be stupid, don't go sticking your hand where it doesn't belong. Or you'll end up losing it or worst. Ed then reached into his pocket and pulled out his pocket watch, opening it and looking at the time. I have to go, class dismissed, I'll be back for another lecture next month. Sir, we still have 15 minutes left, said one of the cadets. Yeah, Al and I have a meeting to head to at the port tomorrow and getting there is going to be long. He told them. The cadets seemed to understand. The classroom began to pack their items as they first left the small lecture hall. Sorry for cutting it short, I'll make up for it next time. The class began to pack up and leave, saying their goodbyes to Ed as they walked out the door. As the classroom emptied, Edward began to quickly pack up his papers from the desk before he then spotted the folded and now slightly crumpled picture. He picked it up and sighed, looking at the image of him, Winry and Alphonse. Soon. I promise soon. We'll be back soon. He muttered to himself. Hey, brother. Called out a voice from the doorway. He turned to see Alphonse looking at him with a soft smile yet absence of cheer. Hey Al, you ready to go? Ed asked as he placed the photo into his pocket. Yeah. Alphonse replied as he closed the door. Levi and the others are waiting for us. What's wrong? Ed asked. How was the lecture? Alphonse asked, dodging the question. It went well. Ed replied, I'm happy to keep doing these lectures occasionally, but I don't want to be committed to them or anything. Yeah, I know, I understand. Alphonse replied as he looked to the side. Alphonse, what's wrong? Ed asked again. Has something happened? Alphonse was silent. It's Mina. Did something happen? Ed asked, have you two had a fight or break up? No, it's nothing like that. Alphonse replied. Then what? You know how I feel about this, you and her are going to get hurt later down the line. Ed stated, so what is it? It's Mina, she's... Alphonse stuttered on his words as he couldn't look him in the eyes. But he didn't need to finish his sentence. No. Ed muttered. Please tell me. Alphonse was silent. You two can't have been so damn reckless. He felt frustration, anger, and a clawing feeling of betrayal. How could you? Alphonse walked up to Ed, shaking his head slightly. We're sorry, it just happened, we dash. Edward struck Alphonse in the gut before pushing him against the desk, slamming his back. You idiot. Ed yelled at him. Alphonse, slumped over slightly, stood up straight with a look of anger on his face as he readied himself, hands up in a stance Ed knew all too well. Ed shook his head slightly before then throwing another punch at Alphonse. Alphonse blocked the attack and this time struck Ed in the stomach before he could move back. Ed stumbled back. Alphonse then went for the finishing blow to Ed's head when Ed ducked down and hooks his arm around Alphonse's body before slamming him onto the ground. I thought you knew better. Ed yelled at him as he held Alphonse on the ground. Alphonse quickly throws a punch against Ed's face as he lay on the ground, but Ed threw his own back. Marks now dressing their face as they then held each other, Edward almost strangling him while Alphonse grabbing at Ed's throat. Suddenly the door slams open and Levi barges through, grabbing Edward off of him and almost throwing him back. As Alphonse stood up he marched over to them. Oi! Levi shouted at Alphonse with an arm out, separating the two. That's enough. The two, Edward and Alphonse, stood back as Levi stood between them. There was a sound of a rush as a group of people watched from the door, their friends among them, Aaron, Mikasa, Armin, Jean, Connie, Sasha, and Mina within tears in her eyes. Ed spotted her, shook his head and gritted his teeth as he walked out of the door, moving past everyone. Ed. Mina called, "We're sorry." Ed couldn't look back, instead he kept walking as he tried to desperately hold himself together. Present. It was early in the morning, the air was chilly and the sun had just began to creep over the wall of cairns as Mina waited for Ed in the park, holding Emmanuel in her arms as he looked around curiously and grabbed at her ponytail. She continued to walk down a path until she spotted him sitting on a park bench sleeping with a briefcase sitting on his lap. Mina quickly walked up to him and sat down on the bench before then placing her hand on his shoulder and shaking him slightly. "Ed," she said softly. Ed woke up abruptly. "Whoa," he said as he straightens up and looked at her, a tired smile on his face. "Hey," he said. "Did you spend the night on this bench?" She asked concerned. "You could have stayed over if you wanted." "No, I stayed at an inn but woke up early and decided to just be early," Ed said. "Do you want to walk or?" "No, we can sit here," Mina said. "Okay." He then looked at Emmanuel, who was now chewing on Mina's ponytail. "Hey little guy, it's been a while since I last saw you." Mina smiled as Ed tussled with Emmanuel's hair. "I think the last time you saw he was just a few months after his birth," she said, trying to remember. Ed's smile began to fade as the words came out. "I'm sorry, that wasn't meant to be dash." No, I know you didn't mean it that way," Ed reassured her. I'm just pies disappointed in myself really." Ed sighed. "God. I'm such an idiot." "You're not, Ed," Mina replied quickly. "You're not I." She then held Emmanuel tighter. "I know it must have been hard for you and that we had complicated things." "Everything is complicated," Ed commented. "Please no, I never meant for this to happen, we didn't mean for this to happen," Mina said. "We're sorry, I'm sore dash." "Please, you have nothing to apologize for," Ed said to her. "You and Alphonse love each other, I was the one trying to control everything and acted petty when things happened." Ed then looked up to the morning sky. "If anyone has a right to be angry with anyone, you should be angry with me." They were silent for a few seconds as the sun began to rise fully over the wall and the soft wind rustled the leaves on the nearby trees. "Did you ever hate me?" she asked quietly, full of apprehension. "Did you ever hate us?" Ed looked back at her with set eyes before then looking at Emmanuel. "Never," he told her, "not for a single second." He then turned to his briefcase and opened it. Inside looked to a mix of papers and other items before then pulling out a wooden knight. "Here," he said, giving Mina the toy knight. Emmanuel spotted the toy and tried to grasp at it. Mina smiled at Emmanuel before then handing him the toy. A knight dressed in armor. "I'm sure Alphonse will get a kick out of it," Ed joked with her as the two chuckled. Ed then reached out for Emmanuel. Mina gently handed him to Ed, who sat him down on the briefcase. The baby stared at Ed, trying to reach out for Ed's eye patch. "You don't know how lucky you are to have Alphonse, he'll be overbearing as hell dash." He quickly caught himself. "Heck, but that's only because he cares, alright." Mina smiled and tried not to shed a tear as Ed spoke softly to Emmanuel. Ed turned back to Mina. "How long much leave you got left?" he asked. "Just a few days, then I'm reporting back to hang." Mina replied, I guess I'm lucky. Hang has been very understanding, though I think she has a soft spot for Emmanuel. She keeps trying to make him laugh whenever she sees him. Ed laughed loudly, I guessing she's been successful in that. Mina nodded her head giggling. I've still got to see Commander Irwin about that report I've been writing up. He said, I know Alphonse is coming to Carnes, is there anything you guys have planned? Elric. Someone then yelled to their side. They both almost jumped from their seats as their heads quickly snapped to the side to see a man look at them. Edward Elric, one of the angel of heaven sent to us from God. The man said with a blank face but with wide eyes. Mina turned back to Ed, who looked at the man with a grimace here. He said as he quickly but gently gave Emmanuel back to Mina and slid his briefcase to the side. Don't let him see his face. Ed whispered. Mina held Emmanuel close, almost shielding his face. Are you speaking to your followers? Do you have a message to tell to us? The man asked with devotion oozing from his voice. Ed stood up. Listen, back away and leave us alone. He raised his hand up to the man. The man then got onto his knees and bowed his head. Messenger, I am but an ignorant sheep, I seek only the guidance of God. Stop this, I'm not Ed stopped himself. Mina then looked around as others began to enter the park and noticed them, some walking up and joining the man. It's one of the Elrics. They're here in Carnes. The messengers of God, the angels. Then some joined the man and bowed down with him, a murmuring of voices joining his. Mina held Emmanuel close. Ed turned to her slightly and the two caught each other's eyes. He nodded at her. Mina nodded back, standing up and walking away. Everyone please, just wait a moment. Ed said as he shifted to the side, eyes on him. I don't have a message to tell you or anything, we've just been busy trying to handle the situation. They will bring retribution to Marley. One of them yelled. We will follow you, lead us to glory. Mina stood just at the entrance of the park now. She looked back to Ed, now almost surrounded by people. Kiyomi watched and listened patiently and intently as she and Irwin sat in front of a large stack of radios and other panels. A microphone sat in front of them on a table as a multitude of voices barraged them through static. She placed her hand on under her chin as she listened to the representative from a smaller nation on the edge of Marley argue about the positives of attacking Marley now, a few other voices agreeing with him. They are weak. The voice over the radio declared, if we can seize this opportunity then we can take these strategic points from their army and navy. My rebels can support this attack by raiding their bases and destroying their roads. One of the insurgent groups added to the argument. If we can add the scout regiment to our strength then we will no doubt. Kiyomi folded her arms and rolled her eyes slightly. This is the declaration of someone who is overconfident, she thought. I cannot support this. Irwin responded. As I have said before, the plan will be to focus on a way to avoid war. I still believe we can solve this without further bloodshed. Commander, you know we have great respect for you and Paradis, but even you must see that time has passed. The insurgent argued, with Paradis' support we can continue to break Marley down. Many of us have waited a long time for this. Said another representative, there is agitation among the people, riots and skirmishes breaking out in Marley's colonies, my own nation included. Impatience, that's a familiar one. She folded her legs and continued to listen. Perhaps we should spend some time considering first. Spoke another, a different voice over the radio. We should see if Marley is at least willing to talk first before we commit to another attack. Some of us are not yet armed. Better defend ourselves from a Marley counterattack, let alone stage our own operations. A friendly voice. Kiyomi then looked to Irwin. How will you handle this? The representative for the Chavans makes a good point. Irwin spoke, at the very least we should wait until we can properly supply all our allies with the necessary equipment before we can consider making a move. So you're saying that action is not off the table? The insurgent leader asked. Kiyomi stared thoughtful at Irwin as he sat silently. While the situation is volatile, no option can be taken off. He replied. But until all other options are exhausted we should hold off launching another attack on Marley. Appeasing and putting your foot down. There were a few grumbles on the other side mixed with the static of the radio. So be it, Commander. Came a reply. I will report back that you were adamant we hold off. For now. Thank you. Irwin replied. Gentlemen, as always, it's been a pleasure speaking to you. The other made their farewell before the radio cut out and silence filled the room. Erwin breathed in deeply before exhaling out of his mouth. "I don't know how you managed to do this," he said, turning his head to her. Kiyomi smiled. "Well, I had years of being groomed for the role and then years of experience, none of which you have," she said, stating an obvious fact. She had known Erwin was self-aware enough to take a harsh truth. "That being said, you handled yourself pretty well." Erwin leaned back in his chair. "The experience from handling your own subordinates and officials must come to use here." "In a way, yes," Erwin replied. "However, rallying or convincing people is easier when it was only a few groups and those close to you. Now there's a whole world out there with different ideas and ambitions," Kiyomi said, "and a lot of them are stubborn in their goals, even if it is completely irrational. Those insurgents believed that they can topple Marley, an empire that must have influence over half the world," Erwin said, exhausted. "That doesn't stop them from hating Marley. Some hate them more than they like living," Kiyomi replied. "I would say that they're envious that you and the scouts go to launch an attack on a Marley city, something they could only dream of." Erwin groaned lightly in response. "Some people want land, some want money, some want influence, some resources and industries, but they all have one thing in common," Kiyomi said. "They all want power, whether they know it or not." "Is that what you want?" Erwin asked. Kiyomi smiled at him while raising her eyebrows. "Do you really have to ask, Erwin?" "No, I don't," Erwin replied. The door behind them is burst opened as a guard quickly walked in. "Commander, you're needed back inside the walls." Armin ate his dinner, a bowl of stew, on the chess table as Pike sat with him eating hers. He liked talking to her even if it was behind metal bars. He bit into some of the meat in his stew as he then drank from his flask of water. "I have to admit, I'm surprised by the food that you give to prisoners of war," Pike commented. "Surprised?" Armin asked as he wiped his mouth. "Honestly, I expected to eat moldy bread and maybe some rotten vegetables," Pike said. "Cooked meat? I wouldn't have guessed that." "What does Marley give their prisoners?" Armin asked. "Marley is bound by international law to give their POWs actual food, but that would consist of some vegetables and bread," she said, "but it wasn't unheard of for POWs to be fed scraps or worst." "What happened to Eldian POWs?" Armin asked. Pike was silent for a bit. "Under international law they should be given the same rights," she said before then taking a bite out of her piece of bread, "but there's a gap between what is written and what is done." Pike began to pick at what was left of her food. "There's a dilemma among Eldian soldiers: either keep the armband on and possibly starve to death, or take it off, get caught and then executed. By either their captors or by Marley." Armin was quiet as he took in that information. He thought of what would happen if he or his friends were captured by Marley or anyone else. "Did you know anyone, Eldians, who were POWs?" Armin asked. "A few, or at least those who survived," Pike replied. "They were all emaciated." "That's horrible, but I think I know exactly what you're talking about," Armin said. "I've seen people who were starved before, prisoners and, just people on the street. Reiner told us that after the initial attack there was an immediate food shortage." Pike said. "Was that true?" "There was a food shortage," Armin replied as he turned his head to her. "When Wall Maria fell, survivors were made to work the fields to combat the food shortage. There wasn't enough food for everyone at the time." She quickly noticed a small grimace was being etched on his face. "Bad memory?" Pike asked. "It is," Armin replied. "There wasn't enough to go around for everyone inside the walls. After the loss of much of our farmlands, a fifth of the population was sent out to recapture lost territory. My grandfather among them." Armin noticed Pike become solemn, clutching at her fork with a straight mouth and sympathetic eyes looking at him. "I'm sorry that happened to you." "It was a long time ago," Armin replied. "I had my friends looking out for me since then. They're my family. They're a part of the reason I joined the military all those years ago." "I think I understand," Pike replied. "No, I do understand that," she said as she finished off her plate. "What about you, do you have any family?" Armin asked. "Just my father. My mother died when she was young and he never remarried," Pike said. "He became ill when I was young. We couldn't afford to pay for the treatment needed, so I joined the warrior program." "Shorten your own life to save his," Armin said. The irony is not lost on me or him. Pike replied. Sorry we're taking up your time. Armin said, you should be spending what's left of it with him. You can't exactly let me out now. Pike said, beside, it's better than being killed or fed to a titan. You aren't planning on doing that. No, we're not going to feed you to a titan. Armin said, would have been easier to take information from you that way. Why didn't you or the army do that then? Pike asked. Also you haven't really tried asking me anything relating to Marley military secrets, though I assume Zeke probably spilled all that already. Pike pushed her plate to the side. Why am I still alive? I can't say. Armin replied, I do have one last question to ask you, Pike, what do you want? Pike looked at him a bit perplexed. What do I want? Pike repeated the question. In the grand scheme of things, if you could remake the world, what do you want? Armin clarified. Pike sighed out through her nose. I want all Eldians to be free of persecution. She stated, and I want them to live without fear that one day the whole world will suddenly wipe us out. I've heard a lot of people say that. Armin replied, though they all had different ideas on how to get there. How do you plan on doing that? Through Marley. I do not trust Marley. Pike stated matter-of-factly, but the people I can trust are my friends and comrades. I know that what they want is what I want too. Armin nodded his head. That makes sense. What do you want, Armin? Pike asked this time. Armin looked down at the board for a second before then looking back at Pike. I want to see the world that my grandfather's book had shown me all those years ago. Would you do anything to achieve that? Pike followed up. Armin raised his hand and looked at his glove. If I set the world on fire, then I might as well be burning that book, him and my parents. Armin explained, I want to explore the world, not take from others. Armin stood up from his chair. He pointed to the entrance through the bars. Pike stood up and handed him the plate. Thank you, Pike. He said, I really enjoyed our conversations, but my time is up. I hope we can speak again under better terms. Pike didn't say a word, instead nodded at him as Armin walked out of the hallway and through the door as the guard closed it behind him and locked it. He walked into the empty kitchen of the prison before then placing the plate and bowl into the wooden bucket full of water and then sat at a nearby table. He pulled out a piece of paper from inside his coat and began to write down his thoughts. Lieutenant. Nanaba called out, catching his attention before then sitting down opposite him. How has the interrogation been going? I wouldn't call it interrogation, but I think we had gotten what we needed. Armin. He then tapped his pen at the beginning of the page as he thought of his first key point. Pike Finger is, as Zeke Yeager suggested, intelligent, tactical, and has plenty of intrigue to match us. That will be good to tell Erwin. If you're ready, then we can head back to the capital tomorrow. Nanaba stated. So knowing all this, does that make her a powerful enemy? That's the thing, I don't think she's our enemy. Armin replied. Alphonse placed his hands onto the smooth ground as a large crowd of his students stood by and watched. The ground began to morph in front of them all as very familiar blue lights shone on the ground as sparks accompanied it. A large mark, a transmutation symbol, was now etched into the ground. A familiar circle of earth modified slightly to morph stone. Alphonse stood up and looked back to his students, now a small crowd watching him too from a distance, something which he had gotten used to now as he practiced with classes. It wasn't hard to see the wonder on their faces, the curiosity, and the fear. But now he could see something else, blank faces, like those watching had seen this all before and were thoroughly unimpressed. Alphonse shook his head slightly and then his attention back to his class. You're all familiar with this now. He told them, reflect and speed test, transmute something to defend yourself with before the others can toss those wet sponges at you. He looked to the others who then moved towards the buckets of grey wet sponges. He snickered slightly as he watched them take the sponges out almost gleefully, a fun little game and test for all of them. Emma, you're up first. There were some audible giggles and sighs of relief as Emma stepped forward first. Alphonse nodded his head, a good student and eager learner. Emma walked into the middle and turned to Alphonse before then nodding back to him with a smile. Alphonse smiled back. He always remembered the compulsion for them to salute him, something he had to teach out of them just for when he and they were just being a teacher and his students. Alchemy is more than just a weapon for the army. And go! He yelled. Emma dropped to her knees and slammed her hands onto the ground. Within a second a stone wall erupted from the ground and quickly shielded her from the wet sponges, splattering against the wall. Over the wall! Alphonse commanded. The students then began to toss the sponges over the wall, arcing down. Emma slid to the side and slammed her hand on the ground as she made cover for herself, and the wet sponges plopped onto it. Suddenly the cover transformed into a hand which tossed the dripping sponges back at the other students who tried to shield themselves, laughter ringing out as the students were hit by the falling sponges. Alphonse watched them all, a feeling of peace falling over him. As Emma laughed playful, suddenly a tomato was thrown at her, hitting her on the head. She fell to the ground, clutching the spot where it hit her. The laughter quickly dying, snuffed out. Alphonse turned his head sharply to the direction it was thrown. His head was burning hot as he looked for the person who had thrown it. "Who threw that?" he yelled at the crowd. The other students quickly ran to Emma's aid, checking on her and wiping away the remains from her face. Alphonse stepped towards the crowd, some backing away from him. But others stood their ground. It was only as he got closer did he begin to properly see their faces. Former students of his. "You," he said to them in an almost threatening manner. "You all have some nerve to show your faces here again and dare attack my students. Students? More like your followers, you run a cult." One of them shot back at Alphonse. "A cult full of cowards and weaklings." Another added. "I think all of you know better than to call us weak." Alphonse shot back, "Especially when all of you were so undisciplined. You kicked us out because we didn't want to follow your ways." One fired back. "Sharing alchemy with everyone? Even with those who want us dead? The whole world doesn't want us dead." Alphonse argued back, "And last I checked, we came here to help humanity. We should be the only humanity you care about. The people of the walls took you and your brother in." One of them argued back. "We deserve it, and we should choose what to do with it. That's why not a single one of you will ever learn alchemy," Alphonse said, pointing at them. "You and your brother don't give a damn about us, but Aaron does. The Yajrists have the right idea." One of them yelled, "They'll be the ones to save us, not you, or your cult of illusionists." Hang lays her head across the edge of her chair and sighs before turning her head upright and taking a gulp of warm coffee from the mug before then placing it back on her desk. "What was that Alphonse said? Don't let this be a substitute for sleep." Hang then chuckled to herself before then rubbing her eyes. "Later, I still need to find out what's in this wine," Hang muttered to herself before then looking back into the microscope. She sighed as she pressed her finger underneath the marking on the glass tray. "Nothing. What the hell could it be?" Hang said disgruntled. "It's not poison I can find, a Marley-made poison perhaps. But why hasn't anyone dropped dead then?" Hang leaned back in her chair once more. "They're not killing anyone, spreading a sickness perhaps. But there haven't been any reports of mass sickness or illnesses spreading through the ranks of the military police." She then looked through the microscope again, "But there definitely is something in that wine." She turned to her side and then looked over to a small group of other vials of liquids and test tubes. She picked one up with her hand and played around with it between her fingers. Her grip then tightens over the vial, her finger pressing on it, almost threatening to break it between her finger and thumb. A sense of realization sweeping over her, consuming her. "No." She quickly took out another glass dish before then drawing a transmutation symbol on it and then pouring a drop of wine in it. "No, no, no." Her hands almost shaking as she placed it under the microscope. "Calcium, magnesium, chloride." She began to list the elements in her head. She placed her finger underneath the dish as a familiar blue light shone through. Success. As the wine parted with the mystery substance, it then quickly turned to smoke as it touched the air. She shot up from her seat as she continued to stare at the microscope as a faint smoke disappeared into the air. She grabbed her coat and quickly sprinted out of her office. He wondered how he could keep a straight face, through the noise of the crowd, the loud questions of the journalists and the angered commands of his bodyguards. He knew anyone else would have been intimidated by this, even he wouldn't have been exactly thrilled with the idea of facing the public or the press during the early years of his command of the regiment. A sad part of the job and an unnecessary obstacle to his goal, which now no longer existed. Commander Erwin, is it true you have imprisoned Eren Yeager? Asked one of the press trying to get through the line of guards. Commander, what are your plans for a possible Marley invasion? Asked another. Commander, is it true that the Elric brothers are influencing Paradis' foreign policy? Commander, is it true you and the Elrics promised another country alchemy in exchange for their support? Erwin didn't say anything. He knew there wouldn't be a point. He couldn't afford to get bogged down trying to correct or argue the regiment's point of view or his. He approached the large metal gate with the Wings of Freedom emblem cast onto the bars. Scout soldiers on the other side pulled it open as he walked through onto the other side. Make sure they don't pass through, he told one of the scouts as he walked towards the door of the now Scout Regiment headquarters in the capital, a grey and looming building with uniform windows all standing in perfect rows from top to bottom, the only colors being the large green banners that hung off the roof and next to the large archway to the entrance, a symbol of the regiment's now grand status. Standing just by the door was Nanaba waiting for him. As he approached the stop set of sets, she nodded at him and opened the door. Are they all here? He asked. Only the ones who the military police captured, Nanaba replied. The rest of the team has escaped. We're still hunting for them, but it's all too likely they've now escaped into the public like the other members of Eren's supporters. She then handed him a file. Erwin opened the file and read its contents as he walked inside. Before him were the familiar faces of members of Levi's squad and the now Jean's squad as they surrounded a few individuals sitting in chairs, waiting for him. Erwin walked towards them, all eyes on him, as he then sat down on a chair facing the group of people. Floch team, guilty of leaking classified information, undermining regiment operations, stealing military equipment and accused of killing surrendering soldiers during the raid on Liberio, especially when ordered not to engage with them. Floch glanced over to Marlowe, who stood just to Erwin's side next to Jean, Sasha, and Connie. I'm not surprised. You don't deny it? Erwin questioned. Do you deny imprisoning Eren Yeager? Floch asked back. Do you deny allowing both Edward and Alphonse free rein to influence how Eldia should conduct itself? Eren Yeager deserted from the regiment and forced us to raid Liberio, Erwin replied, and prior to this, he was among other who influenced my direction on how we faced the rest of humanity. Yes, the peaceful route, Floch said almost mockingly, where we go to every nation and ask them to tolerate our existence while they keep others like us in internment while gifting the very advantage we have over them. And what would you have us do? Erwin questioned calmly. Fight? March on the cities of every nation who threaten us? We are facing humans, people, not the Titans who only sought to eat us. No. The Titans were mindless, but the people outside who rule are cruel. Floch argued back. I deny nothing. He said, going back to the original conversation. Out of respect for you, Commander, I held off telling people about what Eren had told me because I believed you would see sense soon. I was wrong. Wrong how? Erwin asked, almost curious. In the past you used to be resolute in your decision. You were willing to do what was necessary in order to secure the one thing that was important for our survival. Victory. You were willing to sacrifice anything for victory in the name of walled humanity. Erwin sighed as he bowed his head slightly. You couldn't be more wrong. He felt uncomfortable hearing this selfless and heroic version of him. Now, 4 years after the battle in Shiganshina, you want to make peace with those who wanted us dead when the answer is clear and simple, a great show of strength. An Eldian Empire can guarantee that we live free for generations to come. Eldian Empire. Erwin repeated back. He lifted his head up back to face them again. I swore to protect humanity, not place it under my boot. You swore to protect walled humanity. Floch corrected him. But humanity nonetheless, Erwin countered. Floch was silent for a few seconds. How disappointing. Is this what our comrades had died for? Is this what you plan on doing with the sacrifices they made? Perhaps it would have been better if you never inherited the Colossal that day, Erwin. As soon as Floch finished his sentence, Nanaba struck him across the face with a punch from her non-metal arm. You dare speak to your commander like that? She questioned him, pure visceral in her voice. Floch looked towards Nanaba this time. You were there, when my comrades were devoured by Titans. You should sympathize with us. After all, we are who we are because of you. You led scared children to battle that night. Nanaba staggered back slightly. Is another night at Utgard something you want? That enough? Marlowe spoke out this time, stepping forward. Escort them to their cells. Jean ordered, looking to the guards. They were picked up from their chairs and moved away. Erwin shut his eyes for a second and sighed through his nose before standing up from his chair and walking towards Nanaba, placing a hand on her shoulder. "Don't take that to heart, Nanaba." He tried to reassure her. "I know," Nanaba said. I wish I could have done better that night. I should have just asked those recruits to escape. I shouldn't have made them fight. Then you and the rest of your squad would have been overwhelmed and you would have died that night." Erwin told her whatever happens to us and how we react to it is ours, or what path it takes us on. And the same goes with them. "You're right, Erwin," Nanaba said, looking at him with set eyes. Erwin let go of her shoulder as she then walked away with the other scouts. Erwin peered through nearby window, the crowd of people still outside the gates as he sighed. He turned to see Armin walking towards him, a brown folder in his hand. Armin saluted him. "Commander Erwin." "Lieutenant Arlert," Erwin replied. "You have a report for me?" "Yes, Commander." Armin handed him the folder. "It's the report on Pike Finger." "Thank you, Lieutenant." Erwin nodded his head. He walked through the corridors and up the stairs, the different staff and scout troops greeting him before he retreated to his office. Erwin shut the door behind him and walked up to the desk. Everything was as he had left it, untouched from the months he had spent at the port. He placed his finger on the desk. It was spotless and cold. He moved around the desk and sat down on the chair, slumping into it as he turned to face the window. He leaned forward and rested elbows on his legs as he pressed his face against his crossed fingers. For just a little bit he had a moment of peace. Suddenly the door slammed open as Hang stumbled in breathless Erwin. "Erwin," she said as she reached his desk, leaning on it as she caught her breath. She looked up at him, mouth slightly agape and a look of fear on her face. The wine. She then turned back and ran to the door. Before she could close it, someone placed their hand on it, stopping her. They pushed back against the door, Ed peering his head out. "Hang, you're here," Ed said. Hang grabbed Ed by the collar and pulled him into the office. Ed tumbled to the floor as Hang slammed the door shut. "What the hell?" Ed said as he looked up from the floor. "Erwin, the wine, it dash." She stopped herself and looked around before then walking to the desk and taking a piece of paper and a pen. Erwin looked at the paper, as did Ed, who got up from the floor and walked up to the desk. The written words caught his breath as his whole body tensed up. Ed gasped slightly as he stared at what was written. "Spinal fluid in the wine." "Oh my God," Ed muttered. Erwin breathed in deeply before blowing out from his nose. "Who else knows?" he asked. "Just us," Hang said. "For now let's keep it this way," Erwin told them. The wine was used mainly by the military police and the upper sections of the garrison. As far as I know, the scout regiment's hierarchy or its rank and file have not drank any of the Marleyan wine. Zeke and the volunteers have us by the neck and we didn't know it," Hang said in an almost hushed whisper. "If he gets within range of anyone in the army, then it will be chaos. We have to transfer his titan to someone, even if that person is a placeholder for someone else in future. We'll have to strongly consider doing so." Erwin replied. "Draw up a list of candidates, no one essential." Erwin noticed Ed grip the table as he said that, yet held himself. "Edward, your report." Ed placed his folder on the table. "From what I could find about Zeke's history, I've got 3 conclusions. He's a double agent for Marley, looking to hurt us from the inside." "That's looking pretty likely," Hang commented. Ed nodded in agreement. "Second was he was out for vengeance against Marley and is using us as a tool for that. He's already gotten Marley to declare war on us, and there are supporters of a war in the upper hierarchy of the army and government. He wouldn't need to poison us if he was looking to just use Paradis to bring down Marley." Erwin theorized. "Weirder still, his own designed plans for us were to have us stalemate with Marley until we reached a certain development level." Hang stated. "You'd think someone with less than a year left would want to see a plan of revenge. The third is he's working for no one and has something of his own planned." Ed finished. "What it is I don't know." "What could you grasp from his history?" Erwin asked. "His childhood was messy, no doubt about that," Ed stated. "Parents were restorationists who put big ideas in his head, and grandparents who told him nothing but Marley propaganda. It seems to be a mix of self-pride and hatred for Eldians." "So who knows what's going on in his head?" Hang remarked. Exactly, Ed replied. I think the safest thing to say is that we can't trust the guy, he's got far too much to hide and we have no way of finding out what he's planning. Even Aaron isn't willing to cooperate with us. It's likely then that only the volunteers would know then. Erwin asked. Possibly, Ed replied, shrugging his shoulders. What about the Yadrists? Erwin then asked. Both Ed and Hang looked at him. Ed was about to open his mouth to say something when he noticed the look in Erwin's eyes. It was unspoken, yet the order was clear. They would know something. Hang replied. Erwin nodded at Hang, then looked to Ed. Wood stared down at the desk with a cold look on his face, but his eyes moved up to Erwin. A familiar frustration greeted him, but still Ed nodded his head. Both Ed and Hang then turned towards the door and walked out of the office, shutting the door behind them and once more leaving Erwin alone. Erwin then picked up the reports and began to read them, first Ed's report as he made his own notes and then Armin's report on the cart titan, Pike Finger. He took his time, going through them. Not even those who had known him for years, fighting by his side, do not know of his true intentions, nor the fact that he would betray them. He flipped over to the next page of the report. Was I any different? No one knew what I truly wanted, at times I hid it even from myself. What makes me different? We all have dreams, hope and aspirations, Commander, that's what makes us human. Erwin remembered what Ed had told him back in Shiganshina, but isn't the fact that with all those different goals we all united to achieve it together and for a greater good, isn't that what's amazing? Do your goals align with ours, Zeke? Suddenly there was a knock on his door once more. Come in. Erwin said as he closed the report. The door slowly opened and inside stepped a young fresh-faced recruit wearing the uniform of the Cadet Corps. The recruit smiled at Erwin as they saluted them. In their hand was a large book. Commander Erwin, I'm just returning this book. The recruit then walked towards the bookshelf, almost shuffling quickly to it. I don't remember giving permission for someone to use any of the books in my office. Erwin stated. The recruit froze in place before they could slip the book in. I was told to return this book back to your office by squad leader Hang. The recruit replied, you know how she is, she's always in a hurry. Erwin tensed up and clenched his fist as he stood up from his seat. Interesting. He replied, strange that she would ask you to return a book, considering Hang didn't take anything from this office or mention anything when she met with me not that long ago. The recruit didn't say a thing as they stood still, holding the book in place. What's in the book? He asked. Still nothing, no reply from them as they stood still staring at the shelf on the book. What's in the book? He demanded this time. The recruit looked at the door. If you're thinking of escaping, then no, I can lock down the building before you could leave through any exit. Erwin calmly informed them. So I suggest you tell me what's in the book. The recruit turned back to the shelf as they slid the book in. To hell with it. The recruit then walked calmly to the door, then pressed their backs on it, blocking the exit as they stared down Erwin. Erwin looked at them, then looked back at the book they placed on the shelf. The realization dawned on him quickly as he grabbed a pen from his desk and stabbed it into his hand. Hang and Ed quickly walked through the hallway, the sound of their feet shuffling across the floor filling in the heavy silence between them. Hang shifted her eyes towards Ed, the frustrated look hadn't left his face as he walked with her. As they turned the corner, they almost bumped into two other people. Ed quickly grabbed Hang and pulled her back slightly as she just missed the incoming person rounding the corner. As she staggered back slightly, squad leader Hang. Armin said as he quickly saluted her. Hang then looked back to both him and Mikasa standing before them. Lieutenant Armin. Hang said with a smile and saluting them back, how are you? Sorry I couldn't get in touch with you during your interrogation of the cart titan. She began to scratch the back of her head softly. I probably should have given you some tips, but I sure you made do. That wouldn't have been necessary, squad leader. Armin said almost perturbed. Mikasa, it's good to see you too. Hang said, how's the rest of Levi's squad? They're doing well, though it's been difficult. Mikasa replied, the name wasn't uttered, yet it hung over them. An absence which served as a perpetual reminder. Yeah, we all miss her too. Hang replied. She then glanced towards Ed, who remained silent. Squad leader Hang, could I speak to Edward for a minute? Armin asked. Of course, though be quick, we're in a hurry. Hang said, "Mikasa and I will be right around the corner." She then took Mikasa's sleeve and guided her around the corner as both Armin and Edward walked back. Hang then stopped and stamped on the floor, each step lighter than the next. She looked to Mikasa as if asking her to copy. Mikasa raised an eyebrow before following her lead. Hang then pressed her back against the wall and very slowly shifted back towards the corner before making it just above an arm's length from the corner, Mikasa following her lead still. Just out of the reach of their ears they could hear the muttering of Armin and Ed. Even in their hushed tone they could hear the frustration and intensity in their conversation. "We've had this discussion before, no?" Ed said, "It's out of the question. Things have changed since then." Armin responded, "You know it, we've got our backs up against a wall. We're out of options." "You don't know that," Ed argued back. "I do." Armin shot back, "And so does Alphonse." There was a brief pause. "Alphonse sent a letter to me. He's willing to do so if you're willing to do it too." Another pause, waiting for a response from Edward. Only the sound of his breathing could be heard. "I'm still not going to do it. I told you that thing is pure evil and there's no way in hell I'm making it, with or without Al's blessing for it." Ed shot back. Pure evil. There was only one thing that both Edward and Alphonse ever described as pure evil. The Philosopher's Stone. Armin wants to make a Philosopher's Stone. "Hang, what is it?" Mikasa asked in a silent whisper. Hang turned her head to her and placed her finger to her lips before mouthing, "I'll tell you later. This is the last time." "Armin," Ed said aggressively enough. There was a sound of footsteps. Both Hang and Mikasa almost scurried back before the sound of a hand grabbing at cloth and boots skidding the floor stopped them. "What the dash? You said that no matter we'll find a way to deal with it," Armin said back with equal aggression. "You said that we'll win. Can we win?" Another pause, more silence, this one however speaking volumes. "Tell me, how we can win, because I can't think of a way out of this." "I don't," Ed admitted through a sigh. "Neither do I," Armin said too. "We don't have ace in the cards like Eren and Zeke or the massive armies, wealth, resources, and power to go along with a grand strategy like Marley or the other empires of the worlds. We're got one thing they don't have, and its ingredients are roaming around in our large cage." Hang just caught her before she could gasp at Armin's admission. "The Titans, he wants to use the Titans, he designed his traps for this." "I can't believe you, Armin," Ed said, "a plan 4 years in the making." "It wasn't a plan," Armin informed him, "it was insurance. I never wanted to use it but I don't think I could live with the idea that we were going to be facing the unknown and not have this to fall back on." Ed sighed loudly, "God damn it. I guess I was right," Armin remarked, sadness in his voice. "We'll discuss this later," Ed said before he began to walk away. This time both Hang and Mikasa scurried back to down the hall. "Don't bother, I know you were listening." They heard Ed call out. They both froze in place. Ed turned the corner and looked at them with a blank expression on his face. "I'll see you later, Mikasa," before then nodding his head at Hang, signaling her to move. She patted Mikasa on the shoulder before quickly walking away with Ed. "You two were talking about the stone," Hang said in a whisper. "Hang, thanks for being you," Ed remarked almost jokingly with a straight face. "You might be overwhelming but at least you didn't push, this at least." Hang smiled and shook her head. "To be honest, Edward, if I knew both you and Alphonse could have pushed into making the stone, I would have done so myself." Wim lay on the hard bed sleep as he waited for the next part of their plan. He felt at ease as he rested his head on his hand and crossed his legs. Their capture by those traitors was only a setback in the plans of Eren Yeager, in their mission to free Eldians across the world. He slept peacefully and unaware. As he suddenly felt a hand press down against his mouth and a damp cloth filled with something sweet invading his nose and mouth as two people held him down on the bed as he then tried to struggle. He looked up to see a familiar face looking down at him. Squad leader Hang clothing the cloth over his nose and mouth as he knee and other arm held down his arms and someone else held him down his legs. "Shhhh. Hang said, "Go back to sleep." Wim could feel himself lose consciousness as his eyes began to roll into the back of his head and his body slowly grew weaker and weaker, his vision blurred until it went black and his body went still. When Wim came to he found himself slumped to the side, an ache to the side of his neck as the feel of rope wrapped tightly around his body held him up against a chair. He raised his head up with a weak groan as he regained his sight, two blurry images in front of him slowly clearing into two people. He quickly remembered being apprehended by Hang and another person. As his vision cleared, he saw Hang standing to the side wearing black gloves holding next to her. "Edward Elric," he croaked out. Ed walked towards him, now standing over him. Yet Wim did not cower in the presence of this false idol. "I'm surprised to see you here, but I guess even Angel of God has to get in the mud with the rest of us." Hang then walked up to him and punched Wim in the gut before then striking him across the face. "Make this easy for yourself, Wim," Edward told him. His voice was calm yet didn't lack the undertone of anger. "What are Zeke and Aaron Yeager planning?" "How should I know?" Wim stated. Hang then punched him in the chest before then striking him against the other side of his cheek. "Is this all you intend on doing?" Wim questioned, "Making one of your fools do the dirty work as you just ask questions." "I'm just getting started, Wim," Hang said, "but out of respect to former comrade I'm holding off using tools just yet." "Comrade, you were never my comrade." Wim growled back, "A traitor and a fool is what you were. You and that spineless commander have chosen to side with the Elrics. You've let yourselves be seduced by their parlor tricks." Hang frowned at that remark. "With the right symbols and thinking I can break your body in ways you couldn't imagine with just a single touch." She then turned to Edward, "And Ed here, there's no imagining what he can do to you." Wim then turned back to Ed, "Then do it then, you think you can break me?" He stared into Edward's eyes. "You and your brother came all this way to save us?" "Aaron will save us from Marley and you illusionists. Aaron told us why you're here. You'll never see your dead family." Wim finished by then spitting at Ed. Ed clapped his hands together and suddenly a dark room was set alight with the sparks of blue lightning before Ed then grabbed Wim's forehead. "Illusions?" Ed questioned. "I don't do magic, I do alchemy." Ed leaned in slightly. "And I can do more than break your body, I've done it before. I can reach into your body and rip your soul out." "Soul?" Wim asked, his voice wobbling. For the first time now, he began to feel apprehension. "Fear. Even a soul is transmutable." Ed replied, "I can reach into your very mind and take the very thing that makes you who you are. You've never seen what it's like for a lost soul to be used as nothing but a fuel source for alchemy. It's hell, agony. Those lost souls go mad and most lose any idea of who they were." Ed then leaned back as his grip around Wim's forehead tightened. "What are Zeke and Aaron planning?" "You're lying," Wim responded. "I ripped the true form out of a homunculi, a monster, into a small scared and foolish boy. Ed, you want to take that chance?" "What are they planning?" I don't know," Wim replied. "That's not good enough," Ed stated. "I don't know," Wim almost cried out. "Fine, I'll put you to good use then." Ed then breathed in deeply as he tilted Wim's head back. "Wait," Wim cried out. "Wait, I'll tell you what I know." Ed then released Wim's head. "Aaron told us what Zeke Yeager wants. He believes he's trying to save Eldians and the world. He wants to euthanize all Eldians." "What?" Hang exclaimed. "How? What? How the hell would he do that?" "The coordinate, he plans on using Aaron for it," Wim said. "So what, with the snap of his fingers all Eldians just drop dead or something?" Ed questioned. "No, he wants to stop Eldians from having children, at least that's what Aaron told us. So we all grow old and slowly die out," Hang said. "Aaron wouldn't support something like this," Ed stated. "This is insanity. What's Aaron planning?" "He's going to use Zeke and his royal blood," Wim confessed. "He wants to dash." Suddenly the ground above them shook violently as dust from the ceiling fell onto the floor and the sound of a loud explosion catches them all off guard. Chapter 65, Metal Made to Bend. 2 years ago. In the dim candlelight, Aaron began to explain to Floch the information that had been relayed from Yelena, the euthanasia plan, to end the existence of Eldians through sterilization. Bring a slow and quiet end to them all. This is what they had in store for us, Floch said, looking at the ground, his fists clenched tightly as he sat on his seat at the table. He took a deep breath in, the stench of the nearby seawater filling his nostrils, a familiar smell being stationed near the port. "And then there's the commander's plans, talking to Marley, to the Mideast Alliance, to every nation on Earth who had been shoving Eldians into cages and turning us into Titans to fight their wars. The disgust in his voice was impossible to disguise. It's hopeful. Aaron replied, but that putting it charitably. It's naive at best. Floch stated, almost correcting him, but the truth is it's cowardly, to beg for our existence. Floch leaned forward. We have the coordinate, the colossal and female Titan, we have the numbers from our allies, and we have the technology, the guns, and cannons to really hurt them and liberate our people and anyone who wants to join our side. The world should be the ones who beg to us. You forgot to mention alchemy. Aaron pointed out. Floch balked at the mention of it. Alchemy, like the Elrics would ever let us use alchemy, for them it has to be done their way and only their way, the lives of walled humanity or Eldians across the world be damned in exchange for their principle. Floch leaned back, and what's worse, they get to influence how we approach the world. They're using their own experiences from their world to shape ours. Aaron added, his voice sounded tired. Then what do we do? Floch asked. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. A plainly dressed guard holding a rifle opened from the outside as nicely dressed group of people entered the room. All were different from each other, some had darker complexions than others, different styles of clothes, but all had a similar aura of seriousness with them. They all took their seats at the table. Aaron Yeager, we thank you for meeting us at this hour. One of the delegates spoke, a man with a darker skin complexion similar to that Marley volunteer who Floch had seen a few times around the port. Were you followed? Aaron asked immediately, his eyes scanning across the table. No. Another delegate replied, another gentleman with an olive-colored complexion. Floch recognized them, the Chavins, a culture of people in another far-off continent that fought Marley's occupation. Allies to the cause. Good, I have to know, is everyone here committed to this? Aaron asked, his voice was calm yet stern and assured. There was a silence around the room as they all looked at Aaron and nodded their heads. Okay. We all want vengeance against Marley, retribution for the decades of occupation. One of the delegates stated. The direction that your commander Erwin wants to take will not give us that. Nor that his Uru bitch, looking to line her and her family's pockets with wealth made from deals in this proposed peace. Another stated. Or even the Elric brothers, you'd think those hailed as heroes would rise up against the injustice, instead they want to maintain the status quo. I know. Aaron said, almost conceding. Aaron, what should we do? Floch asked. Aaron was silent, lowering his head to the table and shutting his eyes before then looking up at everyone, a fire large enough to engulf the island itself burning against Teal. When Kiyomi and his Uru arrived, them showed us 3 scenarios of a war. Stalemate, defeat, and total victory. And we have what we need to create total victory. There were collective gasps across the table. Then what are we waiting for? Said one of the delegates. No, we have to be patient. Aaron said, we go now, then we face not only the might of every empire or alliance in the world but also our own side. They still control the government and you all still use old Marley's weapons. Aaron reached down at his side before then pulling out a large rolled-up piece of paper, standing up from his seat and rolling it out for everyone. Everyone at the table stood up. Upon it were the main targets for their attack in the future. Some of my own loyalists had taken the time to write this up with my help. Floch scanned the large paper and written plans, his own jaw dropped at the sight of it, the audacity of it. We're going to attack the port. Floch asked shocked. When, why dash? We will need it to transport our men and supplies across the world for when the war occurs. Aaron said, and if we drive out the others from the walls, then the first place they'll go is here, their coastal stronghold. If everything goes well, then that might be the only battle we wage against our own people. Are they still your people, if they're not on your side? One of the delegates asked. Aaron was silent. No, they're not. He said, despite trying to keep a composed figure. But even Floch could see he was conflicted on that. Once we take power in Paradise, all loyalists of the old regime or the Elrics will have to be dealt with. Floch wondered how truthful Aaron was being. It will be up to me to deal with them. Aaron should focus on defeating Marley. Those not dedicated to the cause must be dealt with. Present day. Mikasa shielded our men from the debris, pushing them both out of the way of the explosion, When the initial explosion subsided and the rebels crashing turned to the patter pebbles skidding across the ground did she begin to look up from the ground. Above her, the scout headquarters was destroyed with the entire left side of it completely collapsed into nothing more than a pile of grey rocks, metal frames, and a ripped regiment flags lying across the cement floor. There was a sound of ringing, a piercing shriek which then subsided, giving way to the cries of the injured and bystanders as scout troopers ran towards the rebel. As Mikasa rose from the ground, Armin lifted himself up too, lowering his arms from his head, looking at the destruction before them. "Oh my God!" Armin muttered. Mikasa could only just look and stare at what was before them, coming to a horrifying realization. "The others!" she exclaimed, turning to Armin as the adrenaline and fear ran through her. She ran towards the rebel as the other scouts began to pull survivors from the rebel. A body crushed under the rock, their face covered under the parts of the ripped fabric of the flag. Mikasa held her breath as she lifted the rocks off of them, her hand shaking as she reached out over the fabric over their face. It was a relief when the face she came upon wasn't that of her friends, yet the feeling of horror and pain remained all the same, a person, a comrade buried in the rebel. She turned to Armin, who searched frantically through his pockets for something. "No. No. No!" he exclaimed. Why now?" He took off his coat, tipping it upside down and shaking it. "Damn it! Armin, forget about that, help me with the rebel." Mikasa told him. He shook his head and quickly joined her. She continued to pull them out of the rebel, person by person, as both she and Armin carried them out and laid them out onto the ground, the living and the dead. And with each person, a fear that it'll be one of their friends, yet a familiar sorrow over a lost comrade. Armin placed his hand on her shoulder. The others, Jean and his team, Connie and Sasha, they left before this happened. He tried to reassure her, but even she could tell Armin didn't know whether to believe that. She turned to him. "What about Ed and Hang?" There was a long pause between the two. Remember the meeting they had just so recently? They both then turned back to the building. No. They rushed forward, urgently trying to move more of the rebel from the building. Please don't be," Mikasa muttered. The palms of her hands were sore and red, gripping the rocks and hauling them off to the side as her uniform was covered in dust. "They can't be." She spotted the blood splattered on the rocks as the idea of the worst began to creep in. "Hey!" came a call. Both her and Armin's head perked up as they quickly turned to see both Hang and Ed running towards them, looking untouched from the explosion. "You two all right?" Hang asked. "Hang!" Armin exclaimed. He sounded as if he almost wanted to break down into tears. Hang walked up to her second in command and hugged him, patting him on the back. "You're gonna have to learn, like Moblet, you can't get rid of me that easily," she said in her usual joking manner. "Ed, are you okay?" grabbing him by the shoulders as she inspected him, looking for wounds. "Mikasa, are you all right?" he asked back as looked back at her. He gently lowered her hands and looked at them. "Guys need to take a break, we'll take it from here." Ed then stepped to the side and clapped his hands together, planting them on the ground as the rock and cement underneath them began to shake as the floor elevated slightly and the debris slid down, slowly enough that others could pick out the injured and bodies from the ruins. "Have any of you seen the commander?" Mikasa asked Hang and Ed. They both looked at her stone-faced. They all looked up towards the massive gap in the building. That explosion was from his office. Hang muttered. They lowered their hands back to the pile of rubble. "Everyone," Hang commanded, "move your asses, get these rocks and pull out the survivors." Dozens of scouts rushed to the rubble and began to pull rocks out. The feeling, the aura, of anxiety and dread clouded above everyone at the thought that Erwin may have been. "Keep moving," Hang said as she tossed rocks to the side with her hands, as Armin scribbled down transmutation circles on the floor. More bodies began to appear, dead and alive. Mikasa pulled them out of the cement rocks and blocks, checking their faces or anything to identify them. Then the ground underneath them shook once more. She looked to Hang, then Armin and then Ed. All of whom looked just as surprised as her and everyone as they looked in deep at the ruins. It shook once more, then suddenly someone large began to emerge from the rubble. Rising out, was a pinky finger of a colossal titan as someone pushed it open. There were a few gasps and open mouths as a figure emerged from it. Erwin, his face carved with the familiar lines of a titan shifter, walked out the rubble and towards the opening. A few scouts ran up to him. "Commander, are you hurt?" one of them asked. Erwin raised his hand up. "I'm fine, thank you." Hang crouched over, stood up and weakly smiled. "Should have known you couldn't have died so easily." Erwin dusted himself down before then looking around. "All troops, gather whatever help you can, the local garrison, MPs, and workers. I want a team clearing the surrounding streets in case of another attack." He ordered. "Act now, and we can still pull out other survivors." He turned back to the others. "A recruit came into my office with a bomb disguised as a book. There were some looking to assassinate me." "Erwin, we got something crazy to tell you," Hang said. Everyone huddled forward. "We interrogated Wim, he dash." Suddenly there was another explosion. This one however was in the distance. All at once everyone stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to see a column of dark smoke rising into the cloudless sky only just a couple of streets away. "I'm gonna get ya," Alphonse said to Emmanuel as he tried to waddle away from him excitedly, fall over every so into the grass as Alphonse then reached down and tickled him as his child laughed hysterically. He looked up back to Mina who sat just a meter away from them watching with a massive smile on her face. Emmanuel quickly got back up and began to crawl quickly back to Mina as Alphonse continued to chase him, taking shelter in his mother's arms for safety, burying his head into her shoulder and trying to hide himself in her arms. "Oh, where did he go?" Alphonse joked as he looked around, pretending to be clueless before then crouching down as he leaned in closer to him here. He then tickled him some more seconds before then tickling Mina. "Hey." She laughed as she then softly laid her back onto the grass holding Emmanuel. Alphonse then lay down on the grass with them as he placed a hand on Emmanuel's back as he lay on his Mina's stomach and chest. For just a moment he and Mina could kinda forget about everything that was going on, all the work, the tensions, the battle, and the coming dangers. Just for a moment. Alphonse then leaned over and kissed Mina gently for a second before then lying back in the grass. He then lay back on the grass and up into the sky, an almost cloudless blue above them as the silhouette of birds fluttered by above him as the noise around him seemed to quieten. And just for a split second he could imagine he was back at Resemble, and if he sat up he would see the sprawling fields of the countryside and maybe the Rockwell house. Instead he turned his head to the side, to see Mina stroking their son's hair as he began to drift into sleep as she looked up into the sky. He watched them and smiled sadly. "My world." He then sat up and looked around them. The park was sparse of people. Just within their view he could see their guards, a few soldiers of the garrison who escorted them as some groups of people tried to peer at them. Alphonse sighs out, as if a weight had now begun to press down on him. A feeling he was becoming more familiar with. One of the garrison soldiers then began to walk up to them. Alphonse quickly got up to meet them. "Captain." The garrison troop saluted. "More people are beginning to converge on here," he told them. "We should get going." Alphonse looked down at Mina who looked back at him. The two nodded at each other, a silent understanding. Quickly they began to scurry away from the park, just before the cheers of Elric and Xavier began to creep forward. Two garrison troops, dressed in plain clothes, followed them as they made their way through the street. Alphonse looked down at their waists, spotting the Amerstrian model pistols within their coats. "Hoods up?" the garrison troop asked. Mina placed on her hood attached to her coat, while Alphonse placed on a hat with a cap which covered over his eyes. "Try and keep you heads down." They quickly rushed through the street, heading back to Mina's parents' home. Their gaze cast firmly on the ground, avoiding looking at the people around them. As they approached the house, they both almost jogged towards the door as their garrison escorts kept a subtle watch around the street. Alphonse knocked on the door as they waited outside. "We'll keep watch outside, should be fine," the garrison troop said. Alphonse nodded his head as the door opened and Mina's father greeted them. They went inside quickly. "You both ran into some trouble again?" he asked. "We left before more people arrived this time," Mina replied as she handed Emmanuel over to her mother. "At least it wasn't like last time," Mina's mother said. "Last time, you and Emmanuel almost got swarmed by those people when Edward was here." The corner of Alphonse's mouth creased. "It was nice of the garrison to guard you going out." Alphonse remained silent as he looked around. The small stack of wooden boxes sitting outside of a hatch caught his eye. "You're moving stuff into the shelter already?" he asked. "Yeah, With everything going on, it best to start getting everything ready now, Mina's father replied. You hear about the fights on the streets? Alphonse was silent for a few seconds. He heard of the riots breaking out across the walls, supporters of Aaron Yeager and those who had a deep hatred for Marley fighting against both the garrison and military police or the Heavens Followers cult that dedicated themselves to Edward and himself. The inside of the walls was beginning to feel like a powder keg. Yeah, I know about them, he replied. Alphonse walked over to the wooden boxes on the ground and picked one up. I'll help you get these down. As Mina's father opened the hatch leading to a staircase descending down, a pounding on the door quickly got the attention of everyone. Captain! Came a muffled shout from outside. Mina's father took the small box from him as Alphonse approached the door and opened it. The garrison escort standing at the door, a look of panic on their face. Captain, Lance Corporal, he said, looking at Alphonse, then to Mina. We have to go. What's wrong? Mina asked, walking up to the door. There's been an attack on the Karen's HQ. He informed them. We don't know who did it, but we need to get you back to Commander Central Command. There's a car waiting on the road to the station. Alphonse turned back to Mina's parents as she quickly hugged them and kissed Emmanuel on the head. You two be safe, her father said. Alphonse nodded. Don't open the door, stay inside, he told them before then placing his hand on Emmanuel's back gently and then pulling away as both he and Mina left with the escort and down the street, running towards the main road. As they approached the stationary car, the sight of garrison troops in uniform carrying either rifles or machine guns ran around as there was panic on the street. Alphonse turned his head towards the direction of the HQ to see a column of smoke rising in the sky. They quickly got into the car as the escort slid into the passenger seat. The driver, their other escort, began to move down the road at a careful pace. People rushing onto and off the road and soldiers converging around the streets slowed their journey. Alphonse watched from the window. As they approached the HQ, he could catch a glimpse of the fires that engulfed the building as a mass crowd of people swarmed it, a distant chant crying out as others wrestled soldiers onto the ground. Dedicate your hearts. Erwin marched into the communications room, guards of the radio tower standing aside as he led Hang, Edward, Armin and Mikasa through the hallway. The door was opened to them as the guard saluted them. Before they could enter the room, a yell behind them caught their attention. Commander! Came a call. Erwin turned his head back to see a MP sprinting towards them. Both Mikasa and Edward stood between the messenger and the command. Ed placed his hand forward, stopping them. Hold it, don't come any closer. The recent attack on the Scout HQ still lingering in their minds along with the mistrust it had caused among their group. Apologizes, Corporal, the MP said through deep exhausted breaths before then turned to Erwin. Commander Erwin, the attack on the Central HQ, it's the Premier. Is he okay? Erwin asked. He then remembered the explosion in the distance not so long after his attack. Commander, Darius was killed, the MP said. A silence dropped upon them. Erwin kept CIT calm and collective figure as the others looked at both each other and the MP slack-jawed, horrified and surprised by the news. Thank you, report back to your superior, Erwin replied. The MP saluted him before then jogging back down the hallway. They turned back towards the door and opened it, walking into the main radio center. At ease, he asked the operators as the others entered the room, Armin shutting the door behind them. Hang quickly ran up to the radios and sat down next to the operators, who quickly began turning dials and testing the microphones. The radio crew salute Erwin and the others before then leaving the room. Erwin sits down next to Hang as the others stand behind them, waiting patiently to the sound of static as he places his microphone near his lips. Hello, came a voice over the radio. There was a gasp by the operator before they turned back to the frequency. Hello, can anyone hear me? This is the Garrison Central Command, please respond. Garrison Central Command, this is Commander Erwin Smith of the Scout Regiment. Erwin replied. Commander Erwin. The speaker from the radio replied. Pixis is here. There was a shuffling on the radio before a old and familiar voice spoke. Erwin, good to hear your voice, he said. Likewise, Pixis, Erwin replied. He paused for a bit. Pixis, Darius is dead. There was a still silence on Pixis' end before he spoke. Darius, he was always a peculiar man, but, hearing about his death, We can mourn later. Right now we have quite the situation on our hands. There's more. Erwin continued. There always is. Pixis commented. Squad leader Heng had been examining the wine and conducting tests on it. Erwin said. Please tell me they hadn't tampered with the wine. Pixis replied. I'm afraid so. Erwin said, those initial Marley ships to Paradise carrying the wine was a trap for us. Zeke Yeager had his followers poison the wine with his spinal fluid. There was a frustrated groan on the other end of the radio. Bastard has us by the neck then. I can't name a single officer or higher up who hasn't been drinking that wine in either the garrison or the MPs. To my knowledge, none of my officers have drunk the wine, a small mercy perhaps to have it kept from us by the other branches. Erwin said. Pixis laughed. It seems our indulgence has finally come to bite me. He joked, but thank you, we'll try and move those who drank the wine out of the coming conflict. That being said, looks like I'll have to put myself out of the fight too, else I end up a Titan. In fact, I'm sorry to say that a majority of our chain of command has been brought to its knees without knowing. What's the situation outside the capital? Erwin asked. It's not looking so good. In fact, that is a horrible understatement. Pixis replied, the good news is that some of the riots breaking out across the walls have been quelled. Districts within Sina have been holding out after the attacks, and districts Karns and Holst have held, meaning we still have a rail connection to the southern port. There was a deep release of breath behind Erwin at the news. The bad news? Erwin asked. Districts along Wall Rows are still reporting riots and gunfights between garrison and people, and even different groups of people against each other. There have even been reports from some outposts across the walls of militias digging in and fortifying themselves or taking over entire towns or villages. Pixis states, worse still, apparently skirmishes are breaking out between them. Which militias? Heng asked this time. Heaven's followers, the rather zealous supporters of the Elrics. Pixis replied. Unprompted, all eyes fell onto Edward, who stood almost statue-like, frozen still if not for the twitch of his eye and a slight hitch of his breath. The only good thing is they're not firing on garrison soldiers or MPs, but are by no means cooperating with us. Pixis explained. However, the same can't be said about those who are openly in support for Eren Yeager and his allies. Reports of ambushes on military troops and seizing stations and outposts. Erwin, I'm sorry to say, but some of those in the thick of this have said they've seen scout regiment's soldiers among them using regiment equipment and weapons. Erwin's body tensed up as he remembered that moment possibly less than an hour ago, one of his own soldiers willing to sacrifice their life in order to carry out an assassination on him. His hand gripped his fist as his elbows rested onto the table. This is a coup. He said, Eren's supporters have launched a coordinated attack on our entire structures. And now other groups have used the chaos to draw battle lines. Pixis added. What you're saying is a civil war could break out within the walls. Heng said, this time leaning into the microphone. Right when we're at risk of a hostile empire invading the island. What inopportune timing. Pixis commented. Or opportune depending on whose alliance you're aligned with. Erwin, the current government is at risk of collapsing and may have already done so in parts of the wall. The chain of command must regroup and straight guys now before the situation is lost. Agreed. If what you say is correct, then we should regroup at Sina. Erwin said, infiltrators have already launched attacks on capital and made an attempt on my and others' lives. Right, stay safe Erwin, and I await yours and the others' arrivals. Pixis said before the radio went silent on his end. Erwin leaned back in his chair before then turning his seat to face the others. I won't honeycoat this, we are possibly in one of the perilous periods of humanity. What happens now, Commander? Mikasa asked. If Eren and Zeke Yeager are freed from their respective locations by Eren's supporters, then it will be all of humanity who will be brought into this conflict. Erwin said. But knowing what they've done with the wine already, if they already have control of the colossal titans, then it's safe to say we've already lost. Erwin slumped over as his head faced the ground, looking at their feet. It felt like a cruel joke, to be given a stay of execution from death at Shiganshina and survive to see the world that existed outside of his father's theories now want him and everyone else inside the walls dead, but also be faced with the choice of watching it be brought to heel and face the every trapped existence of their lives. We can't give up. Mikasa said, there has to be something, that we dash. Erwin then noticed her eyes turned towards Edward as she stopped mid-sentence. That when he noticed both Armin's and Hang's eyes on him. Ed turned his head and looked back at them. Erwin noticed Ed's jaw clench as his hands were clenched into tight fists. What if we did have something that could match the colossal titans? Armin said, turning to Erwin. Armin, don't. Edward said, his voice deep and almost threatening. You said you'd think about it. Armin said. Yeah, and I won't do it. Ed said, not even with those titans. It might be the best thing we have actually. Hang said. Or it might blow up in our faces too. Ed shot back. If it falls into the wrong hands, then we all are screwed beyond belief. Edward, what are they talking about? Erwin asked, curiously of the small argument occurring in front of him. Edward turned to him. I can't say. It's a philosopher's stone. Armin said, turning to Erwin. All alchemy is governed by a principle of something coming from something similar but to an equal measure. Armin stepped forward. But with this we can use alchemy without any limit. Edward then grabs Armin by the shoulder, turning him and shaking his head before Mikasa quickly steps in between them. Erwin sat up, curious as to what this meant, the realization of this dawning on him, though his own ignorance of alchemy hindering his understanding. Without limits, meaning the person in possession of it could make anything. That's the idea, power without any kind of limits or constraints of alchemy. Hang added. Anything except the imagination. Hang, no, Erwin exclaimed. Edward, why didn't you or Alphonse inform me about this sooner? Erwin asked. He then turned to Armin and then Hang, did you two know about this? Why keep something like that a secret from the rest of the regiment and walled humanity? The possibilities we could do are limitless. That's exactly why I won't do it. Edward interjected. I've seen what people have done with it. The destruction and evil it has brought when it fell into the hands of selfish idiots or evil people is far too much of a risk, and how it's made is horrific. Edward breathed deep. It's human souls. That's what powers the stone, it's what it's made of. Ed stood up taller. Don't chew either of them out, even if you knew about it before. Neither Alphonse or I would have made one for you. Erwin did flinch slightly at the idea of that, human souls being used to create a super weapon. However, given the history of the Titans and Marley, it didn't strike him as something completely alien. I see, and the only way to create such a thing would be through human sacrifices then. Erwin commented. Ed nodded his head, confirming Erwin's guess. Commander, we do have another option. Armin spoke up. We know pure Titans to be transformed Eldians waiting to devour a Titan shifter to regain their humanity. In essence, they are still humans. The captured Titans, they were the alternatives. Erwin looked to Hang and then to Armin. Back when you put forward the idea of a Titan cage and holding pen, you had this philosopher's stone in mind. Armin nodded his head. Erwin couldn't lie, he was somewhat impressed by Armin misleading the military to create his contraptions, all for this possibility. Commander, I still can't do this. Ed stated, stepping forward. Those Titans, they're still people, they didn't ask for this. Erwin could see the tension on Ed's face as he spoke to him. If we do something like this, there is no going back from it. This kind of alchemy is beyond dangerous, and to achieve our goals off the back of unwilling sacrifices like this. I can't do something like that, Alphonse can't do something like that. You have a point, we would be no better than Marley in that regard. Erwin conceded. However, we have to remember why Marley turned those people into Titans. It was punishment for defying them. They took their freedoms, lives, and humanity to keep their power. Erwin stood up from the chair. Maybe we can't change them back and give them back what was taken from them, but we can give them what they deserve, justice. Every Titan in that pit was someone, a revolutionary, a protester, a worker, a deserter, a nurse, a cook, a teacher. Erwin stumbled over the last work, as the memory of his dad rushed into his mind. An aunt, an uncle, a sibling, a mother, or father. I will recognize that. But we must recognize that they want justice, for the lives that were taken from them and for the world they wanted to live in. We are going to have to give it back to them and change this situation, or at least give them a part to play in changing this. The room was silent as Erwin finished his speech, watching Erwin as his words continued to settle in and for Ed's response. Edward breaks the silence with an audible sigh, placing his hands on his hips and looks at the ground. Anyone tell you your way with words is really annoying? Ed asked, almost playful. But I don't imagine Alphonse and I have a choice. I've tried to treat you and Aaron as I would anyone in the regiment, even with the circumstances attached. But even so I've granted you leeway in how to handle things. Irwin told him, hoping to remind Edward that he was open to a compromise. Humph, all right. Ed looked back up to face Irwin, his one eye staring into Irwin's too. If we do this then I've got some conditions. 1. I'll make the stone using the Titans, but under no circumstances will anyone, be able to see how. Not a single damn soul is going to even glance at it. He said, raising his fist up and one finger pointing upwards. That's fair. Irwin replied. 2. Unless either I or Alphonse say otherwise, the stone will remain in our hands only. Not you, Pixis, or any military higher-up gets to have it. In fact, the only commander or higher-up who should know about it is you and only you. Ed stated, his middle finger standing strong with his index finger. And even then you take this to your grave? Irwin nodded his head. In truth, though he doubted or any other of the higher-ups would know what to do with it, and most of the alchemists, to his knowledge, were loyal to the Elrics anyways. Ed raised his ring finger upwards. And 3, when all this is done and we win, Alphonse and I get to dispose of the stone afterwards. This will be the one and only time we use it. You, the regiment, the military, Wald, or the whole of humanity doesn't get to keep it locked away somewhere just in case. We'll use it to fix this situation, and then no one will even see it again. That's understandable, Irwin said, though he wondered if that measure was very cautious from Edward. Perhaps it speaks to how powerful such a thing is that the two would destroy it than risk it falling into the wrong hands. Suddenly there was more static over the radio, quickly snatching the attention of everyone in the room. Hello. Someone on the other end called out, this is an emergency, please respond. Irwin quickly sat down and placed the microphone to his mouth. This is Commander Irwin of the Scout Regiment. Thank God, Commander, we don't have much time. The person on the other end spoke. Aaron Yeager has escaped from his prison. He stated, even with the static, the wobble in their voice was easy to hear. I say again, Aaron Yeager has escaped from his cell. He and other have escaped. Aaron walked forward, slowly and calming, rising up the path on the mound. The morning breeze how caressing his skin, a chill gliding across his hairs as his feet pressed on the dirt and sand that formed the walkway up. As he reached the summit he found his allies, Floche and his supporters, all waiting for him, armed with the Ummerstrian rifles that both Ed and Alphonse had helped make, now in the hands of the people they would want to stop. This is what they feared something like this. He thought to himself, people killing people, weapons they created used against us, and possibly them. As he looked around at the faces of his followers, all staring back at him with a mix of admiration and worship, he stopped a lone person on their knees with a blooded face staring at the ground. He approached the individual, their features becoming more familiar as he walked to them. Wim. Aaron said as he stopped in front of him. Please, forgive me. Wim muttered softly. What happened? Aaron asked. Why dash? Tell him what you told us. Floche ordered him as he looked down at Wim, narrowing his eyes as he pointed his rifle at his head. Tell me what? Aaron asked what happened. He looked back and forth to Floche and Wim. If you won't tell him then I will. Floche told him, his voice stern with an underlying threat. Aaron. I was interrogated by Edward Elric and squad leader Hang. Wim confessed. Aaron tensed up immediately. What did you tell them? He questioned. They Hang beat me, they threatened to use tools on me, but I tried to remain strong, I swear. Wim said, avoiding the question. It was Edward, he threatened to take my soul from my body dash. And you believed he could and would do something like that? Aaron questioned him. In his mind he knew he couldn't imagine Edward being so cruel, but knew Edward was not above bluffing a threat. If only you knew him like I do. What did you tell them? Aaron asked calmly. I only told them about Zeke's plan. Wim confessed. Zeke's plan to euthanize Eldians using the founding titan. I didn't tell them what we had planned, I swear. You had told them enough. Floche told him before then, squeezing the trigger of the rifle, shooting Wim in the head as a loud bang echoed across the open plains. Floche then turned back to Aaron, who still watched Wim's body lying on the floor. If they know about Zeke's plan, then they should be able to figure out that we aren't on board with it. My friends know me well. Aaron commented. They'll start digging once they find out. If they find out, then they'll attempt to drive a wedge between us and the volunteers. Floch speculated, divide and conquer. A strategy that Erwin would no doubt devise. Aaron commented. Floch groaned, more bad news, some of our comrades had intercepted the radio conversation between Pixis and Erwin. Then we have no time to waste. Aaron interrupted, before any of the commanders or Ed and Alphonse makes their move. Those traitors serve as puppets to the Elrics. If they know of our plans, then we should cut the head off the snakes. Floch spat, we follow you. A person walked up behind Floch and presented Aaron with a black coat, handing it to him. Our attack has already begun. Across the walls more of our comrades will have taken up arms, and both civilians and soldiers will come to our cause, to your cause. Aaron places on the jacket, you're the one who will save the Eldian Empire. Alphonse held tightly to Mina's hand as they approached the double doors to the large hall of the government building. It had been a non-stop journey to the district with little time to prepare and even smaller time to rest. As they passed through, they were greeted to the faces of their friends Jean, Armin, Mikasa, Connie, Sasha, and Marlowe, his brother and other squad leaders. Alphonse, Mina. Connie exclaimed with a wide smile on his face. The two practically ran towards them, both then embracing each other, formality be damned. Alphonse quickly hugged both Armin and then Mikasa before then turning his attention towards Ed, who tentatively embraced and held him. Alphonse, is Emmanuel safe? Ed asked as he pulled back from the hug. He's fine, he's with his grandparents. Alphonse told him. Edward nodded his head. What happened? Looks like we're in the middle of a coup, Ed commented as he looked out the window. To their side were the officers of the military police and Nile, who chatted among themselves as they waited for the other officers of the garrison, Pixis, and Commander Erwin. The whole walls looked to have gone to hell. Jean commented, did you guys see anything? We heard some explosions in the district and then we saw people rioting across the streets with garrison and MPs trying to contain them. Alphonse explained. It's like a group of people just starting attacking all of a sudden. Mina added, it looks worse than the revolution. It is worse than the revolution. Ed said, Commander Erwin had a radio talk with Pixis before we came here. Looks like it's a joint attack. Some districts and towns are holding out, but others are possibly in the hands of armed militias of either Aaron's supporters or ours. Alphonse clutched at his chest as Edward finished, a growing pain emanating in his body, the thought of people armed with weapons harming or even possibly killing people in their name, in his name. Our very only or with us as Father Cornello. Alphonse clenched his fist. He thought back to that day when he and Edward had lied about who they were and the idea of them being anything divine. It was what they had feared, and now those fears were becoming realized. The premier. Came a call which gripped everyone's attention. Quickly they fell back in formation and waited as Pixis entered the room alongside Erwin. Please soldier, don't call me that. Pixis said. You are now the highest-ranking military figure. Erwin replied. The title falls to you. Pixis made a face as if saying, you got me there, everyone here. He asked the room, looking around at the faces of those in attendance, fellow commanders, squad leaders, and even the Hizuru delegation. You all know the situation at hand. Recent news have already reached us from the other districts across the walls. Uncoordinated uprising has occurred all across the country. As of now, the southern outer districts of Shiganshina and Quinta are effectively under the control of those supporters of Eren Yeager, with no word on Hermina and the lone district of Holst, meaning our rail connection to the port, still under our control. However, it is hanging on a thread. The entire south of Maria with its towns, villages, and forts, are to be assumed to be under their control as well. Mass desertions have been reported among both the garrison and the scout regiment. Pixis continued. Alphonse looked to Erwin, still that same stony reaction on the surface, yet, even he could notice the tightness of his lip at that. And thanks to the work of Hang Zoe and Edward Elric, we've learned that the goal of Zeke Yeager and his volunteers is to use the founding titan to euthanize the Eldian people. Commotion erupted in the room. Alphonse's own breath was caught in his throat at the thought as the people around them argued. There's no way Eren could support something like that. Alphonse thought. He's a traitor. We have to kill Zeke. Another yelled, we don't have enough time to transfer his titan. Eren is a traitor to his people. Eren wouldn't support something like this. Mikasa spoke out, catching the attention of the room. We've known him for years. Eren would never do anything to harm us. Mikasa is right, Eren is very set in his ways and what he believes in is entirely opposite to this. Jean added. Even if that is the case, Eren Yeager and his supporters are almost certainly working in tandem with Zeke and his volunteers, getting the two in close proximity with each other would be their objective. Pixis stated. However, it appears that the supporters of Eren Yeager or Yeagerists and the anti-Marley volunteers are not the only forces we have to contend with. A large group of people whom we've known for some time called Heaven's Followers, devout followers of the Elric brothers, have begun to arm themselves with weapons. Though thankfully they have not taken a similar amount of territory as the Yeagerists, they still have a strong presence in the districts and towns. Alphonse could feel the eyes of some in the room looking at him and Edward. His own eyes shifted to Edward, who looked back at the military officials around them, anger flickering in them as if to say, "You did this, not us." A soft sigh from his nose, a substitute for an angered cry. However, despite all this, we still maintain a grip over the areas of Sina and its districts, and protests across Walrose have been halted. Pixis stated, there is still more pressing issues. However, beyond all this, Squad Leader Heng has discovered that the wine transported and served to us by the Marley soldiers some 4 years ago to now have been contaminated with Zeke Yeager's spinal fluid. There was a collective gasp around the room as an existential fear grabbed hold of everyone in the room and looked at each other. Settle down. Pixis ordered. Yes, it's frightening news to hear. I'm aware that most of us in this room has drank some of their wine at one point or another. I didn't. Connie whispered behind Alphonse before then being elbowed in the ribs by Jean. Alphonse would laugh if there wasn't an intense pressing matter on his mind. If word gets out about that, then our entire military will be crippled. One of the officials stated. All regiments except the scouts would be decimated. Erwin clarified, to my knowledge few to none of my officers or soldiers have consumed the wine. That's very convenient, considering the vanguard of the Yeagerists uprising is made of the scouts. The official shot back, it is because of your lack of control that we are here. The squad leaders in attendance all stepped forward. The betrayal of my soldiers is regrettable, I will take responsibility for it. Erwin stated, however, it should be said that the handling of Eren Yeager when compared to the Titan held under the Scout Regiment is regrettable too. We have held both the Warhammer and Cart Titans and extracted information from them. Why have the other branches of the military failed to do so with Eren? Erwin stepped forward, and why had Eren and his supporters chosen now? There were plans to have the founding Titan transferred to another soldier after if desertion from the army. Nil had confessed. And you failed to consult the Scout Regiment or I about this? Erwin questioned. Eren Yeager was a member of the Scout Regiment. He stopped being a soldier the day he deserted from Dash, another official argued before Pixis quickly interjected. Enough. Pixis ordered, what's done is done and what was planned is useless, the only thing that matters now is how we can respond to this. The Scout Regiment is ready to act where it's needed. Erwin stated. Even if we left operations to the Scout Regiment, we simply can't trust that any more of its forces will either defect, and nor does it have the manpower to tackle multiple issues. Nil observed. It would be safe to assume that while the higher-ups of the garrison and MPs have drunk the wine, the newer recruits are less likely. Do you propose using recruits and lower-ranking soldiers to take back control? Rico spoke up this time. Against a force of our former comrades and zealots. That will only end badly. We still outnumber them, and the majority of those supporters will be civilians who may have only held a gun a few days ago. Nil argued. The enemy has only taken this much because of the initial confusion. Even if we retake all of southern Maria, we will have at least regained some control. Another MP argued. The other option is surrendering control over to them or those cultists. The idea of fighting our own comrades, our own people, sickens me. Hundreds, maybe thousands will be dead after this is all over. Pixis said, but if they find out that we know their secret weapon against us, to delay will give them more time to strike. Knowing what we know, there can't be a negotiation with them. Pixis looked to the ground and grimaced before then looking up to those in the room. Gather what forces we are confident haven't drank the wine and prepare to sweep through the south. He ordered, secure the queen, they'll want a possible replacement Zeke should he be lost. Yes, Premier. Was the replied call as the officers of the garrison and MP quickly began to scramble. Pixis then turned to Erwin. Erwin, We need to protect the Warhammer Titan. If they get their hands on it, then there's no knowing what they'll do. The Titan is safe in our hands. Erwin replied, the scouts guarding her are old veterans whose allegiance is beyond question. I'm sure you mean well, dear boy, but you need to face the fact that even with your reintroduced soldiers you're spread thin, dangerously I may add. Pixis countered, and if they know about it then they'll attack the compound or hideaway she's in. Erwin stayed quiet for a couple seconds, staring at Pixis as if hoping to silently convey to him, I'm not going to budge on this. Fine, Erwin conceded, but Captain Rico has to be the one to lead the garrison platoon. He then looked to Mina, and Lance Corporal Carolina will accompany her. Pixis looked towards Rico, easier to trust a comrade in arms. He commented. Captain Rico, gather your men. Yes, Common Premier. Rico replied as she saluted. Please, Rico, it's far too early for me to take up that mantle yet. Pixis responded. Mina, ready some equipment and a horse, you'll leave with Captain Rico. Erwin ordered. Yes, Commander. Mina said, saluting. I'm sure you have your own plans, Erwin. Pixis said, I wish you well. Pixis, what are you going to do? Erwin asked. I have an offensive to plan and district to retake from rebels. Pixis replied, it would be easier to leave all that up to the subordinates, but duty calls. Pixis saluted the scout regiment, who saluted back to him as he and the other officers walked out of the hall. Alphonse walked up to Erwin, Commander, if the Yadrists do have control over southern Maria then my students who live there, their families are in danger. He told him, if they are captured then they might be forced to use their alchemy against us, or worse, if my students stick to their teachings then, they may be marked for death. He thought back to the visceral reaction of others against his students, those who lauded Aaron and deemed both he and Ed as snakes against Eldia. They would see my students as the same. The fear began to grip his heart at the thought of the young alchemists being dragged from their homes by Yadrists to an unknown fate. I understand, we cannot allow that to happen. Erwin agreed with him, if even rudimentary alchemy falls into the Yadrists' hands then our battle for control will become even harder. He then turned to Nanaba, Nanaba, your squad will need to infiltrate the occupied areas. He turned back to Alphonse, Alphonse, do you have a list of name and addresses? Yes, Commander. Alphonse, my office should have a full list. Good, there's still the issue of the Philosopher's Stone. Erwin then told them. Alphonse's breath was suddenly straggled in his throat at the mere mention of the stone. He turned his head towards Edward, who looked back at Erwin with a calm expression on his face. They agreed to it. I agreed to make a Philosopher's Stone. Edward said simply, under some conditions. There must have been 100 questions flowing through his head, all swirling with a hollowing sense of disappointment. What was agreed upon? Alphonse asked. I make the stone but we get to use it, any information surrounding it is destroyed and we get to destroy it after all is said and done. Ed told him. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Sasha asked, what stone and why is it so important? The Philosopher's Stone, it's the ultimate alchemic modifier. Hang explained, gives its user the ability to transmute anything from thin air. Well, if you had something like that then why wait now to make something like that? Marlowe questioned all those fights. Shiganshina, that could have helped. Because to make a stone, you need human souls. Ed said simply, and you need to sacrifice dozens of people to make one. The noise among the group fell silence, along with their expressions. Wait, human souls? Jean asked, what the hell kind of weapon requires human souls? You guys can't seriously consider using human sacrifices to make something, right? Connie added. It's not right. We wouldn't use humans, we'll use titans. Armin spoke up this time. Alphonse looked towards Armin, who stared at the floor looking almost ashamed by something. They're still people. Alphonse argued. Armin looked back towards Alphonse. Alphonse, there is no other way to win this. I thought, we had agreed to this. Alphonse sighed low and long. In truth he hoped that Ed would shoot Armin's proposal down, yet instead he had been pulled into it too. I still can't believe you've done this, went behind our backs on this. Alphonse said. I didn't do anything behind anyone's back. Armin argued back, if this never happens then the titans stay in the cage and we continue to experiment on them. But if this still happened and we didn't have a backup plan, we'd all be staring down the barrel of a Marley or a Merstrian rifle. Alphonse sighed and turned away. You betrayed me, he said, hurt aching in his voice. I am sorry, Armin replied. You did what's right, Mikasa said, placing a hand on Armin's shoulder. Hang stepped forward. I can understand how you're feeling, how you're both feeling, he said, looking to both Edward and Alphonse, but right now we could use every advantage we can get our hands on. Wait, if you're going to use Titans then please don't use my mother, Connie pleaded to them, speaking up. She's in the cage too, just take her out of it. Alphonse watched a pleading Connie and wanted nothing more than to tell him, all of them, that making the Philosopher's Stone was out of the question. We won't, Connie, Ed replied. I'll move her aside from the rest. Moblet, take your squad and escort Edward to the Titan pit, Erwin ordered. I'll radio in the garrison in the pen, tell them you will be eliminating the Titans inside. Moblet saluted. Yes, Commander. Hang, take your squad and join up with Levi and the others, Erwin commanded. I'll be sure to give Levi your best when I see him, Hang replied. Jean, I need your team to investigate the poisoned Marley wine, Erwin said. Do you know where there might be a large storage of the wine? The group pondered on the question for a few seconds before the color drained from Sasha's face. Nico, she muttered, just loud enough for the others to hear. Nico has a restaurant in Trost, it's the biggest employer of Marley Paus, Jean added. If anyone knew anything about the wine then, he might do. He wouldn't betray us, he wouldn't betray us, he's been an ally to us for years. Sasha came to Nico's defense. We should still look, Marlo spoke up. Maybe it's why the scout regiment hadn't been given the wine all these years. Start with the restaurant in Trost, Erwin said. Alphonse, you go with them, we'll join up back at the Cart Titans prison. Everyone, try to keep in radio contact whenever you can. If we don't hear back from you then a rescue team will be sent. Alphonse and the others saluted him. He then looked to Edward, who looked back at him with set eyes. For a second he wondered whatever happened to the person he knew, the hot-headed alchemist who wouldn't compromise his beliefs and was determined to find a way. Now he was willing to bend so long as it kept close to what he believed. Was I the reason you've changed now? The others were close to walking out of the door. Jean, Alphonse, and Marlo. Erwin called out, stay here for a second, I need to speak with you three. As the rest stepped out of the room, the three walked back towards Erwin. What is it, Commander? Marlo asked. As you know, Heaven's followers are also in this conflict of ours. Erwin told them they have already armed themselves with weapons and are now beginning to organize themselves. Alphonse began to swallow as his mouth became dry. He knew what were coming, what Erwin was going to ask of them, and him. We know that there is a contingent of this group located in the Trost district. What they're planning we don't know. But there is only one thing we know, that they would listen to you, he said, looking to Alphonse. No, I can't, either Ed or I cannot do that for you, Alphonse told him. Alphonse dash. You're making us create a Philosopher's Stone, Alphonse exclaimed. The only reason we're doing that is because there doesn't seem to be any other option. Now you want us to use people's belief in us? For what? Erwin studied Alphonse. I can't trust the men under my command. He confessed to them, one of my own soldiers made an attempt on my life. For years the scout regiment had been built on a common trust and strong bond among its comrades. Each one of us would lay down our lives for each other or for the greater dream of humanity. Erwin paused and turned away from them. We now have comrades trying to stab each other in the back and no common dream. So you want an army of zealots? Alphonse questions, unquestioning soldiers for you to throw into this. Alphonse stepped forward. What makes you think we'd agree to this? I don't need Edward to agree to this. I know I've pushed him too far for the sake of creating this Philosopher's Stone, so it would be a foregone conclusion, Erwin said, turning back to them, and knowing your brother's temperament, to ask him that would only jeopardize the Philosopher's Stone. Commander, if I may, Alphonse has a point. Jean spoke up. We can't be using them, they're just armed civilians after all, and a good chunk of the Yidrists are trained soldiers. I know, Irwin, but we need the numbers, and if we have that then we'd at least give the Yadrists some hesitancy to act against us. And if combined with your alchemists and the reported power of this philosopher's stone, the scales will have tipped in our favor, which right now is enormously against us. Even if we accept that, why ask me? Alphonse questioned. You're a captain now, an entire battalion of alchemists follows your command, if there's anyone who can lead them, and it's you. Irwin replied. And if you don't lead them, then someone else will, using your and Edward's name. Alphonse tightened his fist as he looked away from Irwin's gaze. He then remembered how the homunculi had impersonated Father Cornello to start their bloody conflict. An unexploded bomb that was waiting to go off from someone with a match. You don't have to ask them to die for you. Irwin tried to reassure him. I know the toll it can take to not only have people's lives in your hands but sometimes decide the place for them to die. Irwin places a hand on Alphonse's shoulder. Don't ask them to die for you, but all of us can save the lives of people inside the walls and across the world. Alphonse didn't answer, he only shook his head, but even he knew he had conceded. Do what you want, Commander, it never stopped you before. He moved away from Irwin and walked towards the door. Home. I just want to go home. In his mind he thought of Mina and Emmanuel lying on the grass. I just want to go home. The long ride was exhausting, long and horrible. It was made even more horrible with the events and the mission hanging over them all. They hardly spoke to each other with the exception of Jean, who continued to give out orders and directions to the group as they made their way to Trost. Marlowe looked around, the walls of Trost now coming up on the horizon and the garrison camps, trucks, and soldiers building up, getting ready for the counter-attack. The garrison are faster than usual, Marlowe commented. Isn't that a good sign? Connie asked. If they managed to get ready for the big attack, then there's less time for the Yadrists to fight back, right? It also means they're in a rush, they'll want to attack as soon as possible. Jean said this time, and if the defections are anything to buy, then the Yadrists will already know it's just a matter of preparation on both sides. That doesn't sound good. Sasha commented, it's like a wounded animal that going to lash out. This gave everyone pause for thought. We don't have time, it's either now or never for the military. Jean said, and if they fail then? He didn't finish his sentence. We're coming up at the gate, he said as they passed through the town surrounding the district entrance. Even the district was filled with garrison soldiers. As they passed through the tunnel, rows of troops armed to the teeth, but Marlowe could see, even in the darkness of the tunnel, all the newish attitudes, the nervousness, and the fear. The silence of them walking along as the impending attack came, it reminded him of his own anxieties before the expedition. We were fighting titans then, not each other. Marlowe kept his eyes open as he scanned his surroundings, as the citizens of Trost went about their day normally and the garrison troops began to head out of the district and back into rows. He noticed how others would watch them. Just a passing glance at them or a few seconds stare, as if not to so much get their attention but just keep an eye on them. Marlowe rode up to Jean and tapped him on the shoulder. Jean turned his head and Marlowe nodded before he then broke off from the group and towards a separate narrower street. Away from the crowds and the normal life, the people along this road were quieter, some just walking with their belongings in hand, some reading the papers. But still the eyes remained, perhaps more eyes were on him now as he looked around at the alleyways as if expecting people just waiting to ambush him. But one thing that stuck out in his mind as he continued to look around. There isn't a garrison or military soldier in sight. He then spotted a nearby stable. Getting off the horse he led it towards it before then handing the reins over to the handler and handling him some money. He then walked off down the streets and into a narrow alleyway, his hand on the handgun by his side. He wondered to himself how he was going to go about trying to find the zealots who Irwin argued they needed much to the apprehension of both he and Jean and the disgust of Alphonse. Just as he exited the alleyway, and into a small section of the warehouses, a horribly familiar clicking sound went off next to him. He turned his head to see a young woman armed with a Marley rifle pointing it at his head. He held his breath as he moved his hands very slowly from the handgun and into the air. "You're with the scout regiment?" the woman asked. Marlowe nodded his head. "Why you here? Thought only the garrison and MPs were stationed here and none of them ever come down here," she told him, before moving in front of him, the rifle still pointed at his head, for good reason. "I'm looking for the Heavens followers." Marlowe said as confidently as he could when facing the barrel of a gun. Hunting us? The woman questioned. No. I'm just a messenger. He replied, for the commander. Commander Irwin has a message for us. The woman asked, hand over your gun. Marlowe slowly reached down with one hand to the handgun and gripped it, now drop it to the ground. He then dropped the gun to a loud clatter. He looked around and then began to see others, like bugs coming out of the woodworks, armed with weapons. Slide it over to me with your foot and don't try anything, it's not just me pointing a gun at you. Marlowe complied as he pushed the gun over to her with his foot. Now, step forward. He began to move forward as the woman moved a few steps back. That when he noticed the sound of footsteps behind him, before he could turn around, two people grabbed his arms and forced it behind his back. Wait. He pleaded, I just wanted to talk. He tried to struggle but was pushed to the ground, his arms being tied up. You'll talk, just can't have you snitching where we're hiding out. The woman said before a bag was placed over his head. As the team reaches the entrance of the restaurant, they climb down from their horses and place them into the nearby stable. Looks like there's already a visitor here, Sasha commented as she spotted another lone horse in a stall. Think it might be a officer or an errand boy getting more wine for the higher-ups. Connie said as the others led their horses to the stalls and quickly fed their horses. Sasha walked up to the horse, quickly a feeling of familiarity came over her as she gently brushed her hand against its neck. The horse then nestled its nose into the palm of her hand. What is it, Sasha? Mikasa asked as she walked up to her. This is my father's horse. Sasha said. Your father's horse? Jean asked. How would you know that? Doesn't your father groom horses? Maybe he sold them to someone who's here. Connie suggested. The military has been moving away from using horses since the trains and trucks were added to the ranks. Armin then mentioned. He glanced over to Alphonse, who had his back turned to the group, still very quiet as he was during almost the entire journey. Sasha nodded her head. Most of those who buy horses now are either poorer farmers or rich folks. She said. A rich conservative officer then. Jean said, come on, we still have to investigate the wine. The team then quickly walked up to the entrance of the restaurant, climbing up its small steps before Jean then knocks on the door. Jean knocks on the door opens as Nico walks out of the doorway. Oh guys. He says, perplexed by their arrival. He turned his head to Sasha. He says with a wry smile on his face. Sasha walks up to him and wraps her arms around his neck before then planting a brief kiss on his lips. Hey Nico. She says. Oh ah. Nico murmured, Sasha, your father is dash. They all peered behind him to see Sasha's father looking at them with an innocent expression on his face. Mr. Blouse. Armin said. Sasha slipped her hands down from Nico's neck hesitantly before then grabbing his hand. It's not what it looks like, sir. Connie said, Sasha is just friendly with everyone dash. Sasha's father raises his hand up, son, I already know, word gets around and Sasha was never any good with keeping a secret from me. He approaches them, I heard what happened to your friend, Petra, I'm sorry for your loss and I don't doubt she'd be proud of each and every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Blouse. Alphonse spoke up this time, yet he still seemed very guarded. Mr. Blouse, why are you here? Armin asked. I can ask you all the same question, I thought the only people here were garrison. He said, and by the looks of it, there are hundreds of garrison troops outside the district, you guys part of some large training exercise or something. The group were silent. It's classified. Jean replied. Why are you here? Well, I was looking for some kids really. He replied, recently we took in some runaways who said they were escaping from a bad household, we let them stay with us and gave them some work to earn their keep. Then suddenly out of the blue we found some food taken from the pantry and 2 horses taken from the stables. You came to Trost to find 2 runaway children. Mikasa asked curiously, why Trost specifically? That's the thing, when we found out about their disappearance, Kaya then fussed up when I explained they might be in danger, what with the whole thing going on with the armed groups running around, and said she gave them a map, said they were looking for a restaurant in Trost run by Nico here. The group was puzzled by this. Armin's eyes widened as he head shook. 2 children, looking for Marley Pouse? He asked, almost stating it. There were only 2 children who would fit that description. What is it, Armin? Mikasa asked, seeing his face turn pale. The door then opened behind them. Everyone turns their head towards it. Ben, Mia. Sasha's father's almost exclaims, "You're okay," he said with a look of relief on his face. Something that couldn't be shared with the others in the room. Sasha's hand slipped away from Nico's as she backed away a few steps from them. The others could only just watch them with mouth agape and bodies stone still. A reaction that was shared by the Marleyan children who stood in front of them, completely surprised by their own appearance here. "You," Sasha muttered as her eyes focused on Gabby. "It's you. You need to do your job as a state alchemist," Kimberly had told him with a smile on his face, thinking he had penned Edward into a corner. "No," Ed replied to him as stubborn as always. "Whatever happened to that guy?" Ed thought to himself. "You do not go against orders or ask for explanations, you just follow, that's what it means to be a soldier." Mustang had told them when he fooled everyone outside his inner circle about Maria Ross' death. Ed was sure that Mustang would still have expected him to fall in line when ordered, but knew the Fullmetal alchemist would do his own thing anyways even after everything they've been through. So why am I following his orders? His mind drifted to Erwin. Like Mustang, Erwin had his own plans and ambitions, his own secrets and schemes. But Mustang was like Levi in one regard. They both tried to bend metal through sheer willpower and remind him where they fit in their plans. Explanations, or arguments to the contrary be damned if action was what was needed. But Erwin, he was all too happy to try and convince me that his decided course of action was the best and was even willing to include us in everything he did. He had our trust and walked the fine line between use and abuse. Ed knew that to bend metal with strength alone there was maybe, just maybe, a chance at putting a dent into it. The best way to bend metal was to leave it in fire. And Erwin kept reminding them they were all in a forge as everything around them burned. People used to try and shove us in a corner thinking we'd break. The commander just puts an arm around everyone and tells them they're already in the corner. Ed then wondered how far Erwin would have gone if neither he nor Alphonse was there on that day, the Battle of Shiganshina. "We're approaching the Titan pen," Moblet called out. Ed looked ahead and was greeted to the tall metal fences that they quickly approached. Moblet then handed Ed a map. He quickly glanced at it to see it was a map of the pen. An underground section underneath the pen itself. Ed asked. "How convenient." "Armin helped design the facility," Moblet revealed, "said that if we need to hide anything, no one would expect it to be underneath the Titan pen itself." Of course he did. Watchtowers standing between the stretches of metal wires. As they approached the entrance, Ed spotted the wooden spikes embedded into the ground on the other side of the fence pointing inwards with large harpoons mounted onto the watchtowers. A cement pillbox sat just near the main entrance into the outer defenses of the pen, a familiar-looking machine gun's nozzle sticking out with a lone soldier manning the position. As Moblet's squad reached the entrance, a garrison soldier raised his hand. "Moblet squad?" he asked. "Yes," Moblet replied. "Commander Erwin had radioed in our arrival. He did, told us you were going to get rid of the Titans." The garrison soldier replied. "My men and I are packing out, good riddance to them," he said. The gates of the outer fence opened up as Moblet's squad and Ed were allowed to pass through and towards the holding pen itself. The walls of the pen were large, possibly 20 meters high and reinforced with steel wires with 4 large towers connected to the 4 corners of the wall and a large crane attached to one. From the outside he could hear the shuffling of the Titans and the loud groans, the thumping of their bodies onto the walls and the scratching of their nails. Ed stood up, gripping the handles of his ODM gear, before hopping lightly onto the saddle of his horse for just a second and firing off the hooks onto the wall and reeling himself upwards onto the battlements. Looking inside he could now see them all, like people all crowded into a hall that simply couldn't comfortably fit them all, some lying on top of others, some pressed against each other in the corners of the walls. His eyes wandered around trying to find one specific Titan until his eyes spotted the blonde hair and large head on a disproportionately body. "Connie's mother," he muttered. He turned his head to the garrison troops packing up their weapons and equipment. "Hey!" he called out to them, catching their attention. "I need you to pick up one Titan and put it in a cage." "Why?" He expected them to ask, instead they only looked at him and placed their fist over their chest. Sir. They ran to the crane and manned it, the claws lowering down, the hand of the crane lowered to the ground as it scooped up the immobile titans. Connie's mother, her head dangling as the crane was raised and the slowly turned to the side outside the walls before falling into an empty cage. Ed looked back to the other titans in the pen. There must have been over 100 of them, all ignorant of their fate. I'm sorry. I just can't save you all. Moblet's squad and Ed waited until the garrison had been left, all the while Ed tried to formulate his plan for drawing the needed transmutation circle, walking the battlements and watching the titans below. Corporal Edward. One of the scouts called out. He turned to meet them. Garrison troops have left. Sir, can you get Moblet here? I need to speak with him. The scout saluted him before hopping off the walls. He needed only a few seconds to wait before Moblet appeared, jumping onto the wall and walking towards him. Everything all right? Moblet asked. Yeah. Moblet. I need you to promise me something. Ed asked him. I'm going to draw the needed circle, but neither you nor your men can see it. Erwin promised me not a single person would be there to see it. Can you promise me that? Moblet looked perplexed for a second. Yes, I promise. Thank you. Ed replied with a tired smile. Have your men waited outside the fence, you'll know when it's done. Ed then dropped off the walls, the gas of his ODM gear breaking his fall as he made his way towards the door of the underground section to the holding pen. As he opened the door, a staircase going down greeted him. There was a feeling of impending dread and pain emanating from the door below as he made his way down. As he opened the door he was greeted to the open space, just about 1 meter tall and as wide as the space within the 4 walls. He shut the door and began to walk towards the center of the hall. Above him he could hear the sound of the Titans' footsteps. He could hear them stomp at the ground, directly at the spot he'd be underneath them, yet he knew how powerless they were, cramped together like canned meat. Yet the space underneath was just a confiding and cramped. He couldn't help but feel trapped. He looked up to the ceiling above. He pressed his hands together and then touched the ceiling above. Blue sparks lit up the hall as a rumble echoed around. The large markings of a transmutation circle was etched into the ceiling above. All the while he had his eyes shut, remembering the design of it, every mark, symbol, and line. That's the research of the devil. Marco had told them all those years ago. Joy to suffering, victory to battle, life to the dead, for that is what the blood-red stone grants. He murmured, the passages of an old people coming to the front of his mind. Victory to battle. Why am I here again? Because I want to see them again, because I want to give back to everyone who had given Alphonse and I so much for us to be whole. Because Mom deserves to live, because our father deserves to live, because Winry's parents deserve to live, because Hughes deserves to live, because Nina deserves to live. I'm only stating a possibility. Mustang had told them when they first met, to live your life with hopelessness in a piece of armor for a brother, or to sell yourself to the military for the possibility that you can recover. For this moment, I will do as I am told once again and follow their orders. But not for ourselves but with everyone else, from the start to the end. When the rumbling stopped he opened his eyes, a familiar burning feeling in his heart and within his gut as he pressed his hand against in the center of the transmutation circle. The blue sparks were now replaced with blood red as they flickered and danced along the lines of the circle before the red sparks formed into red lightning and the sound of the stomps above gave way to deep cries of pain from the titans above until all at once it stopped. Ed lowered his hand and jogged towards the door, running up the stairs and back outside. He looked towards the pen and was met with a colossus of smoke from the inside of it. The air was thick with smoke. The pattering and then stomping of running feet caught his attention as he turned to see Moblet and his squad running towards him. Edward, what was that? Nifa asked. Ed didn't answer. Set charges around ground when it's clear, nothing can remain here. They all looked at him confused. I'm not asking. He grabbed the handle of his ODM gear and fired it towards the top of the battlement, pulling himself up. As he climbed onto the wall he waited for a few more seconds for the smoke to clear, the now disappearing ashes of the titans fluttering into the sky like burning embers. He dropped down onto the floor of the pen and walked towards the center. He couldn't see it but he knew it was there, waiting for him. Then he spotted it, its bright red flash as the light hit it, lying on the grass, the most dangerous and horrid weapons known to any alchemist who was cursed to know of it, looked harmless on the ground. He reached down and picked it up, holding it between his fingers, the blood-red stone which now contained the lives of more than over 100 Titans, over 100 people. "Edward!" Moblet called out as he jogged towards him. He stopped in his tracks as he spotted what Edward was holding. Is that it?" he asked timidly. "Yeah, this is it, the Philosopher's Stone. Check the description for the links to the author."